An Illustrated Life by Dr. Narendra Goel. About the author. Dr. Narendra Goel is a medical practitioner, a leading child and a newborn specialist practicing in NCR of India. Being a practitioner pits him against a multitude of people and characters, which enriches his experience in understanding people and their characteristics from close quarters. He has been a prolific writer for the past few years when he started writing as one of his passions. Writing habit gradually grew upon him to take a shape of full-fledged blog, poem and story writer. He runs jabberingwanderer.com, where he posts his experiences, views and opinions on contemporary issues and his travel experiences. He has published a travel diary, Andamans, on Wattpad in 2019. Apart from writing, the author has multitude of passions and interests, which include gardening, having won the Best Terrace Garden Award 2020, sports, being adjudged Sportsman of the Year twice in successive years at IIM Ghaziabad Sports Awards, and a recently acquired hobby of painting. Dr. Narendra lives in Ghaziabad with his family. An Illustrated Life is a collection of 13 short stories that are relatable in their themes and remarkable in their narrative. It is a book that attempts to anchor our generation down with its abstruse lessons and its philosophical musing. The stories are across different genres and perspectives. It is a well-compiled assortment of tales about ordinary people going about their everyday lives until they fall into extraordinary situations and how they deal with these. The stories, being soulful, manage to leave a lasting impression on the reader. It is a light read with absorbing tales that can occupy a reader for an evening or two. Music strikes back. War mostly brings misery to the country and its people. The nation and its leaders might have their own reason and justifications, but for the citizens it spells heaps of misfortunes. Narayanganj, situated on the outskirts of Dhaka, a place small enough to be missed on the map, but had still managed to engrave itself in the history of Bangladesh, erstwhile Pakistan. Otherwise a quaint small town, it came into its historical fame and light in the 17th century with the influx of Portuguese and English who established jute trading over there, and it was aptly called Dundee of Bangladesh. Previously called Sonargaon, it got its present name after the Battle of Plassey, when a religious leader leased this town from the East India Company and endowed it in turn for the service of God, Narayan, and hence the name. The town was on the bank of the Shitalakshya River, wherein the port of Narayanganj was an important shipping and industrial center in Bangladesh. Soon, the district pioneered in merchandising yarn and dyeing items. The town was buzzing with crowded marketplaces and surging businesses, resulting in newer, bigger, multi-story houses and administrative buildings. The riverbank of the Shitalakshya had never seen such swarming of traders, merchants and businesses in the last few years. The first half of 71 had seen the place rife with atrocities of the Pakistan army. Hindus hunted from villages and from door to door, shot offhand after a cursory short-arm inspection that showed they were uncircumcised. Millions were killed and millions raped, thereby spreading terror. Bengali Hindus were treated like scum and vermin, better exterminated. It was December 4th, 1971, and Bikon Lal Pandey was rushing through the bazaar. He heard the azan of Dhur and hurried his pace. Shops lined on either side of the alley were selling everything from flowers to books. The air was pregnant with the fragrance of incense emanating from different shops and getting mixed up, reminiscent of the communal harmony it once had and was pleasant to the senses. To add to the already challenged olfactory sense, a couple of sweet shops were dunking freshly fried jalebis in the sugar syrup, which were irresistibly beckoning. But all these and many more temptations couldn't slacken Bikon's pace today. He was a man with a purpose and destination. Born and brought up in a Brahmin Hindu family, he had a modest raising. His father was head clerk in a jute mill and earned just enough to make the things rolling, sometimes comfortably and sometimes not. His father was fond of listening to Indian semi-classical and classical music. As a result, Bikon was exposed to music in his early life. As Bikon grew up, he started showing a flair for singing. He specialized in bhajans and Indian classical vocal singing, for which his father never discouraged him. His father could find solace only in music when he lost his wife during the birth of Bikon and was left alone at a very young age of 30. Music was his only companion in those long forlorn evenings. Bikon's talent of singing was evident from childhood, and everyone who heard him hoped that one day he would be an eminent singer. As Bikon reached 16, his father arranged for a tuition from a local guru on music. Bikon was a fast learner and soaked whatever his guru had for him. In a couple of years, he was as good as his teacher, if not more. He was married at the age of 18, and in the next 3 years, he fathered 2 children. A growing family had growing needs, and it was a difficult time to bring in more finance, when Pakistan's army was trying to suppress locals and establish Muslim supremacy. Art and music took a backseat in this chaotic time. Not having been trained for anything other than music, he tried for a job at places as discordant in mills and post office and worked at ill-suited positions like clerk and janitor. These have been hard times, not just for himself but for society at large. Jobs were difficult to come by and easy to lose, more so for Hindus, as there was rampant genocide by Pakistani army on native Bengalis. Every conceivable horror and atrocities were bestowed on already shrinking indigenous Hindu community, and their already low numbers dwindled even lower. The hostilities and the ensuing carnage were widespread, and Hindus were being expunged from erstwhile East Pakistan. They either flee or were being killed at meteoric pace. Notwithstanding, Bikon was summoned by a rich businessman from Dhaka, Mujibur Rahman, on his father's behest to see him in his office for the prospect of engaging him as a music teacher for his daughter. He was told it would be a well-paid job, and he would have an opportunity to meet great masters of Indian music and learn from them. He fretted as he was running late and so hurried his steps. At the town hall, he found his way to the chamber where he met his prospective employer sitting with his accountant. He bowed. Salam alaikum. Walaikum assalam. Sahib, I am Bikon Lal. You must have met my father the other day in your office and he told me that you wished to see me. Oh yes. Why don't you sit down? Tea? Water? No thanks, sir. I was told you required a music teacher for your daughter. Yes. Will you be able to do this? Have you taught anywhere else? Yes, sir. I had been teaching in the school for a few months, but had to leave because of non-payment. Yes, I understand. Though Bikon thought he didn't, as these were tough times, both for employer and employee. So will you be able to move to Dhaka? Yes, sure. But as you can see, I have a family and will have to earn for 2 places. Never mind about that. I would pay you 100 rupees for a month and lodging would be my responsibility. Plus, you will have 4 paid days off in a month to see your family. Bikon couldn't speak further as his heart went aflutter. Though deep inside he thought he deserved this, and more perhaps, but in the last 2 years his confidence and self-esteem had ebbed. It wasn't necessary at all for him to say yes, as his face and gesture had already done so. So you can come on Monday, 6th of December. My accountant here will work things out for you. He strutted past the market, ignoring the shops and their enticements once more. That evening the family huddled in Batak. After dinner, his father in a lawn chair with hookah and wife standing beside him. They were listening to bhajans on the radio as their daily routine. They all were visibly rattled when the musical notes stopped abruptly and said it for a flash news announcement. In a matter-of-fact tone, the newsreader said that Pakistan had preemptively struck Indian air bases, precisely 11 in number in the afternoon, and that this has caused an already tense situation across the border to escalate. Soon there would be a high-level meeting of Defence Minister, the Home Minister, and Prime Minister Ayub Khan in Lahore. It casted a spell of trepidation in the air and on the inhabitants of this room. Not foreseeing the far-reaching implications of this, Bikon's wife cursed the war and carried on with her course. His father, with more worldly experience, thought of this as grave. Bacon, gleeful with his new appointment, didn't allow this seemingly unimportant piece of news to unhinge him. He slept very peacefully that night, oblivious of what the next day had in store for him. The following morning, while sauntering in a nearby market, he could sense some heaviness in the atmosphere. The usual affability and bonhomie of the dwellers seemed a thing of the past. Though he couldn't relate this to yesterday's attack, yet perceived this as something sinister. He hurried off to his house and spent the day arranging and sorting things of his need for departure. After supper, his father came to him and told hesitantly about the possibility of an impending war. India had retaliated by foraying into Pakistan and reaching as far as 300 kilometers inside the LOC. This had all the chances of escalating into full-fledged war between the two countries. He urged Bacon to postpone his program of leaving for Dhaka. Bacon became distraught. After such a long wait, he was hopeful of earning some decent money, and more than that, some self-respect. He was buoyant for doing what he loved the most, and it all seemed to vaporize. He loathed the war. Still keeping his hopes afloat, continued packing, though without the enthusiasm he had. That night he couldn't sleep. The next morning he woke up with commotion on the street. He crawled out of his bed and rushed to the window to find people from across the street huddled up in small groups and jabbering away. Then he saw one long-bearded and skull-capped Maulana having a heated argument with his father on the porch. He had never seen his father look so animated. After the Maulana left, his father barged in, agitated and almost in a fit, and quivered visibly while telling them to be travel-ready and gather all the valuables which they can, and be ready for a long journey. Bacon was indecisively frozen. He took a few moments to gather the situation, some from his father's broken and agitated words, and some by the turn of events in the last 24 hours. India had engaged herself in a full-throttle war on Pakistan. As retaliation, Hindu Bengalis were being targeted countrywide by rioters and Pakistan Army. Their family lived in this locality for 30 years, and whatever belonged to them was in this house. The local Maulana had been gracious enough, and as regards to his father, he had asked them to pack whatever valuable was there and leave their house immediately. He expressed his inability to hold them off for too long. If they come now, the Maulana dreaded the outcome would be plundering and bloodshed. It was painstakingly difficult to gather your life in one suitcase, and that too in a matter of a few minutes. Bacon looked around with wet eyes and felt there was hardly anything that was vain to leave behind. He roved his eyes from alarm clock to radio to his clothes hanging on the peg to his harmonium. He was shattered. There wasn't a thing that he could abandon, and yet he had only few minutes to choose the things precious enough for travel. He gathered himself with an aching heart and opened his already packed suitcase to repack, for a different purpose, for a different destiny. They sneaked out of their own house like thieves in the pre-dawn hours of the next morning. Bacon carried a suitcase in his right hand and the harmonium on his left shoulder. His wife tucked the two kids on her either side, and his father took a good-sized carry-bag containing some important documents, few edibles, and whatever little cash and jewelry they had as valuables. With a wave nondescript silhouette against the twilight, they already looked like refugees. The Maulana, more out of a sense of responsibility than friendship, escorted them till the end of their alley and then left them on their own. It was a gesture of camaraderie as imposing as could be, for which Bacon's father was grateful and obliged. They were lucky to be given a chance to escape, because there had been people who were not fortunate enough to see the threshold of their homes. Bacon realized his father had earned quite a lot over time, not in terms of money, but in terms of reputation and goodwill, which they could redeem today to save their lives. His long-cherished dream of living in a big city and working his way up to become a notable singer got a blow today. He had more pressing needs: food, shelter, and safety for his family and self. Music can wait. They had just embarked on their journey, little knowing where to go, feeling quite scared and betrayed, lacking trust and direction. Over the course of the next few days, they strayed from street to street, town to town, sometimes on foot, other times on a bullock cart or a bus. Along the journey, they learned that India is letting few Bengali Hindus and people of other ethnicities who were victims of Pakistani atrocities cross the border and enter India. Making their way to the border was a tough task for them. Firstly, due to unsafe atmosphere, and secondly, they didn't have much resources with them. The conniving officials were transporting refugees across the border in lieu of money. Big money. Otherwise, the same officials were determined to find and exterminate them. They mostly travelled in pre-dawn hours, when they were veiled in obscurity by the poor light and deserted roads, and spent their afternoons in some flea-bag inns on the outskirts or some shelter homes if they got lucky. They gathered information as they moved. The information which was cautiously solicited and skeptically looked upon and seldom used. The information which was not easy to come and even harder to believe. To make themselves look inconspicuous and hence invulnerable, Bacon bought skull caps for himself and his father and burqa for his wife. Luckily, children posed no problem in betraying their identity without such get-ups. They had even rehearsed their Muslim aliases, just to be sure if they were to be intercepted. Steadily, yet stealthily, they paved their way, interacting as less as possible with the locals on the way. 4 days they had survived on the roads since they uprooted themselves, and like a fallen leaf were being blown from village to village, from road to road. Every day appeared as a sentence to them, bringing its own set of problems and hardships. And they learned along the way how to cope with them. They had learned multitudinous ways to stay safe against the strong winds of fear and uncertainty. But so far they could hardly cover 50 kilometers. Their progress worried them, because with this pace they would take 15 days to reach the border. The roads weren't safe to walk upon and the inns for staying. Today they thought of walking a little later than the pre-dawn hours into the broad daylight. They had distance looming large on their minds. Normally they would break the road early and walk alongside in the fields amongst the bushes to betray their predicament. Bacon heard a bike close by. He signaled everyone to hush up and kept walking straight ahead without looking sideways. Unfortunately, no bush or tree was nearby, and they just hoped the passerby do not notice them. They heard the bike pass by. It was a policeman. They all took a deep sigh of relief, a second too early, as they saw him turn back. He parked the bike roadside and with a swagger approached them. "Where are you going?" The loud cracking sound startled them. Their faces went blanched white and their voice stuck in the throat. Their presence here communicated treason and impending doom for them. His father mustered courage and said, trying to hide all the shakiness in his voice, "We are going to our sister who lives in a nearby village." "And your name might be?" the officer asked Bacon. "Abdul," Bacon said hesitatingly. He had rehearsed this many times before, but speaking his new name to someone else for the first time, it felt strange to his ears. Even stranger was the response of the policeman, who frowned. "And yours?" He faced his wife, Nagma. Dissatisfied, he pointed to the kids by her side. "Them, Faz and Shabana." He looked suspiciously towards them. He had a strong intuition about them being hiding their true religion. "You come here to me." He beckoned Bacon to come at another side of the field. "Drop your pajama." Bacon stood still, crestfallen. This is it. They were exposed now. "Sahib, leave us alone. We are poor people. We will leave this place," he begged, hands folded and head down. "What do you have in this bundle over here?" The officer pointed to the small bundle he was carrying tied over his waist. "You want, you can take this. A few trinkets we had saved for tough times, but you can have them if you want." The cop opened it and weighed it with his hand. It was a tenuous necklace, about 2 or 3 tolas. "Anything else?" he growled. "No, Sahib, just these 50 rupees. Bacon pointed to his breast pocket. The cop snatched these from Bacon's pocket with audacity. They all stood there motionless and helpless, and watched the policeman loot them in broad daylight and fade away in the oblivion. Just when they thought the life for them couldn't be any more miserable, this happened. With no money and still a long way to the border, they despaired and felt weak in their knees. But it is said, with tough times comes strength. From deep inside, from some unseen reservoir, strength came, which they didn't know existed. They grew fearless as they had fewer things to lose now. Standing motionless for some time, they resumed their journey. A sense of fearlessness pervaded now. Each and every step they took was with certitude and defiance. They travelled through Srinagar, crossed Padma on a wharf, and passed many other cities and towns like Silchar, Gopalganj, Romkilna, and Tala. Soon they lost track of names of places they travelled. Mekon had never gone this far from Narayanganj and was overwhelmed by the enormity of his journey. He consoled himself, God may have given us war, but the same God has given us strength too. After so many years he could not do his riyaz. He had moved too far from his home, and so did his music, to look back. Thinking about this, his heart twinged. It took around 12 days for them to reach Kaliganj, barely 300 kilometers from Narayanganj. Their journey could not be counted by the distance only. They had travelled a long way in their attitudes, beliefs, hopes, and patriotism. They were not self-pitying anymore. They were happy that they made it through, even if they had to travel this far. They had abandoned all hopes to be reunited with their home, the hope ebbing as they moved ahead. The last bus they took was for Kaliganj, which was the last town in their sojourn. When they alighted the bus, they didn't have a single rupee on them. After being robbed of the money by the police officer, Mekon's wife produced a wad of small value notes amounting to 20 rupees, which she had saved in Narayanganj for tough times. From here, they had to walk their way through the jungle to reach a camp near the border, where they would be herded across the border like cattle. At least they would be safe, though destitute. It was approximately 4 kilometers from where they stood, facing in the direction of what was perhaps the border. It felt safer here in the jungle, away from the town and its civility. It was the final leg of their plight. Their next resting would be a small makeshift refugee camp, which was being provided by the Liberation Army. Mekon took a long look at the bus which they had alighted, that was fading off along the horizon of their homeland. The sun setting on their side added to the poignancy of this moment. They reached the camp after an hour and a half of trudging. There were around 50 refugees like them in that camp. These nameless and sorrowful people had come from all over the land. They were to be detained there till the Indian Army officials arrived the next morning, checked their documents, and allowed them to pass the border to enter India. In the evening, they were served a dinner, which was the best they had so far after leaving their home. After so many days of living off the road, they got decent food. Mekon didn't eat much though. After dinner, they all gathered around a fireplace and spoke to each other hesitantly, out of recently learned survival instinct, but relaxed gradually as they chatted along. How much can change in a matter of a few days? After so many days, Mekon felt like singing today. He positioned his harmonium on a stone slab and sat cross-legged beside it. He toyed with the keys for a while as if to caress a long-lost beloved, and then turned the keys a little. He took out hymnal from his bag and, sparing no time, started singing. Opening the rag with the initial warble across the melodic canvas, like a refrain, he sang. Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om. And then he started the bandish verse. मन तड़पत हरि दर्शन को आज मोरी तुम बिन बिगड़े सगरे काज. Yearn to see Lord Vishnu today. Without you, everything is going wrong. He sang in his mellifluous voice like never before. For the first time he sang not for the audience or his students, but for himself. It was an effortless yet a passionate act. He was oblivious to the people around him. It seemed that he was singing to himself, trying to ease his weary mind, to forget all his pains, humiliations, and miseries. He was showering multiple colors with short spurts of dance as refrains while catching the mukra verse to establish the meaning and the fervor of the composition. His bhajans did a lot of things for the raptured audience. It transported them. It took them right back to the time when they sat on riverbanks in the evenings and heard bhajans emanating from a nearby temple along with pealing of bells. The songs uplifted their spirit almost as if with a healing power. While Bikon was singing without noticing the other refugees around him, these people huddled around him to be lifted from their angst, sorrows, and self-pity. For a while, they lost their pain and agony and felt spellbound. There was a spiritual aura looming in the air which hypnotized everyone present there. He sang bhajans, hymn, one after another, stopping only to wet his cords. His renditions rendered the atmosphere of grief metamorphosed into a ceremonial one. His wife looked at him incredulously as she had never seen him before. He had once mentioned to her a few years back that the highest form of singing was the song sung for God, and it appeared to her that today he was seeing Lord Krishna sitting in front of him. He sang with his eyes closed and his body swaying in reverence as if the Almighty is sitting in front of him. It was as if some divine power controlled him. Miseries disappeared. Time came to a standstill. After 2 hours of incessant singing, he stopped abruptly and started crying. Together with him, everyone else cried. Even the most astute and stoic could not help to betray their emotions. And they kept on crying as there was no one to console. They all cried shamelessly without even trying to hold themselves back. It appeared as all their pain and sorrow was being melted and took form of tears. All his life, Bikon had yearned for his music as his livelihood, and today his music earned him more than mere money. He learned the power to liberate people through music. Each and every falling tear shone like a pearl against the flickering candle lights as music reigned supreme. A keen observer. It was a clash of tenets, of superstitious belief and religious traditions. On one hand, 13 being considered as the harbinger of ill luck, and on the other, Akshaya Tritiya, an auspicious entry on the Hindu calendar, falling on the 13th day of May. Akshaya Tritiya was considered as the third day of never-ending prosperity in Jain and Hindu mythology. It was believed that Goel received his wealth as well as the pedestal of being the Lord of Wealth on this auspicious day of spring. Though it seemed just a regular day for not so fortunate class of the people, but for the rest of the country it was an auspicious day to buy the precious yellow metal. As expected, there was an unprecedented rush at all the jewelry shops spanning across the country. It wasn't like this was a stipulated national day for the sale of gold or any special offer or scheme from the government. It was said that today Goddess Lakshmi would bless with prosperity and wealth to whosoever invested in buying gold or silver jewelry or even steel utensils, if the pocket didn't suit buying the costlier metals. Yet, if one randomly selects and stops one of the prospective buyers rushing to the stores and asks the argument behind this auspicious day, the closest to an answer one would get was a thoughtful huh and an incredulous look. Still, that ignorance was no deterrent for the people to lay siege over all the jewelry shops or to avail golden opportunity to buy precious metal with the not-so-precious money in this golden auspicious period. It was indeed a golden day, not only for the people of this country but also for Chakori, though for entirely different reason. She got ready early in the morning and dabbed dollops of deodorant. While storming out, she heard her mother yelling behind her back, reminding her of breakfast, but she was too busy counting the notes in her wallet and offered a deaf ear to her. Chakori neatly folded a wad of around 50,000 rupees in her wallet. She was on a propitious endeavor, and if everything went well, as she envisioned, she would prudently use this money by the evening. After all, she had waited patiently for this day for a full 1 year. Chakori securely tucked the wallet in her skirt pocket, aware of all the possible pickpockets she might encounter on her bus ride. She headed straight to Ghanshyam Das and Ram Das jewelry showroom in the downtown market area. There were around 20 shops in that row, from restaurants to bookshops and apparels to shoes. But today, all the shopkeepers prowled around the entrances of their shop, eyeing all the customers in the market. But to their collective chagrin, none stopped by anywhere short of the jewelry shop. The people were attracted to that jewelry showroom as bees to honey. Today, they calculated that even combined together, they didn't have as many customers as Ghanshyam Das. More out of annoyance and envy than of their enemy, these shopkeepers were gossiping. Chakori too observed this and was amused. Wasn't money an interesting thing, she thought? It could be used to buy things and could be used to get things without buying. While stepping inside the showroom, she glanced at the guard sitting on a stool near the entry, poking his nose with his finger disgustingly. He was old and dicky, looking ill-suited for a guard. Their eyes met and split in one flash of a moment. She entered inside the showroom and he continued sitting there. Somehow he was overwhelmed and dismayed to see the madness amongst people for buying gold. Once inside the showroom, Chakori walked past the cash counter where one of the owners, the one she didn't know, was perched on a high chair, keenly looking at the monitor displaying the feed from all the cameras installed in the showroom. She saw that all the seats in front of the long U-shaped counter were already taken, so started strolling around looking at various showcases with ornaments on display. There were gorgeous necklace sets with price tags that ran in lakhs. The showroom was brightly flooded with dazzling warm white light. Even a modest silver ring appeared golden under the light effect. She looked at Mr. Das sitting at the cash counter. They exchanged smiles. Those were purposeful smiles, not the usual offhand kind. Her smile bore the touch of contempt at the corner of her mouth, and his contained the wisp of smirk in the sparkle of his eyes. The chair was supposedly meant for a man half the weight and one-fourth the girth. Perhaps the chair company had gifted this chair to the showroom for quality testing. Thus, my foot, she thought. How inappropriate the name is, she wondered. She went close to him and started looking at him from closer angles. Ram Das got conscious of this sudden shift of attention from showcases to him by this particular customer. He asked her politely what she was looking for. Trying to find a Das, a servant, she replied disdainfully, and so far, having seen you from all the angles, I couldn't find one. This was definitely a statement to hit him below the belt. He sneered and was about to open his mouth to give a befitting reply when she found an empty chair near the cash counter and lunged forward to grab it. It appeared as if some kind of fancy game of musical chairs was taking place in the showroom. Ram Das, thinking that a customer was akin to God, decided to drop this matter of his insult. Moreover, it was a rush hour and he didn't want to disturb the flow of his cash counter ringing by creating a scene. He got busy in attending the customer who just rose from the stool which Chakori was presently occupying. She took out her wallet, bulging with a wad of notes of all the denominations of 100 or below, and placed it on the counter. "What are you looking for, madam?" asked the salesgirl from the other side of the counter with a fake smile. Her tone was as emotionless and her demeanor as mechanical as a robot in place. As it was just 1 o'clock in the afternoon, sure enough, Chakori calculated by this rate the salesgirl would be quite stressed by the evening. The more she behaved like a machine, the easier it would be for Chakori to strike. "Wedding ring for my fiancé," she replied brusquely in an equally cold manner. "Okay," the salesgirl said with promptness and reflexively turned back. It made Chakori wonder, had she asked for the Bofors gun, she would have still said okay, and turned back with the same purposeful sense. A little later she came back with few bright colored satin-lined boxes. One by one she opened the boxes with grace and placed the rings skillfully on the tray in a delicate manner for Chakori to see. Chakori tried one on her finger and stretched her arm to see it from a distance, to get a feel of how it would look on her fiancé's hand. Obviously, being a male ring, it didn't fit her and was loosely dangling in her finger. She picked another one and wore it on another finger, adding more to the different fingers on both hands. The salesgirl tried to open her mouth to protest, but then decided not to. Chakori was a sweet-looking girl of the early 20s, well-dressed and sophisticated, excited for her gifts to her fiancé. Shoplifters don't come in this packing. So assured by her own logic, the salesgirl turned back to pick a few more boxes. However, she failed to notice Chakori's nimble, twitchy fingers. As soon as the girl turned around, she lifted her hand, once more to see the ring from a distance and slipped it very cleverly on the loose arm of the top she was wearing, and in that single motion took a hand behind her head to adjust the hairdo. This innocent-looking movement caused the ring to drop further from the arm to the trunk of the top, lying safe inside the top, held by the tuck in trousers. For a keen observer, this could have been quite easy to catch, yet the same observer might have easily missed the second ring which she lodged in her hairdo when she raised her arm. The hairdo had been purposefully done very loose for this auspicious day. So having done with her shopping, she suddenly lost interest in these rings, as they appeared either too tacky or too insipid to her. She excused herself to the salesgirl and with a brisk yet elegant motion rose and clumsily overturned the tray while getting up. She appeared quite flustered and apologized to the salesgirl. Again, to a keen observer, it might have appeared as if she apologized a moment earlier than the actual moment when she overturned the tray. But the timing, or rather mistiming, was easy to be missed on casual appearance, especially at the rush hour, and nobody was sitting idle to keenly observe anyone else in the hall. The perplexed salesgirl bent over to pick up the scattered rings, and Chakori waited for the salesgirl to recover before moving away, so as not to cause any suspicion or alarm. Again she timed her moving away from the counter at the precise lapse when the salesgirl had recovered all the rings but had not counted them yet. Once the salesgirl had collected and gathered all -2 rings, without her knowledge of course, she smiled, again mechanically, at Chakori and got busy with stuffing the rings in their respective boxes. Chakori turned swiftly, yet again elegantly, and ambled towards the door. Having mentioned that there wasn't anyone who was not busy in that showroom wasn't entirely true. Bunty, a boy around 10, was sitting 2 places away from Chakori and was engaged in playing games on his mother's mobile phone. He was dragged to the market in the morning with the promise of being bought his favorite ice cream if he behaved properly during the shopping time. Hitherto, that promise remained unfulfilled. On top of this, the mobile network broke for a while, which caused the most absorbed and oblivious Bunty in the showroom to become the keen observer. As soon as Chakori rose from the stool, he immediately nudged and tugged her mother and told her about his keen observations in one breath. The mother gasped and took a breath before trusting the boy and raising an alarm. The whole action was quick enough and didn't give Chakori enough time to reach the door handle. Alarmed, Ram Das jumped from his seat and hurled himself at Chakori with extreme agility, defying his heavy build to the amazement of all the spectators, as well as for himself. For a moment it appeared as if Chakori had a bigger threat of being crushed under the weight of the shop owner than being caught. Either way, however, her misadventure wasn't going to end soon, but she continued with a demeanor of being a cool customer. For the first time she realized the advantage of being a female. No one touched her. Had she been a male, she would have been thrashed blue and black by now, and the case quite solved even before the arrival of the cops. After being made to hand over the ring, she was asked by the female staff of the showroom to just sit tight on a chair and wait for the cops. She was guarded from all sides to keep her from running away. Particularly the salesgirl who attended her was now more alert and embarrassed. She wished the earth to part and she is being devoured by it. How could she be so fooled by the looks of this girl? How could she be so callous? The cost of the ring was worth her annual take-home salary. After all, she has been working here for the last 10 years, and years of hard work and elegance, along with credibility of her sharp eyes, were ruined in a few minutes by Chakori, and perhaps this would be the last day for her here in this showroom, as she feared. She covered her face with both her hands and did what many girls are best at doing in these kind of situations, sobbing incessantly. Chakori sat peacefully and triumphantly on the chair waiting for the police to come over and take her to the station. Her head was bowed down, not with the guilt or shame, but to hold the ring which still remained hidden in her hairdo. The salesgirl didn't even guess the possibility of the second ring missing. As told previously, the keen observer too missed the second ring being slipped in the hairdo. The police were called and she was handed over to them after the few minutes of formality. Ram Das didn't want to escalate this matter as he had already lost 1 hour of his important business day and wanted to salvage whatever was left from the day. For the rest of the customers, this seemed nothing more than a big amusement. Ramdas wasn't much fluttered anyway, as this was occasional, if not a common happening in jewelry shops across the nation. "Okay, miss, let's start by your name." "Chakori." "That's a strange name," he thought, sounding very similar to chori, theft. Parents should be more careful in naming their children, he thought. And his thought meandered to his recently born son's provisional name, Manav, rhyming with Danav, demon. He thought for a while discussing this naming thing with his wife to change his son's name, hoping earnestly that the name had not yet cast its effect on his son so far. After all, Manav was just 6 days old. "So why did you steal from the shop?" Though he knew the redundancy of this question right from the moment words came out of his mouth and the awkwardness of the ensuing silent moment, it was too late now, and the question hung in the air for some time without being answered. More than the unbelievability of the fact that she was being interviewed by such a preposterously dumb officer who asked such questions, she felt it so hard to believe that such dim-wit people existed in the world and hold such important office. She held her breath to refrain from saying anything, lest it would be nothing other than some profanity. The inspector was still looking intently at her face, expecting an answer, and Chakori, having clasped his gaze on her sealed lips, was using this wonderful opportunity to eye a blue crystal tortoise, a beautiful one, and more importantly for her, an expensive one, sitting on the table. Her fingers twitched. She again restrained herself, as the place, or rather the time, was not appropriate. She was feeling handcuffed already, quite like in a jail, and that too when even her interrogation hadn't started. She yearned to break free. Such was her compulsiveness of pilfering things. She was not a shoplifter by choice. Kleptomania came instinctively to her. It was a deep, primeval instinct that lay hidden in the clothes of civility and bubbled with exuberance to come out and manifest at the first opportunity. She asked for a glass of water from the inspector, hoping he would get up for a while to fetch her a glass of water from a water cooler standing in the corridor adjacent to this room. Just enough time for her to showcase her skill, of course, to herself, and later perhaps at a safer time for the inspector to realize as well. To her utter disappointment, he called his orderly without even turning his neck in that direction. Glass of water came, but suddenly she wasn't thirsty anymore. Frustrated, the inspector blurted, "Say, why did you steal from that shop?" He darted a second question, which was as tautological and stupid, if not more, than the first one, and hence again was left with no choice but to hang in the air indefinitely, till it stopped echoing in their ears. Chakori, already assessing the intelligence of the inspector, decided to ignore his presence in the room. That didn't mean she wasn't thinking at all. Her mind was already racing in another direction, the direction of creating an opportunity to pick the blue tortoise. She was certainly not as slow as a tortoise and could not afford to be. She couldn't let this golden opportunity pass by. It was simply against her work ethics. So what if she had failed partly in her first attempt today? Every failure is a stepping stone to success. She believed in living by this motto, and this time a second opportunity had knocked her door sooner than she expected. She was waiting earnestly for the right moment when a sheer stroke of luck, the chance arrived. Some wisecrack had rightly reflected, "God helps those who help themselves." It was around tea time, and the officer called for a cup of tea, and the action gave an idea to Chakori for brewing up a huge possibility. Being unanswered for 2 previous questions, the officer felt a little consternated to pose another question. But duty is a duty, he thought, and shrugged off his reluctance. "Is this your first time?" Now this question was miles from the intelligibility of questions. Still, she politely nodded her head in affirmation. Did he expect her to reply no? She has done it almost 10 times. The very thought made her chuckle in silence. The officer was working so hard to prove his intelligence, or rather his unintelligence. For her, though it was a lucky day, the officer was eager to wind up his work, as he had a birth naming ceremony of his son at his home, Chhati Puja, and his wife had requested him to come early. Additionally, he needed to discuss the already decided name of his newborn son. Tea came, and he, to drink the tea in a haste, spilled it on his pants. An embarrassing situation arose as he ran to the washroom to clean up, holding his crotch. This simultaneously opened up the window of opportunity for Chakori, just the kind of opening she was looking for. While he had gone for cleaning himself up, she waited patiently for him to return. When he returned, he was already running late and completed the complaint filing without even bothering to sit. In the eagerness to wind up the case, he opened a register and noted the details of the theft along with her particulars. Then, in a matter of reprimanding, he rebuked and warned her sternly not to repeat such an offense in the future. Obediently, she shook her head. "You look like a decent, sincere girl to me, with a nice upbringing. So what if you are not intelligent enough to enter a college? You should always work honestly to earn a decent living with your caliber." She rose to leave, his last words echoing in her mind. "Work to earn a decent living with your caliber." She quipped, "What else did he think I am doing so far?" She left the police station with her hands in her side pockets and her arms tightly stuck to her sides as if clutching something underneath her arms. Alas, there wasn't a keen observer here. Bird House. There were many guests on my terrace that morning, and the number of birds could not be dismissed as a small one. These birds appeared from nowhere at the time the sun was rolling over from the other side of the world to this world, as these birds happened to know it first, and all of them, in a unison, started all kinds of songs, as if some invisible force forbade them to sing so far. Surrounded by the concrete jungle, this terrace garden provided respite for both visitors and birds. Keats started Endymion, a poem of mammoth proportions, with "A thing of beauty is a joy forever," and like everyone, I find pain and joy in nothing more than to offer a reprieve to spiritless, jaded city dwellers. This terrace secured an unremitting escape whenever I wished to go to nature, and yet did not have the circumstances conducive to travel. It was like a mini vacation at short notice and a shorter travel by a flight of stairs. It was 6 a.m. and the birds were up for some time now, mostly looking skywards to start their day. They had long distances to cover, and nobody could say where and how far they would fly to find food. But despite all, the infectious gusto in their chirps and tweets was hardly reflective of the uncertainties of the day. They were joyous, ebullient, and flitting, first thing in the morning, unruffling themselves from the slumberous night, and were getting ready to leave for their day, to find food far or near for themselves and their loved ones. Simple animals, simple lives. "Why don't you put up a bird feeder?" asked a fellow friend, as I was acquainting my friends of my bird routine. "Because it would make the birds slothful and work shy," I replied. "As simply put and as true as possible," he said after thinking for a while. "You see, bird is a free animal. If you provide easy food to it, that might become like captivity for them, and after some time, natural instincts of flying wide and high in the open sky becomes a ho-hum and a grievous burden for them. Soon, these would forget how to fly long and high, eventually something for which we love the avian kingdom the most, something which sets them apart from other animals." Of course, the terrace had its shortfalls when expecting birds. One couldn't expect peacocks, regardless one strayed over one evening, or macaws, or tree or any other exotic birds that prefer to stay in their designated geographical and ecological habitats. What my terrace had was an array of small native common birds, the birds that appeared common in appearance and could be seen commonly in nearby gardens. But their sojourn at my terrace was a matter of humble pride for me. In that spring morning, when we were greeted in the garden by a repertoire of bird sounds, I enthusiastically hopped from nest to nest to show these arounds to my curiously tended friends and their curiouser kids. A magnificent terrace garden, homing few common birds, to which I was a proud owner, suddenly didn't seem so common to me. With my exposition, it looked as if I was showing them my trophies gathered over time. All this while, I distractedly kept an eye towards the sky, a much-needed precaution. These nests were mostly of small size and at all unsuitable places. Places as unconceivable as sanitary pipe, and hanging basket or even wedged on a precarious ledge above the window. There were around 20 bird houses on the terrace, all made of teak, which had a better chance of being accepted by birds, but costlier than the ones made of the board or ply. But out of these 20, only a few were occupied, and all others still had, to my discontent, an invisible to-let board hanging from them. But one thing I learned by observing the nesting behavior of these birds was that I could not alter their free will to make their nest, and that too at places of their choice, even if I tried to provide a safer, secure, and stronger place. One curious kid, Bunty, asked me, "Why so many bird houses when there aren't as many birds in them?" For which I had a small but gripping story to tell him, which had drama, suspense, horror, and all the other elements of a thriller. It started some 2 years back. My mornings were mostly consumed on the terrace, which I had named Eden, and I had erected a gazebo made of bamboo, which was neither too small nor too big on the rear side of the Eden. It had a cane sofa set, where I used to spend my mornings for reading, writing, meditation, and most important of all, to wallow in swell and pride for looking at jasmine and plumerias that bloomed proudly. It was the time when I used to hear songs of birds all around me, from neighboring terraces and trees of neighboring houses. The sheer presence of songs and calls was exhilarating, but at the same it offered me the opportunity and challenge to decode the incoherent songs and call of the birds. Fretfully not making much ground, I used to awkwardly nod and skulk. The birds were difficult to see though, while I tried to hone my birding ears. You see, initially, this momentary lapse of not flitting the sound-doer character can be frustrating, especially if the bird didn't show up. All kinds of songs, trills, chirps, alarm calls, tweets, and perhaps a few of these were mating calls or contact calls, which I still was not able to recognize. For the untrained ear as mine, these sounds were incoherent. When a spring sunrise would serve up dozens of different species calling at once, picking out a single voice from the chorus felt hard enough, and trying to name each singer downright overwhelming. Nevertheless, howsoever inept I might have felt in identifying bird sounds, the joy was always aplenty. But over the course of time, with a little practice and patience, and some help from Google for birding by ears, though seemed daunting initially, I was decoding many of their songs and calls, which in turn gave me remarkable insights into the kinds of few birds flitting around me. I noticed one sunbird that was a purple rumpled sunbird, a tiny iridescent blue hopper, who by habit fed exclusively on the nectary, orange ticoma flowers, and was never seen to bother itself for other brightly conspicuous blue morning glory flowers nearby. Such food fads are condoned only in the animal kingdom. Then there were the ubiquitous yet unintimidating pigeons making their presence in a large kit. Though big and beautiful in their own sense, they lost the charm with time because of being pervasive. And of course, the unpleasant crows that had disappeared with the invasion of pigeons in the past few years. The caw-caw is now being systematically replaced by the cooing of pigeons. And who can miss the sparrows, the deemed vanishing bird from our terrace, now being used as a litmus of changing fauna? But these sparrows could be seen in abundance on my terrace. In earlier days, it was occasionally and rarely seen, and this gave me a unique sense of satisfaction of being close to an endangered species. As such, my knowledge was incomplete about endangered birds and animals, and so wouldn't recognize a bird or butterfly, even if it was one of the only last few left in the world that paid a visit to my terrace. Well, the story was not about any of these though. It was about a bird whose calls I heard consistently and clearly, as if coming from close by, on daily basis. On closer look, I could make out that it was the bulbul, red-vented bulbul, with a bold vivacious chirp. Small in size, flitting from branch to branch, preferring the bamboo sticks projecting from the frame of the gazebo to perch. It made its presence regular, 2 times a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. It did not appear to be a casual visitor, coming for nectar or insects or pests on the leaves and soil. or for a shade while passing over. Rather, it looked as if it belonged here, to this garden, sharing the same address as mine. But still, I couldn't locate which part of the garden it nested. In retrospection, I grasped why I couldn't locate the guest was because it didn't want me to. In fact, there were two of them. Obviously, in a pair, as most of the small birds used to be, and they sat in diagonally opposite parts of the garden, trying to communicate and making clever conspiracy calls against me, not to divulge their whereabouts. They were indeed cleverer than their size, and I was pretty baffled by them despite my higher evolutionary rungs. This continued for a few agonizing days before I became restless and inanely curious. To find their nesting, I started watching and orienting myself with their positions closely. I was creating a spatial relationship between their calls to make a good guess. No luck. Then one fine day, when I had given up on it and left my self-esteem in a lurch to make myself believe that perhaps they didn't belong here but rather have a different address, I saw one of these birds, a male, by the look of a dark patch on the throat. It was clutching on a hanging basket, just in front and above my head, making high-pitched calls, perhaps to his partner, to indicate her that the coast is clear. Though exalted, thinking this as a victory to my curious self, my alter ego told me that I have been mercifully shown rather than finding it. Anyway, then started a long journey of trust and the relationship between these birds and a human. Hitherto my presence was considered inimical by these birds. Things were changing rapidly now. Daily they would come and flitter here and there for some time, then clutch on the basket and peck at it. That reminded me that perhaps this particular basket has not been watered for long as it falls slightly being out of the way. They were making a nest of straws and twigs, and the next few days I could see them bringing straw in their beak furiously throughout the day. At times they used to make more than 50 trips in 1 hour. All this while they were checking the safety and intrusion in the basket, and finding it dry for many days in succession, they decided to make this their habitat. The laborious trips filled the spare and vacuous gaps I had in my mornings, and it became part of my routine to watch them prevail. There was some of the same fitness in a man building his own house that was in a bird's building its own nest. It reminded me of a few years back when I too was procuring building materials to build my house. Of course, not in my beak. My procurement was bigger, but these birds were definitely much more effortful. Apart from awe, I developed a reverence for them, for their cleverness and hard work, respect which deepened as I spent more time watching them. Eventually, it was not only me who was showing changes of disposition towards the birds. These small birds too had changed their demeanor, their outlook towards me, from confusing me on a war footing to allowing me to see their nest, and now coming closer to me and chirping at an arm's distance. I had apparently stopped being a threat to them. Whenever I neared them, they didn't flit away, as was the case a few days ago, but now, perhaps accepting me and my dog Newton as a part of the garden, they stayed whenever I tried nearing them, though cautiously turning their neck in all directions. To make them more comfortable in my presence, I stopped paying overt attention to their activities. I tried to remain still, walking and talking less in their presence, as to not intimidate them. In order to enjoy birds, it was necessary to become a part of the silence. So much so that I would put aside my mobile phone whenever I was sharing the terrace with them. After all, they too were the proud, hard-worked owner of this address. Then one day, while they were pecking on the basket, in my opinion, to do detailed work on the nest building, I saw a small beak along with the meek pecking calls of the chick. The chick was craning its neck out to meet its mother's mouth. These calls were continuous and sounded pretty darn pathetic. In fact, there were two of them. It was such a charmingly amusing sight, two chicks fluttering their small tender wings, necking themselves above each other, eagerly making feeding calls to take the fragile worm from their mother. They were vulnerable, slender, and adorable. The mother, while feeding them, was looking distrait, to avoid being noticed, as this was the only time that the chicks were exposed. I became quite centered on this feeding activity and found it quite delightful. I even took a zoom-in snap and used my binoculars to have a closer look, maintaining the respectful distance between the birds and myself. Beyond my understanding of bird behavior, by maintaining my distance from them, the assurance the mother bird had in me increased to another level. She now started coming down to my table and picked up food crumbs from my recent snacking. I marveled that if the things went this way, then perhaps some day soon she would come and pick food from my open palms as it used to happen with some of the not-so-shy birds. But soon I had to learn this bitter lesson that even after coming close enough, she maintained her distance, never coming closer by last few feet. There was a limit, how close she would come near me even if she trusted me, which I thought. Nevertheless, I was fine with her social distancing after the initial few moments of disappointment, and my respect for her grew more. She was neither greedy nor gullible. Boundaries that have been developed over the course of 1,000 years of evolutionary learning from experiences of birds were being strictly observed. Many a day, whenever I strayed on my Eden for basking in the lukewarm winter sun with morbid curiosity, I would crane my neck and guiltily try to peek inside the basket, in the absence of their parents. One particular day that I recall, an eagle flying on much higher rungs of taxonomy and the sky was seen soaring well above 75 meters above me. I wrapped up my curious peeking immediately and cautiously went back to my place. And then I had to leave the town for 2 days for an errand. On coming back, I noticed that the mama and papa birds were there, but the act of feeding was not to be seen. I continued on a look out for a few days and still couldn't see the chicks, which otherwise were keenly sticking their necks out of the nest and making weak sharp calls for their parents, while awaiting them to bring their food. Where had the chicks gone? My heart skipped a few beats. Have they learned flying and went away while I was gone? Two things prevented me from acknowledging this. First, the parent birds were still visible morning and evening doing the same routine and hopping around the hanging basket. And second, more profound, was that how could the chicks learn to fly just like that? All of a sudden, in a day or two, and how the little ones could fly away so unceremoniously. It hurt me badly because all these days, while I observed them diligently, I had hoped to see them in a process of making first vain attempts of flying and struggling to do so. It would have been a comical sight, but these birds denied me my share of entertainment. Their learning to fly could not have been possible without my empirically observing eyes to watch it. Then what? Suddenly the eagle, which was hovering that day, flashed before my eyes. With the eagle eyes, it could have seen me observing something conspicuously and keenly that afternoon. It would have deductively guessed about the existence of a nest. As a result, in my absence, swooped down and clasped its lunch unceremoniously. Oh my God, what have I done? How can I be so careless and mindless of my doings? Why did this have to happen with me becoming the instrument? Will I be able to come out of this abject self-reproach soon? It was hard and incessant 1 month's labor for these two innocent birds, and now that they had started trusting me, will they ever come to know who took away their babies? And even if they would, by the smell of some instinctual basis, will they ever be able to find out who was the real culprit behind this misdoing? Perhaps that's why they were still coming over to the terrace near me, making calls to reveal to me the story of grief and tragedy. They were trying to extract some sympathy from me by trying to tell me about their loss, to me, who himself was perchance the culprit for them. Will I be able to face them, or be able to hear and enjoy their trills now laden with grief? I was drowned in abysmal grief. It was too burdensome for me. Will I ever come out of this? It would take me a lifetime to forgive myself. One morning, after a few days, while I sat on the terrace in remorse, having my cup of tea, shying away from the birds which I had named Bulbul and Chulbul, I heard loud chirping and identified the sounds as coming from bulbuls, from more than 2 sources. Maybe more of their kind have hopped in to my terrace. And then what I saw I could not take out of my mind my entire life. The sight was so remarkably exhilarating and breathtaking. 6 red-vented bulbuls, All were perched together on the panel of bamboo on the front wall of the gazebo facing me, and their calls appeared to be addressing me. They appeared one happy family. If ever in my life I felt a need to learn a foreign language, which I didn't even during my many foreign trips, it was this moment. I frantically wanted to understand what they said in unison to me. All I heard was some peculiar song which was sounding something like chickadee chickadee. Apart from Bulbul and Julbul, two were perhaps their kids, who had quite grown in these few days to have an adult-like plumage, yet smaller in size, like their parents, and two more Bulbuls who were the size of the kids. All in all, there were 3 pairs. Not only was I immediately lifted from my remorseful gloom, but I also found myself repeating chickadee chickadee with my tongue and palate without knowing the meaning. Apparently, they were saying thank you to me for sharing my address with them, in a tone which couldn't have been sweeter for my ears. Or it could be that they wanted to take my permission to move out to some other place with their newly augmented family. However, I was all eager to offer my terrace for a few more of their nest if the case be. The pleasure of sharing my address with them was all mine. I didn't know what they were trying to convey, but whatever it was, it appeared as the sweetest song to my ears and to my soul. Then, while I sat there watching them intently, they finished what they wanted to say and fluttered away together, leaving me behind poignantly saddened. To my sheer surprise next morning, I saw all of them back to my terrace, hopping in and out of the basket nest. Maybe it was too small for them now. They needed at least a 3-bedroom nest. That afternoon, I went to the local kitchen garden store and bought 5 sturdy birdhouses and mounted in different places on the terrace. To my dismay, none of the bulbuls occupied any of these birdhouses. Maybe the birdhouses were too colorful or too unnatural for them to inhabit. Or it could be some kind of reverse phenomena as brood parasitism. The cartoon image of birdhouses in our mind are too discordant to what birds build and live in. These birdhouses stayed unoccupied for a long time, but something strange happened next autumn. At least 3 or 4 more pair of birds came from somewhere and added their name to my nameplate. One of them was a sparrow and another was common manna. One particular bird I could not find in any of the bird dictionary. It was small, kept on humming over the flowers and could fly backward as well as forwards in the air. I came back from my reverie and asked this to the bunch of small kids listening intently to my tale. Bunty blurted, "Hummingbird." I smiled and said, "I was just checking whether you were paying attention." Dream of scent. The day seemed to drag beyond his comprehension, as if refusing to end. His body was too fagged and his mind even wearier. He crossed the road in a dangerous manner and jumped on the footpath. Along the pavement lay an assortment of buildings that stood like matchboxes stacked against each other. Somehow he felt these buildings were too high and too narrow, making them perilous to fall upon him. His weary mind hunkered even lower. Though he wasn't in a hurry to reach home, he didn't prefer to squander his time on the road either. The road was raucously loud, and the air was sickening with a blend of diesel and stench of drainage flowing beneath the footpath. Ram was from the foothills of Almora. He had come a long way for a job, far from mountain freshness. When he couldn't bear the smell any longer, he took out his handkerchief and covered his nose. The more he tried to divert his mind from this stink, the more obsessed he became for the stench. To add to his olfactory misery, a whiff of cheap cologne from a man who just walked past him entered his nose. He felt a pressing need to breathe some fresh air. He recalled he had similar strange sensations and feelings last year, just before he had an epileptic fit. His doctor diagnosed it as a complex partial seizure. He was told that this particular type of seizure was characterized by pre-convulsive phase of aura, during which sensations became bizarrely augmented and perceptions became distorted. He needed to sit someplace urgently to relax. Just by sheer chance, he saw the entrance of the Central Park next to him. He thought it to be more of divine intervention rather than sheer coincidence. Ram Murak saw his watch. He could spend some time in this park. He decided in a moment and veered towards the park. It was around 7 in the evening and the sun was struggling to set in the horizon, even after having done it daily for eons. Soon the sun would gather all its color of dusky twilight, he thought, from the face of the earth and gently conceal them behind the horizon to reappear in some other part of the world as the dawn. As it came across him that while setting the sun had some kind of haste of astral magnitude. Thus it spilled few of its gleamed colors, which now smudged the erstwhile blue sky, making a color right, just before the night, turning it into pitch-dark canvas. Such glitziness, he thought. Too fixated on the sun's glitziness, he himself almost missed a step on the stairs of the park that brought him back from his reverie. He realized what dreadful feelings he was having for the last few minutes. He had felt 3 or 4 similar episodes of getting lost in a trance for a few moments since he had left the office, but none was of such duration or intensity as the current one. Every time he had to make a volitional effort to bring him back from his trance. Stumbling on steps served this purpose, unintentionally this time. Ram was a regular visitor of this park, taking refuge mostly in the evenings. Whenever he thought he was too strung up or perturbed to go home or needed to unwind a little, he made this park his asylum. Most of the days he just sat and watched the myriad conjectures of this park. It was rush hour and most of the neighborhood sought this park for diverse purposes. He settled on the first vacant bench he saw. Luckily, it was near the fountain. He felt the mist falling on his face and felt the air to be fresh enough. He drew breaths as deep as he could, deeper than his usual, which was quite noticeable for the passers-by to turn their head and look at him in bewilderment. A young couple was walking their baby in a stroller, a dog yanking on his leash and trying its might to prod the flower beds, perhaps to smell something familiar, like a dog pee. He could hear a child crying somewhere near, but out of sight. Ram pitied the parents of this baby, reminiscent of his own time when his son was an infant. For some obscure reason, his long-forsaken memories were flooding in since he left the office for the day. He could not resist closing off his eyes and resting his head against the bench. Again a whiff of same cheap cologne entered his nostrils. He opened his eyes and saw a man walking past him. The smell perhaps came from him. He did not dislike the floral fragrance particularly, but its cheapness irked him. But why was he fixated on this particular smell today? Was beyond his comprehension. Maybe he is having another episode of pre-convulsive aura. He saw a couple of ladies dressed too inappropriately for an evening walk and too busy bragging about themselves. A man in a green hoodie, around 30 years old, came from the opposite side. The man shuffled his pace as he neared the 2 damsels and stumbled on a tile, protruding slightly from the track. As a result, he almost fell on one of the ladies. In a flash, he recovered and said sorry and started walking away. It took a few moments before she realized her necklace had been snatched. She became intensely obtuse, unable to utter a sound. Her companion, though, assessed the situation quickly and screamed on top of her voice, looking at nearby people for help, especially Ram, who was closest to them and watching this. More out of instinct than chivalry, he jumped from his bench and raced after the chain snatcher. He was a good 25 meters behind the snatcher and hoped to intercept him before the park's end. 2 people running on their top speeds didn't quite seem an oddity for people in the park, so no one tried to stop them. Just before the turnstile entrance gate, the snatcher flinched and was befuddled whether to jump over the turnstile or swivel across it. Taking advantage of the hesitance, Ram hurled himself on the snatcher, and together they fell on the ground as one mangled heap of legs and arms. One arm went into one pocket and flashed a knife, which looked ominous. Too ominous for this setting of a quaint evening in a park. Ram, sensing danger, tried to extricate himself from this heap, but couldn't. The arm with the blade, the only free limb amongst two pairs, flashed at Ram's face. Just in the nick of time, he retracted his head with a jerk before the knife could scorch his face. Ram's head hit the shoulder of the man sitting on the bench alongside, who got a little startled by this sudden attack of the head. He took his eyes off his mobile and looked at Ram, flustered. Sorry was perhaps the right word for Ram to say. Instead, with eyes half closed as if feeling heavy with sleep, he muttered, What happened? Now, more baffled than ever, the man with mobile raised his eyes and said nothing, and once again drowned himself in his mobile. He was too grossly engaged in his mobile to care for head hitting, grasping, and a puzzling man sitting next to him. Ram's droopy eyes closed again, and he picked up his dream from where he left. He was lying on the ground face down. Faces were gathered over him. One of them was a policeman, a somewhat familiar-looking man with earphones dangling around his ears, was kneeling beside him, giving him chest thumps and occasionally blowing in his mouth. He wanted to stop him, shout at him, tell everyone around about the chain snatching, but the voice never came out of his throat. He saw blood spilled all over the place and simultaneously felt excruciating pain over his abdomen. The policeman was furiously writing something on his pad. Amongst the crowd beside him, he noticed a couple of women, who too seemed vaguely familiar. He instinctively noticed neckline of one of them and found it to be blank. Ram once again went blank after this. With a startle, he woke up. It took Ram a while and a few breaths to come back to reality. He realized he never left the bench all this while. But where and when did he lose contact with reality? Was he even sitting in the park? Or was it just his weary mind that was dreaming? He was in a state of mind where dream and reality intersect at an imperceptible intersection, compounded further by his state of aura. He was sure he saw a chain snatching, and he heard the shrieks afterward. But did he run after the thief? He suddenly put his hand across his face for any blood or injury. He felt something moist and warm on his face. He brought his trembling hand in front of his eyes. It wasn't red. It was only sweat. He sighed with a relief. He discovered he was soaked in sweat. Did he run too hard? Why? When? But then all this sweat could very well have been because of his dreadful dream. He again focused hard to remember where exactly his dream merged with reality. He felt as if he had lived this moment before, déjà vu being an integral part of aura, as the doctor told him. Many times. It was just like a person standing between two mirrors, with his uncountable reflection getting distant and fade with every successive cast, like a fainting echo of the hill. He drowned in his suspicions and fears. Ram tried, but could not count how many times he had lived this moment. Though he was not sure of the moment ever happening, yet he was sure of this moment's reflection. Ram got confused, shook his head, and again tried thinking right from the beginning. He was sure that there were two women and there was a man in hoodie approaching them. And then the chase and the knife. Yes, he was clear now. Chain snatching had happened. Did he run after the thief, or was it this all in his mind? There was an element of doubt in his mind, so he looked at his neighbor for more clues. He asked him, Did any chain snatching happen here just now? The man was engrossed in his mobile and wrenched his eyes from it, bemused, and stared at Ram. Ram even pinched himself and winced, thus baffling the man, who now seriously thought about leaving the bench. He looked around and couldn't see a vacant bench, and was compelled to sit there beside this eccentric, self-pinching and head-hitting man. Ram ignored those baffling looks and thought it would be prudent to ask him again, Did you see any chain snatching here a few minutes ago? Though while speaking minutes, he wasn't sure about the time frame. Still, any answer would clear his confusion. The man with the mobile saw Ram carefully. Sitting beside an outlandish man on a park bench is one thing, but starting conversation with him required a different level of fortitude. His tenacity was leaving him fast. Unanswered for his question, Ram again asked him, Did I run after the chain snatcher? This was the last straw for the man in the tracksuit. He couldn't take this any longer. Infuriated, he rose in despair, saw indignantly at Ram, and just wandered off, mumbling something conspicuously profane. Ram waited for a moment, just precisely in length after his friend left, before he rose. He didn't want to give the man an impression that he was being followed. If he noticed that Ram was following him, then it would have given him the heebie-jeebies. Ram rose and looked around, but suddenly felt woozy and slumped back. He couldn't open his eyes, as it seemed his eyelids were too heavy. After a few deep breaths, he felt okay and tried to stand up again. This time, he could find himself standing next to a person wearing a tracksuit and oversized headphones attached to his mobile phone. The man with the mobile was holding him by his arm to prevent him from falling. Ram looked around him and found himself standing at the entrance of the park. His briefcase was lying on the ground beside him. "Are you okay?" asked the man with the headphones, rather loudly while picking up the briefcase. Ram felt the creeps and found it quite weird. He was sitting on the bench just a while ago, and now here he was standing at the park's entrance, talking to a stranger whom he thought have met before. He was sure he looked familiar to him. Ram became flabbergasted and couldn't answer back. He kept staring at the man with the mobile. They were interrupted by two women entering the park, gabbling incessantly, hardly caring to look around. He noticed one of the ladies was wearing a neckpiece, too loud for an evening stroll. It appeared as if Ram had seen this woman and her necklace elsewhere. But where or when? He couldn't recall. Why did this appear to be familiar, even if vague and indistinct? What was the reason behind this flashback? Who was this lady? Ram took his briefcase and thanked the man with mobile. He felt the park to be too noisy. In utter confusion, he thought maybe he had just entered the park. He looked at his watch. It was 7:02 p.m. He took a deep breath and ambled down the trail before he recovered a bit. The path was lined with flower beds on either side. It was nearing the end of February and the springtime in India. The outrageous undressing of plants and trees by autumn in the last few weeks was being covered by the spring now. And so had the flower beds started blooming up again, throwing their delightful fragrances and colors. And so had the flower beds started blooming up again, throwing their delightful fragrances and colors. Roses, alyssum, stocks were all over. They all had intoxicated the atmosphere. One particular nature lover was kneeling beside the flower bed to breathe in his nose full of roses. Ram overlooked him and had to overleap him to prevent himself from falling over. He suddenly felt a momentary lapse in his consciousness and looked all around to gather his bearings once again. The setting sun was hastily collecting and erasing all its colors, reckless enough to leave few dabs of orange and purple on the far end of its horizon. It seemed the sun couldn't reach that far to reclaim them and choose to leave them on their own, especially with night pressing urgently over the sun to leave the arena. It quizzed him for a moment as to why he was standing in a park when he was supposed to be at home this time. Perhaps his aura was deepening, causing him temporary loss of short-term memory. After walking for a few seconds, he found himself a nice cozy bench surrounded by the bushes, close to the only fountain in the park. He thought these were enough reasons to settle down here. Simultaneously, a man in a yellow tracksuit selected the same bench for the same reasons and quickly nestled on it. The yellow tracksuit did not spare even a moment in looking around and immediately got busy with his mobile. Ram wondered if that man even noticed him sitting there already. Ram had to shuffle himself a little to his left to make a place for the gentleman. Otherwise, this man could have landed on Ram's lap. He looked at him only for a fraction of a second and noticed the nerdy-looking man of approximately 20 wearing a good quality tracksuit and a colorful pair of sneakers, colorful enough to give a stiff competition to the colors of flowers there. Ram mused, why do people come to the park, wearing tracksuit and sneakers, if all they had to do was drown themselves in their mobile phones? The cool spring air was heavy with the aroma from flower beds, the freshness of newly sprouted leaves, and the smell of freshly trodden grass seemingly bursting from all over the ground. All these had spent the last few weeks in hibernation, and the joy of spring was evident in them. All these created a tranquil ambience for him to close his eyes and doze off. In that phantasmagorical state of mind, he saw a necklace being pulled by a snatcher and him giving a chase to catch the thief. He almost caught hold of the thief after a good chase, but was flashed a knife upon. He saw himself resisting with all his might to hold the assailant's arm and prevent that knife slashing across his face. The visual was disturbing enough, even for a dream, and he quivered. On an impulse, he shook his head, which hit his neighbor's shoulder, startling him up. Ram started walking. Perhaps this was the only way he could get out of this inextricable labyrinth of time. With every step he took in the park, he started coming back to the park, to the present. The walking trail in the park was built roughly in a shape of 2 eights tied at their waist. It was covered on both sides by trees and foliage, to an extent that any walking person could not see ahead of the path after a few meters. The track was wide enough, so did not pose much of problem while walking. He took 5 or 6 rounds of this walking track, initially ambling and later on picking up the pace. He was walking at a pace good enough to catch up with a man walking well 20 meters ahead. The man was wearing a green hoodie, looked jumpy by this way of constantly turning head and with his edgy walk. Brooding morbidly, Ram thought of this walkway as an allegory of life. He began to build up similarities in his weary mind, some absurd, some bizarre. Life where a man could not foresee his future, unaware of what lay at the bend, as well leaving behind the treaded path as new one unfolded in front. He further pondered that the waste of 2 eighths of the track is akin to the juncture in life where reality mixes with dream, and it's difficult to fathom which path one was walking. Such was his state of mind. Suddenly he smelt a whisper of cologne, the one he despised a lot, not because he disliked it, but it appeared to be a low-cost brand, cheap enough for him to be able to buy even in his college days, when he was barely making ends meet. But why was he transfixed on this particular smell today? While walking on the next bend, he saw 2 women walking together, 2 overly dressed for an evening walk. Walking a few paces behind them was a man in a green hoodie. After a few rounds, he felt exhausted and sat down on the same bench. The man with the mobile didn't even bother to look up while he sat. Ram wondered if this man would even notice if murder would take place here in front of him. He looked at his watch and found it's just 7:10 p.m. Quite drained, physically and emotionally, he dozed off as soon as he settled on the bench and went into a lucid phase. His mind was too agitated and body too edgy. He felt nauseous and allowed himself to fall back limply on the bench's back. Even after this, he didn't feel well. Suddenly he saw his left hand flickering and flashes of bright light in front of his eyes. The sounds of the surrounding became too deafening. That cheap cologne hit him again, triggering all his senses into a frenzy. Immediately after this, he lost contact with the surroundings and fell on the ground, convulsing. While falling, he wondered if his neighbor had noticed his fall and felt precarious. Lying on the ground with his half-open eyes, he noticed a few people circled him. There was a beautiful woman wearing a heavy dress with a loud necklace, calling him pretentiously. He drew a sigh of relief and closed his eyes once more. Even after sleeping good 7 hours, his restless mind could not be reined. It went berserk, borne on his overexcited senses and thoughts. He was writhing and gasping. Someone nudged his shoulder, as if trying to wake him up. Suddenly felt a jolt. It seemed as if someone was trying to push him over the bench. He heard a distant voice, first faint, then loud enough to cause him to wake up startled. His wife was standing over him, shaking him up vigorously. As soon he opened his eyes, the shaking and yelling stopped. His wife was smirking. "Don't you have office today?" He looked at her lovely face, and his eyes stopped at a beautiful necklace in her neck. He had gifted this to her on their anniversary yesterday. He recalled how he almost lost this necklace soon after buying when he left it on the restaurant table, and the waiter wearing a green hoodie came running after him to return it. He felt immensely obliged and tried to reward him, but he declined. He smiled lovingly at his wife and caressed the necklace she was wearing. His wife was busy with a course, so she brushed him aside and walked away. Before leaving the room, she felt something with her feet beside the bed. She bent down to pick up the headphone that was lying on the floor and kept it on the table near his mobile phone. Blue Monday. Gazing at the rapidly changing scenery from the window, listening to Ghulam Ali ghazals, having a bag full of banana wafers all by myself, I marveled at the delicious taste. I was completely lost in enjoying each wafer and occasionally licked my fingers to not waste any of its flavorful crumbs. In that divine moment, I heard the voice of my friend, and it appeared to come from far off, when in reality he was sitting just beside me driving. "What are you thinking?" "What? What? Come on, what? Oh, I completely fell from the pinnacle of my ecstasy. I wasn't prepared for an honest answer. I was hardly thinking anything for the past few minutes except gorging the wafers. In fact, this took me by surprise and therefore was almost on the verge of adding one more what to the string of what, when it reflected upon me that I was expected to be thinking about something profound, then lost in eating. He paused for a few seconds and came again with a different question, a tautological expression of the previous one. "So, what do you think?" This time I was more prepared. "About what?" "Sighting of tiger." "Well, I think with me along your side, you have a meager chance." "Why? What makes you think so? Two kings can't stay in a jungle together? This is an old trick. Try better." "Oh no, not that." Feeling a little proud, though, for this patronizing statement. I think I have something against the tiger sighting. Rather, tigers generally do not find me worthwhile. "Just because you don't wash yourself that often, which makes you stinky?" he said teasingly. Now, this was a kind of accusation that leaves you at your wits' end. You could not agree or disagree, as it would be accepting that I am stinky. Still, I said, "Tigers never wash themselves." It was a pretty lame way of fudging the situation, which was tried and tested. In this last afternoon of the year, we were heading towards Sariska Palace, Rajasthan, better known for its tiger sanctuary, for our New Year's celebration. Ravi, a close friend of mine, was on the steering wheel, equally hopeful to see the tiger this time. This must be my fifth or maybe sixth attempt to see a free in the wild tiger at the safari, and every single time I had been utterly unsuccessful. Chasing pug marks tirelessly, lurking behind trees, patiently near ponds, sitting hushed up for hours in the discomfort of the jeep and straining my ears to the limit of ringing for any remote animal calls, I had done it all. This also involved seeing tiger poo, listening to birds shrieking, enduring irksome and boisterous rangers' tales without strangling him, and even offering some money as an incentive to the park ranger. But as my luck would have it, I couldn't shrug off my virginity in this matter. So much was the self-belief of not being able to see a tiger that now I started to feel pretty safe and confident in jungles, jumping off the jeep and walking freely, assuming myself as a tiger-proof. After checking in, we had our lunch at the restaurant and went off to our room for some snug siesta. We woke up around 7 p.m. and after a brief unpacking, mostly vodka and assorted items, we settled in balcony lounge chairs for a relaxed evening. Just to give a brief description of Ravi, he was a sales broker in a firm dealing with real estate. Evening parties and drinking were common. Besides, with the kind of recession in the market of property followed by demonetization in the last couple of years, he drank regularly, more to unwind from target-related stress than to socialize. As a result, he became close enough to be deemed as a booze hound, and most of the associated vices. He was finding it hard to overcome the addiction and therefore took this as an opportunity today make an announcement. "You know what? After today, I will not touch even a drop for a year or maybe forever, if God permits." I was quite surprised, rather more by the abruptness of it. "Of course, you don't need to touch to drink it. I blurted cheekily. No, I am damn serious this time. Jokes apart. Seriously? Like you were last year and last to that and so on? No, this time I mean it. Suppressing my urge to throw another pithy comment, I said rather encouragingly, "Oh, that's great. Really heartening. You needed this badly," I said, looking at his beer belly. What can be wrong in a man sincerely avowing to abstain, even if it means for one day or 1 year or for lifetime or any period of time in between? I wanted to spur him up a little more to make him more resolute, but I knew there was a thin line between inciting him and getting him discouraged. Before I could open my mouth to say anything, he said, "Yea, I have been thinking to do so for a long time, and today, sitting here on New Year's Eve with my closest friend, I think I will spare nothing to enjoy for one last time before I say a sweet goodbye to drinking." Though I was bewildered by the logic, yet it was aiming for a very noble cause, and I reaffirmed his sentiments. And what an evening it turned out to be! Freezing cold December breeze, and the serenity of our balcony, hanging over the backyard of the palace, which was being used as a resort, was just the place to be in. It was quite silent and unruffled, except for occasional distant howl or a close shrill cry of a lapwing. We both drank to our full caliber, neither counting nor bothering for the number of pegs. Before long, we were quite sozzled. Here we were, two happy souls in the world, soused sitting in our hotel balcony, raising toast after toast in celebration of our own, oblivious of a party going downstairs in the lawn. Sooner than we thought, we got ourselves 3/4 drunk. When it came down to the last ounce in the bottle, I gladly poured it in Ravi's glass, as an offering for his woe, hoping sincerely that this to be his last one for a long time. Having already decided to skip dinner and retire to our beds to usher in the new year in our sleep, we both bade each other good night. Sleep didn't take long, though, to come by, as we just passed out even before our heads touched the pillow, and soon the room was lulled except resounding of heavy snores. I dreamt of myself being surrounded by a pride of lion, and breathing heavily from fear and panic, looking all around for my friend, expecting him to help me out. From a distance I heard him calling my name, first slowly, then loudly, and then some name-calling. I was looking all around for him, but couldn't see him. Then he swore very loud, and I woke up startled, drenched in sweat, on a December night. I looked around, and there were no loins for sure, but it took me a while to come back to reality. However, the name-calling continued, and I figured it came from close quarters. Rewind a few hours. At around 2 past midnight, my dear drunk friend felt some uneasiness in the gut and went to the washroom to throw up, which he did and sat on the edge of the bathtub. Again he felt like puking, got up and relieved himself, and again sat on the edge of the bathtub. This happened for a few times before he was relieved of all the contents of his tumultuous stomach and uneasiness. This repeated throwing up drained him, and with mind still dizzy from booze, he passed out on the floor. Needless to say, it was December's last night at Sariska Palace, where night temperatures dropped to sub-zero. Being a 4-star property with extensive use of marble on flooring, lying on floor could be devastating. Wearing only boxers and whist, he lay on the floor on his back for some time, got up briefly after a while, but was either too comfortable on floor or too woozy to get up, and preferred to lie wherever the heck he was. In the morning, he opened his eyes to find plastic curtains hanging over his face, when he expected to be lying on the bed under a warm quilt. He was feeling stiff, dismayed, disappointed, and a little amused, trying to re-stitch memories from the last night. He tried to stand, but failed pathetically. All in all, he was a heap of stiff back, accompanied hangover, and a throbbing head. He called out for me a few times before swearing in loudly. That was when my nightmare broke and I came around. I jumped out of bed immediately, sensing some mishap, and went to the washroom, feeling quite groggy myself because of last night's pinch, and found my friend writhing like a run-over dog in a deep agonizing on the floor of the bathroom. He was lying with his legs spread wide and hands bolstering the back, which looked kind of funny to me. I chuckled.
The first thing I thought was that he might have slipped and hurt himself, but how badly? I was to know. What's up? Ah! What happened? Say something. Oh, my back. Is it broken? Did you fall? Slipped? He just sore. All his ahs and oohs were sounding very comical, and I couldn't help but snicker. He scowled disdainfully at me and with much difficulty uttered, "Give me your hand." With my help, and it was not a modest one, we managed to get him up and put him to the bed. He seemed too heavy for his build, perhaps due to all the on the rocks of last night. He sat on the edge of the bed while I tidied up the bed and made space for him to slump back, which he did immediately and emitted a loud cry. Initially, I was under the impression that he might have slipped and fallen on the floor, getting a severe blow on the head. But after lying on the bed and taking 2 deep breaths, of course with grunts and groans, he spoke with cautious meekness. He spoke somberly for a good 5 minutes and listened to his misadventures in the bathroom with amusing awe, as narrated before. From the broken, incomprehensible account of my buddy, I gathered it to be a rather active night for him. Still, we both were clueless about the reason for his stiff back. We settled on the reason that he had been lying on the cold marble floor for a good 4 hours, and the cold floor might have made his back stiff. That was one of the moments when one had mixed emotions, sympathy, solicitude, being a doctor, and resentment, as we had planned for our jungle safari after breakfast. During next couple of hours, forcing myself to forget my foggy head, I presented my humble self to his service, even missing my morning cup of tea and even forgot tigers for a while. I was simply focusing on doing the best I can do for his back at this resort with limited medical supplies. I called room service for a hot water bottle and combed through my medical kit to find a muscle relaxant and painkiller. I was a man on mission. After trying all the resources I had in my hand for a good 1 hour, I found him mildly relieved. So much so, he was able to twist and turn on bed, though still with pain. We ordered breakfast in the room itself. "How's your back?" I asked with immense anticipation. "Hum." "What do you mean, hum?" "You find all this amusing, isn't it?" "Of course. What else is there in this? Shall we have a formal grief session? Let's laugh it out." "I can't even laugh. It hurts." "What will you tell back home to your wife as what happened to your back?" "I fell while climbing a rock." He looked deeply at me so that this lie would register with me as well. "And how will you explain the entire episode?" "I was drunk." We both laughed. I guffawed and he cautled due to pain, but we both laughed our hearts out. "Will you be able to come for the safari?" "I don't think so." "Come on, you seem pretty okay to me now." "You have no idea of the pain I am going through." Still, the breakfast came and was eaten silently. The coffee made us little less bleary, and we were able to think more clearly. He figured he could still make for the safari after one more dose of Lexon, and rubbing the pain relief ointment once more over his back. In my eagerness to go, I helped him pick his clothes for changing and even tied his shoelaces. I really felt appreciative of his collegiality and unflinching stoicism for agreeing upon the safari. As we were already late for the first shift of safari, we had another 2 hours at our hands before the second shift, a time which I gladly agreed to wait upon to give him more time to recuperate. Around noon, we were escorted in a jeep to the park entrance, where after buying tickets, we were let in and got introduced to our guide, Murli. We were shown to a bolero jeep with 2 other fellow tourists. We were given indemnity forms to fill up, which we gladly signed. It stated that if a tiger were to eat or maul us, the park authorities wouldn't be responsible. And I liked this. As for me, in a situation where we end up inside the tiger, I would at least get to see it from close. And as I mentioned earlier, after doing countless safaris in futility, I would rather die than to return home this time without seeing a tiger. And what better way to die than at the hands of a mauling tiger itself? I bolstered up a pillow on a seat for my friend. The guide was a local who spoke slowly and in broken English with a limited vocabulary. He was to take us to an area 15 minutes from the park entrance, one amongst the core of the jungle. The previous jeep reported a sighting of a tiger there, just a couple of hours back. Barely a few yards inside, I started feeling the airiness of the jungle. It occurred to me that the word jungle is less about a place and more about the feeling. Around here were more noises than our ears could separate. From every direction came the hums and noises of insects, the chirps of birds, and the calls of monkeys. For all its serenity, there was perhaps more danger in its green depths behind the trees. I could count each and every jerk and bump we had by the constant cringes and squinches of my friend. It was going to be a musical ride for him for sure, with a back like a broken guitar. After taking us on different tracks, making us see a few bug marks, and hushing us up a few times, the guide appeared to be playing his role. The anticipation was building up when he brought us to an open area of the size of a football field. The driver killed the engine. We all sat in utter silence, quite gagged up by the eagerness of something happening. But it turned out that this time it was a false call of the monkeys. By this time, I was so frantic and desperate, as if the ultimate aim of my life is to see a tiger in the woods, and barring which I would trivialize all my other earthly possessions and virtues, as if my life hangs on it. I felt restless, especially after being spurred by the bug marks shown by the guide. As soon as he turned the ignition back on, we heard a fluttering of birds and squeaking of monkeys, very clear and from the right side of our jeep. Holding our breath and straining our eyes and ears, we looked all around for any movement among the trees. Just then our guide pointed towards our far right, behind a grove of 4 or 5 big-sized trees and an area of dusty coppice. We saw not one, but 2 ferocious tigers splayed elegantly and looking at our direction. They were lordly stripped of tawny color. Here the tigers did not care about us, and didn't avert their gaze or look disgruntled at our presence. It was a moment that deserved capturing in a big way, and we all started clicking. Our guide again turned his jeep on, and without much pressing on the gas, he started rolling slowly and gently towards the tigers, so as to reduce the gap. He stopped when we were around 30 meters from them. Presumably, that was a safe distance, not only for us, but for the wild animal. Getting too close might alarm them. Even from a good 30 meters, it was a gorgeous sight. One of these, the closer one, was staring us as earnestly as we were watching it. A thought just crossed my mind. If the tiger decided to give us a little more dose of adventure and dashed towards us, making us run for our dear lives, perhaps my friend, with his bow back, who presently find himself walking too hard, would fail to run and offer himself as a sumptuous meal for these tigers and their family. I smiled at the thought of it. "What are you smiling for?" He got a little conscious of my wry smile. "Nothing. You and your internal jokes," he said, nettled. I preferred not to share this one, though I whispered it to my guide, and he giggled too. We made videos, slow-mos, and clicked several pictures, including selfies with tigers in the backdrop, capturing the moment as far as possible. After a while, we were seated up to our brink and our excitement started fading, which our guide quickly sensed and turned on the engine. This time with a little more rev, and went closer by a few more meters before turning away and trailing off into the jungle again. That evening we returned to our resort very content. "How's your pain now?" I asked my friend once inside the hotel room. "It's better, and besides I'm happy," he said, beaming. Yay, what a sight it was! I will never be able to take those visuals out of my mind. "What were you whispering the guide there?" "Mum, nothing." So this brought us to a very tenable reason to celebrate, and what could be a more appropriate time than to open up a bottle of 18-year-old single malt? I ordered some soda and looked at my friend askance. He turned away his eyes in disgust. A promise was a promise. I understood his resolution. "Never mind. I'm in a celebratory mood, and will celebrate for both of us, and will help myself," I chuckled. Now he looked at me beseechingly. I ignored. "Never mind. I will not ask you to join, as I respect your resolution, and will help you carry on with it." Soda came, and I made myself a large one. I was feeling sorry for him, the way he was looking at my glass lusciously. A friend in need is a friend indeed. So not to tempt him any more, I picked up the glass and turned my back to him. You could feel the edginess in the air. Anyways, I could not enjoy the drinks alone. I have heard that a couple of vodka drinks can ease the pain, he asked wearily. The ball was in my court, and it seemed there was a whole lot on stake for my answer. I asked, on the rocks or with soda? Hesitantly, he replied, neat. The second innings. Dhruv looked out of his window longingly, with an inestimably restless heart and an aching hand. The cannula had been in his vein for 2 days now, and the brutal medicines have done quite like thrombophlebitis, causing sharp jabs of pain to him. The window above his head offered no view, yet he could hear his friends playing cricket outside, sharing friendly banters and screaming in excitement. Heretofore, he was always part of this boisterous playing group nicknamed Little Devils, but today he could get a faraway feeling of the game coming through and dampened by the glass pane. His drip was the only thing that tied his body to the bed. Otherwise, his mind was all there in the park. He could identify each voice. Run, run, one more run, he could hear Sunny holler at Vicky. He could visualize chubby Vicky breaking a sweat to run for the second run, cursing Sunny under his breath. Dhruv could feel the excitement of the game seizing him. Lying on his bed, he was getting edgy now. If it weren't for the nurse sitting on a stool nearby, he would have by now pulled out his cannula and rushed downstairs. This was the second time in last week that he was tied to the bed in this fashion. He hadn't quite understood so far what's wrong with him. Just to correlate, he recalled the other evening, around 15 days back, when he collapsed while playing. He was rushed to the nearby hospital, where he was kept overnight under precautionary measures. But it all changed after that. The faces of his parents were drawn long and their words laconic since then. While talking, they both avoided eye contact with him. His mom's eyes were quite boggy the next morning. Perhaps she did not get enough sleep at night sitting in the hospital. And then it all started. The string of frequent hospital visits, all kinds of medical examinations and scans. At the age of 6, Dhruv had seen it all. His fear and anxiety related to hospital visits, which otherwise a 6-year-old would have, was gone by now. He couldn't make out much of what was wrong, as his parents would abruptly stop discussing on sensing his presence. The long-winded talks during exposition by his parents, however, revealed that he had some serious medical condition. Dhruv did not understand the gravity of the seriousness, as none of his parents cried in front of him, so far. He was a walking encyclopedia of the Indian cricket as well as foreign teams, both past and present. However, it was not enough to know the meaning of leukemia or even blood cancer as spoken in common parlance. His father Nitin, being a doctor, a clinical ophthalmologist, opted for domiciliary chemotherapy. It was convenient for all. For Dhruv, leukemia meant something like typhoid or similar kind of solemn illness other than the common cold, which would be elevated after a few shots of the medicine. This was the impression created systematically for Dhruv's understanding by his parents and the treating doctor. However, he guessed something more sinister was underneath. But for now, that was what told to him, nothing less. In the first place, he couldn't understand the dilemma with something called WBCs being increased in his blood, something he overheard his father talking to his brother one day on the phone. Though he felt quite okay health-wise, feeling slightly breathless occasionally, and that too eased after stopping to play for only a couple of minutes. The reason, which was beyond his grasp, was that he was told to stay at home for at least 15 days. Rather than being grounded wistfully, he felt a surge of hopeful effervescence, carrying happily the splitter of suspicion with him, and had a respite from the humdrum of school. He saw the tree that stood outside his window. The gulmohar was standing in its autumn nakedness, devoid of any leaves, starting to show up orangish-red tufts splattered on a few branches. The same time when the World Cup would be at its peak. But for now, the February fog caused the outline of the tree to be hazy, which was pressing hard on the closed window pane. Thinking of cricket made him feel excited. It always did. In a couple of days, the World Cup was to commence, and he would see all his stars in action. His favourites were Sachin and Yuvraj from India, and he liked Ponting and Wakar from international cricket. But one player he worshipped as god was MS Dhoni. He had a good collection of Dhoni memorabilia, t-shirts and stationery items. Sonu, his best friend, while playing with him, used to refer him as Dhoni due to his craziness for Dhoni. His bat, t-shirts, bag, pencil box, poster in his room, everything was about Dhoni. Kajal, his mother, entered the room to check how much of the IV fluid was left. The nurse, who so far was occupied with her mobile, stood up sharply and realized that the fluid in the bottle was almost finished. She capped the cannula and removed the drip from him. Dhruv looked pleadingly at his mother, but an austere face was all that he got that caused the possibility of him going out to play vanished in the somberness of the room. "Okay, at least can you pick that book from the table?" he said insolently. "The Dhoni one?" she asked despite knowing. "Yay." "Dhruv, how many times have you read this?" she said while handing over to him. "Mom, please read it for me. I love it when you read it," he pleaded. Kajal couldn't say no to her son. She by now had memorized this book from cover to cover, but still she loved doing it one more time. She once asked him, in a moment when she could restrain his coltish self in her lap and make him talk candidly to her, "What do you want to become in your life?" "Dhoni," he replied innocently and instantly. "But for that, you will have to study a lot." "Then I will." But he got a little confused as to what kind of studies would help him in learning to bat like Dhoni. The following week saw things change very rapidly. Dhruv's condition deteriorated in the ensuing days, and he started showing clear and urgent signs of the illness. The medicines just didn't seem to work, and he needed to be shifted to second-line medicines, which had far-reaching side effects on the body and could be administered only in an ICU in a hospital setting. By now, both Nitin and Kajal had realized that things were rapidly slipping out of their hands and had gone to a realm where prayers and miracles reigned more than medicines. The ICU room was very colorfully done, cartoony kind. All the cubicles in pediatric ICU were decorated from different cartoon themes to the finest details on walls and upholstery. Dhruv's room was featuring Bob the SquarePants. Though a widely popular character among children, it didn't seem to delight him. While they were admitted, Dhruv, getting aware of the fact that hospital rooms can be fun too, asked his father if he could get a room decorated with Dhoni pictures. The only thing gloomy in the room was, of course, the bed, with steel side railings and a panel for oxygen above the backrest, reminding one of being in a hospital. The rest all was fine for Dhruv. "Anything else you need?" the floor manager asked before leaving. Before Nitin could think, Dhruv blurted, "Can I have ESPN on this TV?" Dhruv had already checked the TV and found that channel to be missing. The manager was taken aback. Even Nitin was startled by the abrupt demand and felt awkward and smirked at the manager. "We'll have to go check if we can have that," the manager replied. "Anything else you require? Just press the bell on the bedside panel and someone would come to help you." Dhruv was about to open his mouth to say something else when his father stared him down. When the manager was gone, Dhruv asked his father if he could get something to eat. He was feeling quite hungry. The opening match of the World Cup was scheduled to be played later that day. While Nitin went through the formalities of admission, a certain dose of eagerness could be palpated in Dhruv, eyeing the wall clock many a times. The match was to start at 3 p.m. The room had two people, Nitin and Dhruv in it, with contrasting emotions. One, swamped by the consternation of his son's condition, and the other was joyous to exhilaration to be able to enjoy the cricket match, even on the hospital bed. One walked in the room grudgingly, while the other stomped past him, snatching his father's laptop and settled on the bed. One was alienated by his son's medical problem, while the other didn't even bother. Vagaries were such that despite feeling unfathomed despondency deep inside, Nitin couldn't but put up a genial countenance. The match scheduled for the day was between India and the Minnows, Bangladesh. Without ESPN, he still could watch it on the laptop of his father, because for the first time it was being webcasted on the internet. So one could capture the live telecast of the match. He was interrupted midway through the match though, as the nurse came and chided him for staying up late. By the very ambience of it, Dhruv loved the room. This was better done than his own room at home, and he had absolutely no qualms shifting here for a few days. The only thing he disliked about the place was the face mask, which the nurses and the doctors wore while they entered the room. Even his parents had to wear them whenever inside the room, though whenever the doctor or nurse wasn't there, he wheedled his mother to take off the mask. His father preferred to have it on, partly because of the risk of infection and partly to hide his emotional volatility. In the next few days at the hospital, Dhruv gradually got an inkling that he was critically sick. The discussions and expressions in the hospital were not covert, and no attempt was being made, especially by the nurses, to veil it. He heard his mother cry when talking to a friend of hers. Dhruv got suspicious. Though she tried to avert him, he still felt something was amiss. The World Cup was still in its preliminary round-robin league, and Nitin and Kajal spent most of their time with him. Though Nitin was not fond of cricket, yet he sat through whole matches with him, exchanging opinions and comments about the game. Despite his restricted knowledge on the game, it made Dhruv happy, and that mattered him more. They intended to be with Dhruv and live each moment of his last few days. The doctor had clearly asserted during one of the counseling sessions as to the inevitability of his downhill medical course, and that he as a doctor and his team were doing whatever best they could do. As a doctor, Nitin had spoken the same language many times earlier to his patients and realized how vaciously inconsequential these words were. Dhruv had unmistakably and regrettably deteriorated in the next few days and appeared a shadow of what he used to be. Dark circles had replaced the jaunty smile as the most prominent feature of his face. His hands quivered while he lifted his arms, and his sentences came out in short spurts of breathless phrases. Still, the enthusiasm he showed when logging in the match could only be obtrusely explained. Today, India was playing against England, and the match lasted late in the night, resulting in a tie. Dhruv got tired watching the match, yet stayed up till the end. He was dejected for India, as he always rooted for India's win. The vagaries of win and loss had been beyond the comprehension of his little mind. By now, even the nurses and the doctors allowed him to stay up for the match, as they could easily see that cricket was the only thing which brought him back from his devastated self, even if for a while. As the tournament progressed, the treatment cycles were being administered, much with hope and little with effect. Hoping against hopes, Nitin stuck tenaciously to the treatment schedule, as that gave him his only anchorage even though the blood parameters deteriorated steadily. Watching one high-tension match a few days later, out of sheer excitement, Dhruv's nose started bleeding. Dhruv didn't even notice it, and was brought to everyone's attention only when Nitin came back to the room, after paying a visit to the doctor. To his utter shock, the blood was trickling from his nose to his cheeks to stain some part of even the collar of the shirt he wore. He called up for the doctor immediately. Dhruv's platelets had fallen suddenly and precipitously. He was transfused one bag of platelets urgently, and kind of nose packing was to be done before the bleeding stopped, which took 2 hours to stop. All doctor could give him was advice to be less excited while watching matches. To ask him to stop watching matches would have been depriving him of his last few moments of happiness. Before the World Cup started, Nitin had managed to procure 3 tickets of the pavilion stands for the final match. Back then, Dhruv was quite stable medically, and they hoped they would make it to the match. It was supposed to be a recompense towards Dhruv for all the injections and inconvenience the treatment might have caused him. With the passing days, as the condition deteriorated, all they could do was to hope and pray. And now, with rapidly deteriorating blood counts, that hope was hanging from a very thin strand of destiny, making it difficult for him to live through the World Cup finals. It was the day of the final match, as Nitin and Kajal shoved their way through the aisles of the jam-packed stadium. With people still pouring in, their hearts did not quite follow their feet. They were despaired, dejected, depressed, and yet determined to see this match. The ignominy of this, their coming to see a cricket match within a few days of their only son passing away, bore heavily on them. What if anyone known to them bumps into them? How and what will they explain to him, and how would he understand? The inability to hold fast in the vortex of ambivalence would make it difficult to live through this. How could they pass the ordeal of watching a cricket match without Dhruv by their side and not end up breaking down in public? This would really be an ordeal of its kind for them for the next few hours. They were perhaps the only spectators in the crowd of 70,000 to whom the galvanizing environment of Wankhede couldn't enamor. They had come to stay connected to their son one last time, before his presence was removed from them, only to exist later in their memories and albums. Memories of a distant, far away yesterday, which will keep reminding them of an angel who tiptoed into their life and once happened to be their fellow traveler in this long journey called life. Alas, for a very small time. In every language there are orphans and widows, but there is no word for the parents who have lost their child. They seated themselves pensively with heavy hearts and misty eyes. The deafening noise helped them in drowning the inner chaos. Nitin had always wondered why people come to see the matches in the stadium when they can't recognize players from stands clearly, and even replays who weren't there. Nor was the commentary audible, above the ear-splitting cheering. But today, watching the people go in a frenzy and the feeling of getting drowned in it removed such doubts from his mind. It was a long match. In the first half, as the Sri Lankan team was batting, there was still some respite in the uproar. But after the innings break, when Indian openers Sehwag and Tendulkar walked in, cheering became thunderous, with the stadium coming alive with nearly 70,000 people shouting and cheering on top of their voices. Nitin, unwittingly, by the electric atmosphere, was drawn into the match. He, for a few moments, even forgot about his son and the reason why he was sitting there. To Kajal's utter fright, he stood abruptly once and joined the mad people around him cheering. As the match drew towards the end, Dhoni, having taken Sri Lankan bowling cautiously till now, swung his bat. He was the last credible batsman and the Sri Lankans had been quite successful in tightening the noose. The ball struck the bat pretty much in the middle, making a mellow sound of timber, audible even in such a din, and flew toward the boundary of long on, with Sri Lankan player waiting underneath on boundary line, eyes up and hands in front of the chest to catch Dhoni's wicket. The crowd went still. It was all dead silent one moment and then deafening the next. It was such a contrast, from the most silent to the loudest roar in just a matter of a delivery that caused Kajal to startle. All three things happened together. The voice of the commentator, "It's a six," raised hands of the umpire, and the crowd exploding. The stadium was roaring deafeningly. In a few seconds the roar gave way to fireworks and there was smoke all around. Someone fired a cracker in the row behind Nitin, causing him to jump from the seat. He remained standing and was shouting on top of his voice, becoming one with the ecstatic crowd. Finding herself the only one to be still sitting, Kajal, languidly and waited, stood up. "Dhoni! Dhoni!" The stadium was echoing with one voice. Never had Kajal longed for anything more in her life as to have Dhruv in her arms here. She could trade her soul to Saturn for this to happen. Even if for a few moments she could share what would have become the happiest moment of his life and live it with him. She looked up to the skies. Fireworks adorned the sky all over the place, shouts of joy echoing around. She too cheered for the love of her son, forsaking her grief to take a first definite step towards coping with her son's loss, of what will be an indescribable long journey of survival. Their second innings. Romeo Must Die. Romeo was a proud canine, like all well-bred dogs, because of their insular rearing. It showed in the way he walked, strutted, rock-jumped, and barked. He was the apple of his master's eyes, darling to all those who knew him. His scooting amusingly and his joyful barking was adorable. Romeo had ruled the household for last 1 year, since his arrival. He was neither completely a kennel dog nor a house dog, with good 40 kilograms, to which were added the haughtiness that comes from good living and universal love, came the swaggering loll. In fact, he was accepted as one of the core members of the family from the moment he entered the household. He was brought for Aryan when Romeo was barely 25 days old. Earlier, this household was quite discordant and fractious. It seemed the residents were living in separate islands with minimal communication. Aryan's father, Vinod, was generally overworked and used to return from office late, quite frizzled. He used to grumble and mutter a lot, which mostly fell on the ears of others living in the house and gradually deafened over time. All his job-related stress and insecurities were hurled on the hapless family. As a result, Aryan's mother, Anjali, became discomposed and apathetic. She was accustomed to early dinners in solitude just to avoid bickering on the dining table. Vinod spent his evenings after dinner mostly in front of the TV, eyes wide open but with a bleary mind, not even caring for the content at times. He would sit there trying to bridge the time between dinner and bed. Then he would manage to drag himself off the sofa to slump on the bed and snore off before his head hit the pillow. This was his daily routine. Mornings generally started with fracas from the kitchen, Anjali admonishing their housemaid Rani on a petit shoe, much to the anguish of late sleepers. This chiding led to the petulant avatar of Rani's surface, making her more vulnerable to mistakes and lapses. It only took a few days for Rani to understand that this rebuking is a daily affair, more out of habit than intention, and that these taunts and threats were as hollow as they sounded. So she gradually learned the tedious art of ignoring the cribbing. After getting her dose, Rani used to carry on with her course, muttering to herself. She was human after all. Aryan, meanwhile, would sneak out of bed and get busy in getting ready, all by himself, for his school, leaving with his packed lunch kept on the kitchen counter. In his sheer edginess. Though he was a bright kid, he was chronically precarious to the core, quite unlike children of his age, yet cheerful and careless. And to Romeo's dismay, there was one more family member, Mrs. Rekha Sharma, their next-door neighbor. She was as good as a family member, or perhaps more, as appeared to Vinod or Aryan, if this could be gauged by the number of hours one spent in this household. She was very fond of Anjali and could be seen here as soon as she found Vinod had left for office. Her protracted visits were a matter of family squabbles, and neither Vinod nor Aryan liked her presence much. Anjali, too, didn't yearn for her visits or savored her presence. Out of sheer sense of obligatory sympathy, she hosted Rekha and thereby spent a good part of her afternoons with her neighbor. Mostly they drank tea together, cup after cup, and talked. Their roles were well cut out. Loquacious Rekha did the talking and Anjali mostly listened. On her part, Rekha came mostly to pour her heart out and vent her mental conflicts, neither to drink tea together nor schmooze. Her only purpose for these visits was to be heard without interruption and judgment, which Anjali did efficiently. In fact, unknown to herself, Rekha was getting unsolicited counseling from Anjali. Rekha had a troubled married life, bringing her to the level of a psychological breakdown. In her times of despair, Rekha didn't have anybody around to look forward to talk to. Being an intelligent and academically brilliant student in her college days, she was married to a senior office executive. Everything went fine for the initial few years, but then her husband started rising in the corporate world and plummeting in his family commitments. This perhaps and a search for self-identity caused her to have dreary times which gradually increased in frequency, duration and intensity. So much so that she had to consult a psychiatrist and on his recommendation was put on therapy. But those counseling sessions didn't align with her, as she found them to be very costly for such impersonal and banal encounters. One fine day she discovered while talking to Mrs. Suri, by virtue of her non-discretionary listening, that she is a good shoulder to cry on. And so she started frequenting their house. For her, Anjali seemed to be the only mooring holding her from getting adrift by her tumultuous mind. She had divulged jestingly to Anjali, much to Letter's dread, and if she moved out of town, as were the chances then when Vinod got his transfer order, which later stood cancelled somehow, she would accompany Anjali and live with her. Coming back to Romeo. When he came to this house, he was accepted and loved the most by Aryan. It was a God-sent, much-needed companion for him, both in the house and outdoors. He couldn't understand why they didn't allow dogs to accompany him to school. Romeo didn't know how to read books, otherwise he himself would have refused to go to school. Such was the adherence and affection that in a matter of a few days, Romeo was allowed to occasionally sleep in Aryan's bed and eat from his plate. Romeo was gifted to them by Vinod's brother, an avid hobbyist and dog breeder. At his behest, Romeo was introduced into this household. In the initial few days, he appeared to be an additional string of course for Vinod and Rekha, for which they thought they were already too busy and pressed. Once when Aryan was away for a school trip, his father had to walk Romeo out for his needs. Little Romeo used all his charms to entice him. From wagging tail to sitting in between his legs to nuzzling in between his knees, he lured Vinod into stroking him lovingly. He did all the adorable and cute tricks to impress Vinod, and finally got his attention. And to Vinod's surprise, it didn't take long before Romeo had made a deep ingress in his heart. He relished the time spent with Romeo at home and mostly outdoors, where he would talk to him about his office and work. Romeo would listen to him very intently, with his head tilted, eyes half drooped, and giving his paw to him for Vinod's approval. It seemed he had learned to reciprocate Vinod's emotions, just by the pitch of his voice. This had a very soothing effect on Vinod's frayed and short-tempered demeanor. He made it a point to reach home early and go for long walks with Romeo. To his genuine amazement, he caught the unfathomed love of Romeo. With a little of his attention, he loved the way Romeo went crazy when he reached home from his office and leaned on him with tongue lolling out, mouth wide open, and wagging his tail. A dog is indeed a man's best friend. He realized that soon he enjoyed his evenings at home like never before. As a result of his newfound contentment, things started to get better at home. His wife also started feeling the change, and soon they were family again. Inwardly, they all thanked the little Romeo, though they seldom acknowledged this openly. Romeo, as long as he was able to see all of them together and hear them laugh together on his silly tricks, loved it. They all started having dinners together, Romeo being the center of attraction, picking up from Aryan's plate. Romeo was loved and adored by all. At least, this was what Romeo thought. Rani, the maid, had a son of 2 years old, whom she at times brought along to her work. Before Romeo, the boy used to get whatever little love was in the household. He was picked up, kissed, and offered all kinds of biscuits and chocolates. Rani took delight in this. After Romeo, things started to change for them. Romeo gradually started getting the larger share of those chocolates, cookies, and love, to Rani's detest. She developed an antipathy towards him, and soon it grew into hatred. She wished to see the dog disappear. She daydreamed various ways to get rid of him. Her mind toyed with queer ideas like walking him down to unknown places and desert him there, or drowning him in the bathtub, and even about poisoning him. This hatred that started as a slight strange figment soon grew to be a firm desire to get rid of the dog. Romeo did not like her either, as he was suspicious of her. Dogs have instincts, deep, vague, and unexplainable instincts. He avoided being fed by her. As such, she lacked the determination. Romeo felt her wild intentions. Hatred can make one much wild, and it showed on her face. She ill-treated him, despite Romeo's frantic yet vain efforts to charm Rani with his mozo. Anjali was not unaware of this changed attitude or reasons behind it, and gingerly relegated Rani from any of the dog posts. There were others too who had valid reasons to dislike Romeo. Rekha had lost her unflinching companion and solace. It appeared to her that she had once more strayed into the turbulent open seas of her wearisome thinking, losing her mooring once more. After Romeo happened to Suri's, Rekha felt Anjali's company more and more disdainful. Once the veil of melancholy started lifting from Anjali's side, she regained her merited fears that listening to Mrs. Sharma could bring back her gloom, and she ignored Rekha. Rather, she preferred to spend her afternoons with Romeo, as Romeo's evenings and nights were already booked with her son and husband respectively. When she was alone and found him to be quite a company in the long forlorn afternoons, it felt nice to be loved unconditionally and cared for. Her housekeeping and homemaking zeal took a new beat. It was a welcome change and respite from spending her noon listening to Rekha's woeful thoughts. This was very well read by Mrs. Sharma, and she stopped coming to their house abruptly. She was deeply hurt, and her resentment was more for Romeo than Anjali, understandably. Once while talking to Rani, Rekha blanked, confiding in Rani that she should get rid of the dog. Rekha expressed her animosity for the animal and her cruel wishful thinking of this dog to disappear somehow. This resonated with Rani's deep desires, but Rani purposefully kept her dark intentions to herself. If someone was loved so much, hatred could come from many surreptitious quarters to balance life. Such are the laws of nature. Mornings were the best time for Romeo. He got to do so many wonderful things. Getting a warm bowl of milk and cookies was one of them, and to bark in playful justness at the milkman was another. Romeo loved to jump on his legs and occasionally humped his legs as a plain display of playfulness and attention seeking. Once, at this act of sheer adorable naughtiness, Romeo accidentally tore his lungi. Hari, the milkman, gathered his lungi's torn end and angrily rolled his eyes, which encouraged Romeo to bark back in jest. But it was misunderstood as an impertinence. Hari tried to shoo him away. Romeo found this too very amusing and barked at him and jumped in a rollicking manner again to earn some love. He found this quite encouraging and waited for the day when his charms would entice him eventually, and Hari would pick him up on his lap, or at least pat his fur. Every morning, Romeo waited for the milkman just to play with him, and loved the game of rebuff and upward frightening of the milkman. He was confident no one was beyond his love, but it was his misconception. Little did he realize that all this unsolicited playfulness caused Hari to start abhorring him, and feeling quite flustered in the mornings. Unwittingly, Hari found himself in the ever-growing queue of people wishing for the dog to disappear. Then there was Devesh, Aryan's friend next door, who was from a different school, a school for children with special needs. Until last year, Devesh had been studying in the same school as Aryan's. Over the last 2 years, he was not able to cope up with studies and slumped pathetically in all aspects, academics, sports, and social interaction. Caught in a muddle on getting analyzed by a counselor, he was labeled as autistic. He was pulled out of that school and had to leave behind his few friends, one to be precise, and admitted to a special school. On the counselor's recommendation, Devesh was bestowed with a dog to help build his social interactability as part of a therapeutic regimen. The dog he had was a Pomeranian, not quite cute and endearing as Romeo, which was a pedigreed retriever Labrador. More than that, the time he used to spend loitering with Aryan in the evenings and weekends in the nearby park was consumed by Romeo. Out of sheer childish envy, he wished this dog to die or get drowned, a negative emotion which he felt for the first time towards anyone, but a strong one nonetheless, though his tender age and mentation precluded him from having any further vehemence. It was a lovely, cool November morning. Fresh and crisp air, heavy with fragrances from nearby rose bushes and parijat, night jasmine, deliciously scented the air, and the morning had a nip of love and warmth in the ambience. Mrs. and Mr. Suri woke up a little late, making full use of Sunday morning. They were interrupted by the doorbell, likely from Rani, for which she was yelled over from the bedroom by Anjali, asking her to wait for a few minutes in the lawn. Despite Vinod trying to pull her back to bed, Anjali rose to open the door for Rani and then went to make tea for herself and Vinod and feed the dog. With a wide swing, she opened the door and stretched her arms up and drew a deep breath, as if to inhale as much of the fresh air as possible. Strangely for her, from the corner of her eyes, she saw Rekha fumbling with the latch on the wicket gate on her lawn. She was apparently trying to sneak out stealthily. Anjali found this a little odd. "Good morning, Rekha. What happened?" she asked out of curiosity. Rekha, almost startled, and replied,
"Oh, it's nothing. My towel just sailed over from the clothesline yesterday evening, over the balcony railing to your lawn, and in a flustered moment tried to hide something in her underarms and hurried off to her house." Anjali shook her head and mused. She found it a little strange how her lawn had been capturing and gathering by some invisible magnetic pull neighbors' things in the past 24 hours. She recalled last night at around 8 when she went out to last check the gate and lawn before going to sleep. She caught Devesh closing the gate just before leaving. On asking, he replied his football bounced over on their lawns while he was playing on the road.
Meanwhile, she let Rani, who was already waiting for the last 15 minutes in the lawns, get inside the house. She glanced at Romeo's kennel. Romeo was still inside, and his bowl of evening supper from last night cleaned up, lying in front of his kennel. Anjali went inside and made a cup of tea for herself and sat reading the newspaper, allowing her husband, son, and dog to sleep a little longer on a Sunday morning. However, she missed the usual early morning scratching and persuasions of Romeo on the door to let him in. After her tea, she prepared Romeo's breakfast and took it to his kennel. She set his bowl on the floor and tapped his kennel. No response. Again, she thumped, yet no movement. She peeked inside and saw Romeo lying in an awkward position. He was lying on his back with limbs stretched crazily like a dead bug and face hanging to one side, tongue lolling out, stiffened. He appeared still and unresponsive. It took her a few moments before she realized he was dead. She yelled for her husband, who came hastily, followed by Aryan and Rani. It was a tragedy at Suri's house, of the utmost gravity. In the next few ensuing days, everyone in the house missed him immensely. Over the last few months, they had never thought of Romeo as an animal or pet, but rather a family member. He had earned family membership. For Vinod, he was a friend, and for Aryan, a guardian. For Anjali, a partner during the long, dull afternoons. Nobody could fully understand the meaning of love unless one had owned a dog. It is being said that a dog could show you more honest affection with a flick of his tail than a man could gather through a lifetime of handshakes. They realized they would never get over the loss of Romeo. The only thing they could do was to learn to live with it and rebuild around the loss they had suffered. The grief was painfully real for them. Their neighbor would come to them for condolence and say things like, "You should buy a new dog," or "What caused your dog to die?" Unable to realize that these things were insensitive and cruel for the ones suffering. The Suri family was of the opinion dogs come into our lives to teach us about love. They depart to teach us about loss. A new dog never replaces an old dog. 10 days later, Mr. and Mrs. Suri sat in their lawn after dinner, still feeling the vague resonance of void in their lives, trying to talk to keep their grief away, palpating and consoling each other. Anjali was sobbing unabashed, and Vinod too found himself choked. He finally gathered himself and asked, "So why do you think Romeo came to us and gave up on us so early?" To help her ease the pent-up sadness. She didn't reply. She couldn't. She didn't have the answer, though for certain she wanted the answer to this question. She had not come to terms with the loss yet. Though she had her share of suspicions, she didn't want to ruminate on that. It was pointless and very painful to think about it. Images of Rekha, Rani and Devesh flicked in her mind, but it all seemed too fanciful and far-fetched, though not unwarranted. After all, they all were like her extended family, and families did not do such things with each other. She didn't even share her suspicions and fears with her husband purposefully, not to addle him up and add to his agony, though she knew it would be a piece of painful luggage to carry it single-handedly in her heart, and especially when she knew it will bother her for long. "I think we didn't deserve love as selfless and deep as Romeo's," she said in self-reproach. This was all she could comprehend from her flummoxed mind. It is amazing how much love and laughter can someone bring into our lives and make us understand so much without ever speaking a word. He filled an unfathomed emptiness in our lives we didn't know that existed. Perhaps you are right. The last few months had been the happiest in our lives. I had a promotion at the job. Aryan had been more responsible, sincere, and respectful towards his life. You two seem less frustrated and more cheerful, and we have rediscovered our long-lost spark. He truly was a godsend. I wonder how much time we will take to forget him." "Forever," she replied without looking up, her voice reflecting all the ache of her heart. "But promise me one thing." "What?" "You will remain like this forever, cheerful and caring. This will be our only tribute to our Romeo." "I will," he said in a tone reminiscent of "I do," like the wedding vows, and life moved on because it had to. It was said, time heals all wounds, but all the wounds leave some scars, and this one left on their side for certain. After a few days, they received the autopsy report, which Anjali opened with trembling hands. It read, "Cause of death, asphyxiation, unnatural, perhaps from a small piece of bone found stuck in his throat." In a matter of poetic justification, Rekha backflipped on Rani and deposed her from her household duties. Even after dismissing Rani, she didn't find ease of heart, fearing Rani would disclose her sinister thoughts to Anjali, which she confided to her. With that, Rekha lived in a virtual hell of dread from there on and added an extra baggage to her already weary mind. Rani had her reasons for her jitters, and out of sheer guilt, lest nervousness betray her, began to avoid eye contact with members of the household. She couldn't work there for more than a few days out of her sheer remorse and self-reproach. She then had her share of difficulties in finding a decent home for work, as a rumor about Rani's possible implication in Romeo's demise spread in society. Devesh pitied Aryan for his loss and, having got an inherent lack of emotional build-up, couldn't express his sympathies or guilt and developed an unreasonable paranoia for his dog. As for the milkman, Anjali stopped taking his services out of her surmise. She had conjectured him as one of the suspects. This was the price one had to pay when they abhorred love. Truly, for Romeo, it was difficult to live with so many wanting him to die.
The rocking chair. The door had become frozen as it remained unopened over the last 2 months, and more so due to recent monsoons. Thus, it required a couple of shoulder pushes to yield. The thrust that Rishi gave to the door caused it to give way with a jerk and unsettled quite some dust, forming a dusty haze in the room. Many delicate threads of cobwebs formed behind the door snapped. A sudden gush of soggy, moldy smell, which had fetid aftertones, rushed inside his nostrils, making him sneeze with disgust and to cover his nose with a handkerchief. The room was smelling a little like a dead, putrefied animal. A dead rat or a pigeon, perhaps, he thought, maybe, which might have found its way in the room through the partially opened ventilator inadvertently and couldn't find a way out. Standing at the threshold, he called for his wife loudly. "Aarti, please come here and see what happened to this room." His annoyance was quite evident on his face and his voice. Undoubtedly, nobody cared to clean this room for once after Babuji left, he further added, when she came in, without cutting on his annoyance. Aarti too had to cover her face with a sari as soon as she entered from the well-lit corridor to this dark room, and had to strain her eyes for a while before they acclimatized. As her vision adjusted in the dusty room, she saw Rishi standing next to the window, trying to push it open. When Babuji was alive, he didn't permit even the maid to enter his room. She still avoids entering this room. Aarti tried to justify herself. I don't know what his problem was. He didn't let anyone near him. He preferred spending his time to himself. As a son, I never felt if I had the kind of intimacy a son should have with his father. Even Ma felt this alienation with him. He definitely was less loving towards us than he should have been. Rishi was still annoyed by having to spend the Sunday in this dusty room. Making her way in the room, she ignored him, as this was not for the first time Rishi was venting out against his father. She reached for the window and unbolted, and pushed it open for Rishi for him to have a look outside, upsetting a pigeon perched on the windowsill, which flew off with a shriek and flutter, startling them both. A gush of sunlight and fresh air entered the room and lit even the darkest corners for them to have a better look around the room. Cleaning up of this room looked quite a task to her. Okay, I will ask the maid to clean up this room tomorrow. But why not today? He protested. I want to look up for certain things today. The impatience in his voice did not miss Aarti's attention. But what's the rush? Which one of your important work in this room brings you here amidst this dusty cloud? She said, throwing her arms around in a theatrical manner. Nothing in particular, and still something important. I will let you know in good time. Moreover, it's not always necessary to have a purpose, and certainly not necessary to share if there is one, he said a little rudely. She felt apprehended. Okay, let me see if I can get it done tomorrow, but certainly not today. You see, as the maid is busy sorting the winter clothes. She came, she saw, and left Rishi and his surreptitious objectives in this room in a state as it was a while ago. Rishi closed the door behind her. While looking hastily around the room, his glance stalled at the armchair next to the bookshelf. It had been just where it had been all these years. He became reminiscent of the fact that whenever he used to enter this room while his father was there, he would mostly find him sitting on this chair. He walked towards the chair and stroked the armrest lovingly, as if trying to feel his father's furry arms the same way he used to do when he was a child. He would come running and give a sudden push to this chair, making it rock deep, and then would run away before his father could get hold of his frail arms. All he wanted was his father's attention, while his father seemed too busy reading. He rocked the chair again in the same reverie, but realized it was empty now, and so it got pushed hard, causing it to jerkily sway and to lose its balance. He had to hold it steady, lest it would have fallen. Absent-mindedly, he dusted the seat with his handkerchief and settled on it, his head on the backrest, not oblivious of the fact how his father despised anyone sitting on this chair. He sat hesitantly first on the edge. His father had rules, and disliked anyone sitting on his chair in his absence. Now, while sitting here on this chair in his absence, Rishi felt culpable, and it bore strangely on his conscience. He closed his eyes in an attempt to turn away from his guilty conscience, as that sense of compunction was overwhelming his emotional self. Not the fact that he was sitting on this chair, but that, while his father was there with them, he didn't make efforts to understand him. Definitely not enough steps. With closed eyes, he tried to imagine his father's face for his approval to sit on his chair. It flashed only for a second like a shimmering vague face, but was vivid enough to almost startle him. In his figment of imagination, he saw his father nodding his head approvingly. Rishi backed up on the chair and rested his head on the headrest, now sitting relaxed after his approval. In a strange wistfulness, he felt his father's presence in the room. Just one lunge on the rocking chair and his memories stirred up. Memories related to this chair, this room, and his father were flooding his mind never like before. It did not happen even when he passed away. Not even when he had tilted the urn to drown his ashes in Varanasi, and not even when he was standing in front of his large portrait on his bedroom wall, which he had put up in his remembrance. It was just 2 months back when his father, otherwise healthy and fit man for his age, started deteriorating with a liver infection that spiraled down to a state where he was put on peritoneal dialysis twice a week. To make things worse, he had an apoplectic fit, and within a matter of minutes, he landed up in ICU. Rishi's entire world turned upside down in a matter of hours. His father's left cerebral artery was blocked abruptly by a clot from the heart. The right half of his body was paralyzed completely, and he was bedridden. He was given rescue therapy with Activase, a drug that was supposed to thin his blood, but it didn't work, which was evident from the subsequent cerebral angiogram. He remembered all these medical parlances because these were often repeated during interaction with doctors and nurses. And then, on 6th day of his medication, he passed away. On his last day, his father called for him and asked him to sit beside him. He looked too gaunt and emaciated, with tubes and probes attached all over his face and body. He looked far from his overbearing self. He gestured Rishi to come closer, remove his oxygen mask with his trembling hands, and spoke in a feeble voice, mouth turning to his left side out of paralysis. It pained Rishi immensely to see his father in that condition. His words were difficult to comprehend, yet Rishi made all his efforts to hear and understand his broken and incomprehensible voice. "Son, I think I will not be able to make it. There isn't much time left with me, but I am not complaining. I have lived my life as it should be, and I will die contented. But I want to talk to you once before I leave." Rishi opened his mouth to say something, but his father signaled him to stop. "Just listen to what I have to say. Let me." He stopped abruptly as if to save his words, which were limited and counted. Rishi stared at the monitor showing the rapidly deteriorating parameters. "I want to give you something before I go. I have been carrying this for you for years and wish to go unburdened. I wanted to hand over to you personally, but now, as you see, all this has happened so fast. I don't think I'll be able to as much as go back home. I have to tell you about that here itself. Rishi, after I'm gone, you go to my room and find it and take it. It is all yours. It is very precious, so take care of it. It is all I have saved for you in my life, and you inherit it. Now, after I am gone. The situation added an element of melancholic yearning, which precluded Rishi from saying a word, and as an escape he turned away his face to avoid choking himself. All his life his father had lived a man with limited means and measures. As per his appraisal, whatever he had saved was gone mostly in his treatment. To think of any kind of saving that he was referring to right now, Rishi didn't allow to bother himself, as neither the place nor the time was suitable to brood over. All he wanted at the moment was his father to get well. He yearned to spend some more time, a few more years between them. Unfortunately, he was told by the doctor before stepping inside the ICU the odds were very less. His father was talking to him in his broken, feeble and undecipherable words. He looked pensively at Rishi's face. Soon after this tete-a-tete, his condition deteriorated drastically. He was shifted to a ventilator from which he could not make it, despite the best of the efforts by the team of doctors on duty. He passed away the next morning. The next few days saw Rishi shuffling between his grief and the last rites for his father. He religiously sat through the Garud Puran, the sacred Puran which is recited in the days ensuing death and includes chapters on funeral rites and life after death. In the concluding part, as he was more and more deeply drawn towards the recitation and its meanings, one particular hymn stirred him deeply. Go forth upon those ancient pathways, by which your former fathers have departed. Thou shalt behold God Varun and Yam, both kings in funeral offerings rejoicing. Unite thou with the fathers and with Yam, with Istapurth in the highest heaven, leaving behind all blemish homeward return, united with thine own body full of vigor. After the customary 13 days of rites, with his wearied and spiritlessness, he joined his office and found that he had quite a backlog of work. The next few weeks just passed by like a whirlwind. Today, in the morning, he suddenly recalled his father's last words about some treasure being somewhere in this room, and entered it amidst dust and thoughts. Rocking in the chair gently, he tried to guess where it could be in this room. Where should he start looking for it? More than the fact that he guessed would be something like money or jewelry or bonds, he was curious to know what it could be. He started with his father's cupboard. When his father was alive, the cupboard and its contents held a kind of firewall of sanctity which only his wife, Rishi's mother, could get through. After her departure, no one had the courage to open it. Until now, after his mother passed away 2 years ago, no one dared to enter this room in his absence or without his approval. And now he was to ransack this room unrestricted. Even without his father physically present around, Rishi felt uncomfortable. Out of sheer compunction, he moved around and touched things hesitantly. He felt as if his father might reprimand in his full baritone voice, suddenly from somewhere in this room. Don't touch this! This kept resounding in his ears. But then he found his lost courage in remembering that his father during his last breaths asking Rishi to search this room. Looking unhurriedly, he worked his way from the top shelf to the bottom. Few books, the winter clothes, his few medicines, tonics, and his 2 pair of shoes neatly stacked on the bottom shelf. There was nothing which he regarded valuable there. In a room with limited furniture, then he moved his attention to a desk, which was there beside the window. It was a mahogany wood desk, sturdy and aged, the kind that is not being made these days. He checked the drawers. There were 3 in all. One had his passbooks, another bank papers, the second one had few stationery items neatly filed, and the third one was locked. Perhaps it had some cash or something private. He then moved to his bookshelf, which occupied a major part of the wall facing the door. It was a good 5 feet high and 7 feet across and had 5 rows of books, neatly stacked with the spine facing showing the titles. As a child, it was this piece of furniture that interested him most. He used to hang around the bookshelf whenever he was in the room, barely reaching the top. His collection had many books for children and a couple of comic books too. Today, standing here, he suddenly understood why his father kept all the children's books on the top shelf, much to his agony and disappointment, as his young hands couldn't reach. While waiting for his father to come over and pick a children's book for him from the top shelf, he had to go through the titles on the lower shelves, which was the reason behind it. The books ranged from history to science, fiction to philosophy, and a few books on spiritualism too. A particular one, which he recalled now, was Jnana Yoga by Swami Vivekananda, which was one of his father's favorites. It lay stacked neatly on the middle shelf, placed strategically for anyone visiting the bookshelf to see it first. That reminded Rishi to read this book, which he always wanted to do. He smiled at his father's ingenuity, even in arranging books on his shelf. His father had told him to read this book a few days before getting admitted to the hospital, and Rishi assured him he would, as soon as he finds time. Today he felt he had the time as well as inclination to read that book. He meandered around in the room, reliving the fond memories of his father. The urge to find treasure or other valuables slipped his mind gradually, and he went back to the bookshelf to pick the book Jnana Yoga. To his utter surprise, just beneath the book was a key, which he reckoned to be of the locked drawer. As such, there wasn't anything else in this room which was locked. With a pounding heart, he opened the locked drawer. He found a diary over there with a pen. The pen had a wooden casing and his name, Rishi, engraved in italics. He was slightly disheartened as he was expecting something more valuable, if not a jewelry box or bag of notes. But a diary? Was the reference of treasure a figurative thing or a metaphorical one? He couldn't understand if this was the treasure he was looking for. Should he abandon his search or continue looking for it in some other inconceivable places? Meanwhile, feeling a bit apathetic, he took the diary from the drawer and sat on the armchair. On the first page was written very elegantly, "For Rishi, my son, my life." He felt a lump grow in his throat. He turned the page, finding these words too overwhelming for him. Next page had started from the middle, rather than from the top, and it read like, "My dearest Rishi, by the time you will be reading this diary, I will be gone. I have so much to tell you about you, which I couldn't while we were together. For some reason or other, I want you to know everything about your past, because that's the only thing that you can inherit only through me. I wish to tell you all, without leaving out a single detail. But where should I begin? My love for you has no beginning or end. It's as eternal and as deep as an ocean. I would be gone when you find this, but this will stay with you always. Many times you had asked me while growing up that I don't earn as much as many others do financially, and that your mother feared that I may not leave much behind for you. This may make you have a yearning for some inheritance. Rishi, you may not inherit much from me in terms of money, like many other sons do from their father, but you would be proved wrong here, son, after you had gone through this diary. I think I have left a lot for you, which of course depends on your discernment." Rishi thought to himself, if this was the case, why did he have to create such pretexts? He continued reading. "I didn't let you have it all then, whatever I saved for you, because deep down I wanted you to have your share of life's struggle, to undergo its grind. I wouldn't mind to help you at odd times. And believe me, the agony I had to undergo while watching you go through life's mundane struggles was too much at times. But I didn't help because I wanted someone else to help you. Yourself. I wanted you to become smarter, stronger, tougher, world-wise, because these qualities will stay with you forever, even when I am gone." Rishi thought there were circumstances his father could have helped him with when he was in deep trouble. However, he didn't stop reading. "You must be thinking that how indifferent I was in your times of trouble. It wasn't like this. It pained me double whenever you were hurt, and I inevitably lost my appetite whenever you were wronged. But I didn't tell you all this before because that would have made you weaker and less self-reliant. In a very peculiar way, while I am writing, I recollect that while my father did for me when I was growing up till the time he left, I too had little resentment against him. But unfortunately, he left too abruptly to give him a chance to make an effort to clear up. He had to leave too early without making his acquittal. But now, when I am writing this, I feel there were many occasions when I felt resented against my own father, your grandfather. My father might have valid explanations for his behavior, but didn't live enough to tell me. I will not let that mistake happen. So I will be clearing up a few of your doubts. For the rest, I hope you will have to build enough trust to tide over them. Having read so far, things were beginning to make sense to Rishi. Suddenly, he was less inclined to find the hidden treasure, but to read the diary first. He had an inkling now. It was going to be a moment of revelation for his life. Things and facts which he didn't know existed, or maybe understood in an aberrant fashion. He turned the leaf. You remember, you used to be quite a brat when you were in your early days of school. Every now and then, I would be called by your school, by your headmaster. And then there was that incident when you broke your friend's arm in a skirmish, and I was called along with his parents for a counseling session. Rishi remembered that incident faintly now, though he remembered very well that he used to be quite a twerp. He was very good at football and was selected to play football at the inter-school level. One day, while playing, he had a tiff with Ajay, his classmate. He was a little taller and stronger than Ajay, and managed to rest his arm behind his back and stopped only when an ominous sound came from his arm, which apparently broke. He got too scared and ran away from the ground to his classroom. The next day, his father was called in the school. He recalled all of them sitting in the office of the principal. The principal asked both the students to wait outside. After some time, his father came out and told him that the matter had been settled for now, as the principal had acknowledged the fact it was an accident and Ravi's parents held nothing against him. But the principal also said that if any such incidents of misbehavior happens again, you will not be spared. That seemed a little strange to Rishi, as both Ravi and his parents appeared too agitated to let him go scot-free. Nevertheless, he felt relieved on hearing this because there was a risk, apart from being punished, to be pulled out from the football team. Playing football was his life at that time. Do you want to know what transpired then inside in the principal's room? He resumed reading the diary. His eyes widened and his heart quivered to learn something else which might have happened inside. The parents of Ravi were adamant on your rustication from the school, and to make matters worse, Ravi's mother was a distant relative of principal's brother, which I wasn't aware of till they told me about it. Suddenly the situation seemed to turn from worse to hopelessness. I felt that perhaps I would not be able to pull you out this time. I tried by requesting them to accept the compensation in the form of his medical expenses, but they didn't budge. I knew it would be too heavy on you and too much for you to recover. And of course, you didn't break his arm intentionally. Rusticating you would be too much of a price for a mistake. Then I did something for which I hadn't come prepared. I opened my checkbook, signed up one leaf, and offered it to them as a blank check, to enter the amount themselves. Ravi's father looked at my defiance, filled up an unjustified figure of 1 lakh there, which was 1 year's school fees of the child. I tore the leaf from the checkbook and gave it to him. I thanked him and the principal for allowing you to not only continue in the school but to play the tournament too. Of course, you went on to win the best player of the tournament, and complaints regarding your misbehavior stopped coming from the school altogether. And that 1 lakh happened to be a small prize for what we got in return. Rishi took his eyes off the diary and stared straight, eyes dabbed. How foolish he had been to think all this while that perhaps the school let him off the hook because they needed him for the trophy, which the school won that year. His heart ached. He felt a surge of emotions rise. He wished to go back in time, just the precise time when his father came out of the principal room and hug him and say thanks. Because in his conceited self, he didn't thank him even once and moved on with the incident. He didn't realize that after that incident, he fell back quite to his track, and that was perhaps the changing course of his life. Out of fear of being given the last warning by the principal, he quite disciplined himself from an untamed rat to a wondrous all-rounder of the school. Just like his father said, a small price to pay for. As a contrast, he reflected how, when he was called by his son's school last month for his little subordination, he admonished him in front of the class teacher, thinking little what effect it might have on his psyche. His father was a wiser person than he was today, and he longed to be with his father to learn more from him. His reverie was broken by Aarti's call for lunch. "Just coming. Give me 5 more minutes." "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked nonchalantly. "No, but something more valuable." She saw him reading some diary, threw a wistful smile at him, and went away. She reckoned he might have got something interesting to read. Rishi was feeling a little hungry, as he hadn't had his breakfast yet his urge to read his father's diary was irresistible. His hunger for reliving his childhood memories to unravel more secrets of it was far more than his hunger for food. Once his wife left him alone, he leaned back on the chair and felt as if he was in his father's lap, being read a storybook. He turned a page in his past. When you were 25, fresh out of college and wanted to do MTech, and the college you chose had an expense of around 12 lakhs for 3 years, I, despite having asked to help you, found stiff resistance from you. You didn't want us to pay for anything from our savings. Even though you couldn't get past the approval of your education loan, you didn't want me to pay for the fees. Rishi remembered that incident when, after being paid for his education through college by his father, he didn't want him to spend further on his higher studies and yet wanted to go for MTech. It was a deadlock kind of situation for him, to gather the huge amount of money. Rishi wondered what the unseen mystery could be, a buried secret which needed to be discovered with this incident of MTech. His mind was racing back and forth in the past around that incident to identify any clue. Suddenly it looked to him as if he was reading a thriller. He turned the page to know the answer. It read, "Then suddenly I came to know that one of my cousins living in Dehradun passed away, for which we went to his last rites in Dehradun." Rishi recalled more and more of the details. When his parents came back, they told him this little story. His father's uncle, who was childless, and his wife, having died a few years back, made him hireless. His father, being the closest relative, was an automatic choice as in hire. He had inherited a good 10 lakh from him. On his father's behest, Rishi utilized this money for his MTech, thinking it as a divine intervention. So much he was able to recollect so far, but what else was his father wanting to tell him? He read further. "Son, as you know, you were too reluctant to let me liquidate my PPF, so I had to spin a story around our visit to Dehradun to help you. You remember, your mother had a beautiful necklace of pearls. That was the only piece of jewelry that she had as a receipt. You might not have noticed, but that necklace didn't appear in her neck after that incident. We sold it." He remembered it now, that once having asked his mother about the necklace in a casual manner, she told him that it had been safely deposited in a bank locker. Okay, he whispered to himself. That was what funded his education. How much he regretted now to miss the chance of buying a similar or a better necklace for her, only if she was alive to wear it. His wife called again for lunch. He was enjoying a walk down his memory lane, unearthing treasures, but then thought about reading it after lunch, as there were as many pages left to read as he wanted to do it in solitude, not to be disturbed. And ignoring the call for lunch would definitely cause more calls to follow with an increased sense of urgency. He sat quietly during lunch. His son Meeta was sitting across him on the table, and he couldn't but help himself looking lovingly at his son. Was he getting too emotional after reading his father's diary? Does he have any such tales to tell his son after he is gone? Suddenly he felt inadequate as a parent. Lunch, followed by the ennui of Sunday, caused him to doze off. He got up after an hour of disturbed sleep and realized everyone was still asleep. He picked up his father's diary and started reading it again. With new facts unraveling, he realized how much restructuring of his notions and beliefs needed to be done by him. At one time, he felt that there wasn't much his father did in his growing up, and now he felt as if there wasn't a thing which his father did not do to raise him. It was becoming too imposing on his self-esteem. His ego, that he was quite a self-accomplished man, got a severe blow today, but at the same time he was feeling very warm inside, getting his opinion restructured about his father. He was sure it was going to take more beating as he was reading further into the diary. His feelings for his father were getting more reverent that caused a glow inside him, which he had never experienced before. He further read, "In the year 1972, when your mother was pregnant with you, her otherwise dormant valvular heart disease flared her. During the second month of pregnancy, our doctor told us to consider abortion, because carrying the pregnancy to the end bore a definite risk to her health. She was at the high risk of heart failure, especially in the later stage of pregnancy. I agreed with the doctor about abortion. She sternly said no, taking not more than a moment to decide, and stood adamant by her decision despite my explaining her the risk involved. She said it's her body and she wanted this child. But deep down I knew she wanted to give me a child, more than to herself, and this was her only chance. She couldn't conceive for 10 years after marriage, and you in her womb was her last hope. She took this bold decision because she had felt that bringing a child in my life would mean an unbounded joy for both of us. She took the risk, and fortunately it paid off in you coming to us. No, I didn't want to make you maudlin about all this and make you realize about our sacrifices, but this is about the fact that how much we longed to have you in our arms, even before you were born. Just to reiterate what place you held in my life." His mother's face flashed in front of his eyes. She had never expected anything from him her entire life, always in a standby mode to help him while he studied, staying awake through the night happily to make him sleep. She passed away 2 years back, but a distinct part of the grief of her passing away he felt today. He wished he could go back in time and relive some more time with her mother, as he felt now with his teary eyes. The diary had become the mooring for his past life. More he read, more he felt tethered to it. With every turned page, he now attached more value to his life, a life which was built on so many sacrifices, the ones which were deliberately kept away from him to know, and were being revealed to him through this diary. He held the diary in his hand as a holy book. It was not that he didn't love his parents when they were alive, but their pity and veneration for him took a long leap today. He so wished that his parents become a part of his life again. "Son, what you will read now might take you by surprise." Rishi felt a vague restlessness inside him. What else could there be now? He was already quite shocked. With trembling hands he turned the page. "Please don't get scared or get yourself saddled with it. It is something that most of the parents would do when the time comes. It may appear magnanimous to you, but believe me, when the time would come, even you would be inclined to do it. You remember a few years back, you were diagnosed with acute kidney failure and needed an urgent kidney transplant? We had been searching for your HLA-type donor, but were not able to find the exact match, despite our efforts for almost a year. Then we had one call from PGI that one particular cadaver had come which had your HLA matching. We both went to Chandigarh and you were successfully transplanted a kidney from that donor." Of course he remembered. It was a do-or-die situation for him, as the doctor had given him only 2, maximum 4 months to get transplanted, and somehow his matching donor was not to be found. As the time limit approached at its end, he had quite become despondent and despaired. Then his father said they had a call from a PGI renal transplant cell, and they both went there and came back with a successful transplant in as short as 10 days. Rishi wondered when he said he wanted to meet the family of the deceased donor, but the hospital curtly refused him on grounds of medical code of conduct in cases of cadaveric transplants. "Son, one thing which I didn't tell you at that time was that there wasn't any cadaver at that time. I had registered for the kidney swab scheme at the PGI. There were many families with renal failure patient who had a volunteer in the family for donation, but unmatching blood and HLA type. These were tough times. Government had come in action and all that buying kidneys from grey market was strictly put under scanner. Any hospital found doing so was strictly penalized. Those patients who couldn't be treated with medicines or dialysis had a tough time finding a cadaveric transplant or a suitable family with donor and recipient in it. And even if it could be found, chances of their HLA typing matching with other family was even remote. Luckily, we found one such family, Mehra's. I had got my HLA tested a few weeks ago without you or Sudha knowing, and it came out to be the closest match possible to the son of Mr. Mehra from Chandigarh and Mr. Mehra's to yours. Then I had to convince Sudha and the doctor to keep this covert. The doctor was such a gentleman to understand and accept my cure demand. In the ensuing days, if you could recall, I went for an official trip to Chandigarh for 15 days. Sudha came along with me on this official tour. We got an operation done on me at PGI for taking out one of my kidneys. It got successfully transplanted to Mr. Mehra's son without any hiccups in the post-operative period. After a month, you were being called at PGI and transplanted with Mr. Mehra's kidney without your knowing about the source of the kidney. Rishi thought for a moment, what if first transplant involving his father and Mr. Mehra's son went wrong? Had Mr. Mehra still obliged for second transplant involving him and Mr. Mehra? He felt uneasy for that huge risk his father undertook. He scanned next few lines hastily to find his answer. Now today you might be thinking, why am I letting you know this after so many years? That my son is primarily for two reasons. After reading my diary so far, I am quite sure you might be quite in an emotional maelstrom. One of your longing at this time would be to have me with you once more. Well, I may not be with you. A part of me stays with you for as long as you live. Rishi reflexively touched his scar on the right flank and felt a strange novel connection with his father. This is my first reason, and the second reason why I didn't tell you then is also very clear to me while I am writing this. See, you are quite a self-made man with immense self-esteem and hence didn't like to take much help from me. It was evident to us when we had to coerce you to take money for your admission. You would have plainly refused my donating a kidney to you, and convincing you would have eventually wasted whatever little time we had. Of course, it would have brought some risk to me as a donor, but to take it for my son, that was too small a risk to be considered. Rishi couldn't read any further. He choked. He felt a lump in his throat, which refused to move either way. Are fathers like this only? All of them? Or was he very privileged to have such a father? Or perhaps did my father felt too blessed to have me as a son after a wait of 10 years after marriage? Have I earned this blessing? In a bizarrely inexplicable way, he suddenly was able to feel the presence of his father's kidney inside him and felt as if part of his father was within him in some way. He felt strengthened from inside. He looked at the diary, gripping it firmly in his hand. It was certainly more than what anyone can dream to inherit in the form of treasure. The intensity of his craving to be with his father grew hopelessly in the last few hours. So far, their relationship as father and son had been more of a give and take relationship. They both gave love and affection to each other, besides taking support from each other, but today the relationship crossed the realms of this interdependence. He discovered deep sense of self-importance and the attached responsibility, being a subject of such boundless love and gratitude. After spending 40 years with him and 2 months without him, he realized a little about his loss so far. But now he suddenly felt the loss immeasurable and the vacuous resounding. He felt something very valuable missing, to which the value was being added and taken away simultaneously within a short while. He kept this diary in a beautiful jewelry box, the same in which his mother used to keep her necklace, which he till date presumed to be in a bank locker. After a couple of days, his son came running to him while he was sitting in his father's lap in his rocking chair in his father's room, gently rocking himself. Meeta entered the room and rocked the chair deep, just the way he used to do. In his childlike innocent voice, he asked, "What are you doing here?" He woke up from his wistfulness. These were the same words his father uttered whenever he found Rishi in his room. Today he realized, though it sounded stern, ultimately he was as curious as his son to know the purpose which Rishi always misinterpreted. He mused at such an uncanny correlation between his father and his son. What his father could not tell him his whole life, his son had made him understand. Just that you need to have an open, trusting mind to listen. The words remained the same, yet they conveyed a very different meaning. That reminded him maybe he had misunderstood many things which his father said in his life. That might be the reason why he felt so alienated to him, even after spending good 40 years with him. Had he felt disappointed in him? This very thought sent chills to him. Papa, what's in this box? His son brought him back from his reverie. It's a treasure your grandpa left for me. Meeta suddenly became excited with the word treasure. Wow! Can I have a look at this treasure? No, Meeta. This was handed over by a father to his son. This is his life savings for me. But why can't I see it? I'm your son too, and what belongs to you belongs to me as well. No, son. Once you grow up, you will have a similar treasure box from your father. And for that, I will have to start saving from today. He said thoughtfully and stroked his hairs gently with his hand. It is a time for him to start saving for his son's treasure box from now onward. Sunheri. What kind of name is this? Just look at her. Does she even look Sunheri? Sunheri heard this. Savita auntie was talking to her mother while she clung to her mom. Barely 5 years of age, it was still challenging for her to follow the adult conversation. Sarita was the next door neighbor and mostly spent her afternoon at Manorma's place for her daily shot of tea and natter. This was the only time in the whole day for these women to relax together unengaged. No chores, no expectations, no errands to run after, no man around to be pleased, and the children still at school. This was the time these women unburdened themselves on the vicissitudes of their eventful days. They chatted about what they thought, or noticed, or aspired to do in their lives, but somehow couldn't. Nobody else would understand their conversations. They were Sakhis. Sunheri idling away under her mother's charpoy, overheard her mother answer hesitantly, "What's wrong with her name?" It was a very beautiful name as far as she could discern, and it sounded more like Melisonant when her mother called her with this name, Sunheri, syllable by syllable. It sounded lyrical. But today, for the first time, unfortunately, because what she just heard changed her perspective about her name for the time to come, maybe for this lifetime. Just look at her complexion. She isn't even close to wittish. You should have been more careful in naming her. This name would stigmatize her for life. She would be denounced till she has this face with this name. People will make fun of her. She would be jeered around, Sunheri, Sunheri. Her name echoed in Sunheri's ears for some time. She, at her age, did not understand difference between jeering and cheering. Manorma was staring at the floor, drawing circles with her toes, lost in her thoughts, pretending not to pay heed. She couldn't answer back, not because she didn't have one, but she preferred not to. Little Sunheri was watching intently at her mother's face, expecting an answer. She was too small to comprehend an answer to this question. Feeling insulted, she expected her mother to at least say something in her defense. She even tugged her mother's sari to remind her of this. Manorma looked lovingly at Sunheri, as if she is the most beautiful daughter in the world, and purported as if she never heard what Sarita said. That securing look was more than enough for Sunheri to be reassured for now, and she resumed playing with marbles. She became oblivious of Sarita auntie. Suddenly her voice seemed to be coming from far and low, after her mother's adoring look. During dinner, her father was sitting on the floor, cross-legged, and her mother was serving him hot chapatis, straight from the stove. After a hard day's work, this was the time Manoj could relax on his own. He loved being pampered by his wife in the evenings under the snug of his house, where he was not just another man, but the man. Working in a factory through the day, as a machine operator, he felt as a component of a big assembly unit. Mostly he was at the end of receiving orders and performed them diligently. That's it. He didn't have an existence beyond that. Only when he returned home did he realize that he too is a human, with desires, expression and a voice. While serving him a chapati, Manorma expressed her concerns to him. "Do you think we'll be able to marry her off?" Looking at Sunheri. "Will there be anyone who would marry her after seeing her?" Sunheri didn't know much about marriages. All she knew was that every girl is a princess in her fantasy, and every fantasy has a dream with a prince who comes one day galloping on a horse and takes the princess far away on mountains to live happily ever after. The only part of the story she couldn't comprehend and intended to ask her mother was that, did the princess live without her mother or after her prince took her far away? This idea revolted her and she intended to write one more line in her story. And they lived happily ever after, far away along with her mother. But here, her story, as was being unfolded by her parents' talk, didn't even have a husband. What to talk of a prince? Why would there be no prince for her? Listening to people talking about her, she had started getting the impression that she was not beautiful, or rather was pretty ugly. Though, till now, she could not start appropriating people around her based on their looks. The only way she had judged so far was whether a person was nice to her or not. And going by her simple internal analysis so far, the majority of people around her were good. His father was quite downhearted by her unattractiveness. As a father, he must have thought about it a million times. After all, who would like to endure the ignominy of not seeing off her daughter married? He didn't want to think about it now, as there was still some time when she would be of a marriageable age, particularly when he didn't have a solution at present. He said, "I had a solution when she was born." Manorma knew what solution he was recalling. He had suggested to Manorma, after having a good look at Sunheri, as soon as she was brought to him, in conspiratorial whispers, to dump her somewhere or leave her on the steps of an orphanage. Firstly, it is a girl, and that too disgustingly dark-skinned. His sister even made a caustic remark, "Sone pe suhaga." Manorma listened to her comment and felt incensed and resolved to name her Sunheri vindictively after hearing her sister-in-law. She was utterly outraged by the idea of renouncing her daughter and put her foot down until he accepted the girl. Sunheri became obtusely interested in knowing this solution, but his father did not expound further. That night, while laying beside her mother, she asked, "What was the solution, Ma? Father was telling you about at dinner?" Her little mind was racing with all the possibilities. Manorma became disquieted for a second, but after composing herself answered, "He wanted to melt all my silver ornaments and make a face pack for you. That could have made you look whiter, but white isn't fair to me. Mark my words, honey, white isn't fair. Real fairness lies inside. You're the most beautiful and loveliest daughter one can have." She lovingly ran her fingers through her daughter's hair, which were lustrous with thick curls. She straightened those with her fingers. It was sheer bliss to run her fingers through her daughter's silky locks. "But Ma, why did you stop him?" For a moment Manorma thought Sunheri knew the truth. "Because all we had were those ornaments with us at the time of your birth. We were not quite well off at that time." Manorma was not ready for her questions. That was the best answer she could make up upfront. Sunheri looked incredulously at her. As far as she knew her mother, she couldn't have done this for the sake of saving her ornaments. She definitely wasn't a skinflint. There must be other reasons for her not dissolving her ornaments. Sunheri inferred that maybe she was too young to understand. As such, she trusted her mother. She never lied to her. "One last question, Ma. Why is gold considered so precious?" "Because, darling, it shines even after bearing assaults and corrosion of lifetime wear." Her mother curled her fingers in her hair and looked in her eyes, just to ensure this goes deep inside her heart. She slept very peacefully that night. In her dream, she saw a charming prince taking her away on a beautiful white horse to a castle, far away on the mountain top. Time rolled by and she had learned to jostle her way in the society. She was 13 now and looked at her school as a place where she could easily mingle with other students. Here she could drown herself in the humdrum of the crowd and save herself from the penetrating eyes and discriminatory comments hurled at her, stinging her deeply. Academically, she was an average student, but outside that classroom, she was nothing less than a nimble deer, wonderfully strong and persistent. Running away continuously from something or the other had tempered her to be a good athlete. She won the Best Athlete of the School award in the recently held annual sports that week. Running came naturally to her. With her tall, slender physique and long legs, all she had to do was to run, with her mind shut from the takeoff as fast and far as possible. What she liked most about running was never to look back. Her sports teacher, Mr. Premlal, called her and informed her that the zonal sports coordinator wanted to meet her. The teacher told Sunheri that if the coordinator is convinced of her caliber, then he would approve a sponsor for her to be in the coaching camp under a proper athletics coach. The camp would be a game changer for her. Prempal realized and hence insisted on this meeting. Excitement was written all over her face when she returned home that day. She threw her bag and wrapped her arms around Manorma. She told her all about the camp and training and how much it meant to her. Her father, however, did not quite like this idea of her daughter going away to another town to attend a camp. Seeing her mother's resolve, though, he gave in. The very next morning, she was heading to a camp 30 kilometers away from her home, organized for the budding athletes of the district. She felt too fortunate to be drawn like this by her fate. She wanted to be someone, to stand out from the crowd where she had so far taken a recluse. She wanted to come out of the closet, someone whom the world would take notice and say, "There goes Sunheri," and this camp seemed to be a means to fulfill her dream. It was around 8 p.m., and after a grueling day on the field, she was nursing her cramps and aches, lying on the bed of her room. It had been a strenuous week for her. The facilities at the camp were very lacking and food pathetic, but she did not let these things bother her stubborn soul. It was a small 8 by 5 feet room with a decrepit door made of tin on one wall and a rusty window which barely opened. The walls were moldy and the room smelled of mold and an overpowering ammoniacal stench emanating from the nearby toilet. The room gave the impression of not being lived for ages, despite the contrary. The toilets were for common use and located at the end of the corridor. That was the second last day of the camp, and most of the athletes were gone by now. The only ones who ran the half marathon were made to stay for one last trial tomorrow. Sunheri was quite hopeful for a selection in the state level tournament due next month. She had run her best, and her coach had been quite pleased with her effort and performance. In fact, he petted her twice for her timing in the 800-meter race. She was very close to making a state-level record with a little more effort. She was thankful to her coach Sundarpal for giving her this opportunity and providing the required support and attention over other girls. She heard the bang on the tin door and the coach Sundarpal came around from behind the door. Her heart thrilled with joy. Maybe he had come to inform her about her selection for the state. She sat upright on her bed on seeing him. "Pranam, sir. Tell me, am I going for the state?" He nodded and sat beside her, as there wasn't any other place or a chair in the room to sit. She became ecstatic and put her arms around him in sheer joy. She showed him the knots of her calf muscle caused by long running. He put his hands on her calves and pressed to release the knots. She felt the pressure elevating and moaned with comfort. It felt good to have the pain melt like this by the hands of an expert. He moved his hand surreptitiously up her thigh. To her utter shock, she resisted vehemently and threw his hands away, but his hands just flitted around her thighs, happening to touch her exposed thighs. With his strength of being an athletic coach, he soon overpowered her and forced himself on her. Her face was a mix of disgust and surprise, and his of lust and ruthlessness. She resisted with her full might and made an effort to shout, but was gagged with one of his strong hands, his other hand working upon her chest. Sundarpal, looking rabidly cruel, pressed his face, reeking with alcohol, over her face, trying to meet her lips. She tried to draw her lips as far inside as possible to avoid him. With one hand, he was trying to do all he could. Her struggling revulsion didn't stop until he slapped hard on her face, her beautiful face, causing her lip to tear and ooze blood. That slap was too brutal for her to endure. It paralyzed her. She was too young to understand the carnality of rape, but she could in the least understand that his intentions were not right. She didn't comprehend the word rape, though having heard this word many times before. Is she being raped now? How will it happen? What is so atrocious and agonizing about it apart from the violence? Why is it being done? What will happen to her? What will she go through? All these and many more questions were battering her naive mind when she was slapped hard and knocked out. On Sunheri's return from the camp, Manorma knew instantly by her instincts and seeing Sunheri's swollen lips that something was amiss. "How was the camp, Sunheri?" She didn't speak a word, just gaped at her. She could not remember anything about the camp. She didn't want to. She wanted to bury her devastating memories of camp in the deepest recesses of her memory, from where these could not be recalled. She couldn't recall how and when she left the camp, boarded the bus and came here. Her senses came back when she saw her mother. Looking at her swollen face and cut lips, Manorma understood what had happened. She just hugged Sunheri tight and started sobbing. Manorma didn't tell her husband and asked Sunheri not to tell anyone as well. He was already worried about our marriageability, and after this he would break down and might take extreme steps. She just kept this to herself, trying to forget, and asked the same to Sunheri, though she knew it would take more than a lifetime to do so. It wasn't easier for Sunheri as well to take her mind off the incident. Days after coming back from the camp, she could still smell and stink of his drunk mouth and his sweat. Her breath would go fast and her heart racing with hurt and horror when she had to relive the dreadful incident every time that hallucination got back. That was so much more to survival than walking in the flesh. Long after her tears had dried and her bruises healed, her sense of self remained in tatters. Her self-confidence was gone. She was just a shadow of a person she once was, unable to find her way back to the track. Each day was a sentence in itself. Her mother wanted her back, and she wanted the same girl she loved before, the girl who brought a smile to her face with her mature, intelligent talks. But there wasn't much Sunheri could do for her mother. After a month, when Sunheri had gathered enough courage and strength to go back to school, she resumed it. For the first few days, she sat in her class, listless and oblivious to the world around her. One particular day, while she was trudging back after school, she found a girl being teased by a boy near the canteen. She came back to her combative avatar, threw her bag aside and rammed on the boy, beating him blue and black in no time. The boy was more terrified than hurt, and so was the girl whom he teased. It was purely instinctive, as she told her headmaster that she couldn't control it. She was let off the hook after a severe chiding, and to exercise caution towards her instincts. The next day, Prempal caught hold of her. "What's wrong, Sunheri? You are not coming to fields for practice? You seem quite lost. And yesterday that incident, I hope everything is okay with you?" She stood still, head down, digging the ground with her feet. "Don't you want to continue in athletics?" She didn't say a word. "Was Sundarpal supportive during your training?" Her breathing went astray. Prempal didn't notice. Prempal realized she had a great potential in the sports, and he wouldn't let this opportunity just squander, whatever her reason might be. He presumed her validation as a hesitant indisposition at the camp. Maybe it was too traumatic for her. After all, she was just 13, and camps can be too agonizing at times. "Next Monday, a boxing camp is coming to our school. If you wish, you can try for boxing, if you want to take a break from running. It's quite an upcoming sport for girls, and girls are doing pretty good at national and international levels." He was trying to show her a dream to motivate her. Sunheri thought for a moment and said yes. One could say it was not name or fame for which she said yes. She was selected in the trial, and her coaching started with 6 other wannabe pugilists. They trained mostly after the school hours and in the school auditorium, where a makeshift ring was created. Sunheri was a fast learner, and to his coach's surprise, she was doing far better than most of her seniors, that included boys. Though one thing quite baffled Manchanda, the coach. Whenever he went close to her to teach her some punch or jab, she almost always tore apart from him, as if she has got an electric shock. Whenever he asked her to come close so that he could tell her something, she would keep a distance of not less than a few feet. She was kind of a shy person, avoiding eye contact. Physically, she was strong, and her endurance for pain was remarkable. She wouldn't flinch if a cross punch hit her ear. Many times she would go bare-knuckled just to be reminded by him to don gloves. It was around a month in the camp when once she was having her lunch on a bench when her school sports teacher Prempal came and sat beside her. She instinctively distanced herself from him, moving to the edge of the bench. He was startled by this reaction of hers. He held her by her arm and asked sternly, "What's the matter, Sonpari?" He used to call her by this name, and wrangled her arm to make her face him. "Nothing," she said without even looking at him. "There is something, Sonpari. I know, but it's okay if you don't wish to share. I may help you if you trust me, and you have not many people besides me who you can trust. By the way, your boxing coach met me yesterday and said you were doing good in the camp." "I love boxing," she whispered. "But he was telling me that your punches are not as aggressive as they should be. He said that you are more a defensive player. Somehow the punches should be more powerful and aggressive. This is boxing, dear, and it's won not by being defensive, but by being aggressive. This is not a race." "What can I do? I'm trying as hard as I can." "Dear, you are like a daughter to me. I don't have a daughter, but in you I see my daughter, and I want you to make me proud." She thought. She told him agony, her suffering. The expression changed on his face. Blood shot in his eyes as she was shaking. He just allowed her to recompose. After a while he spoke. Listen, Sunheri, and you listen to me well. You have to leave all this behind and move ahead. As there is only one thing you take from this, just try to see that bastard's face in your opponent's face, and that will take care of your punches. They would be nasty. As the years passed by, her opponents changed, but their face remained the same. She was soon playing for the nation in Asian Boxing Championship Games, held at Bangkok. She was too happy, as her mother too came along. It was Manorma's first overseas trip, and her first experience on an airplane too. She was on the cloud 9. This was the finals for the women's lightweight boxing event. Sunheri's opponent was from China, a fierce-looking aggressive woman. She was all over Sunheri as soon as the gong went, with her kidney punches and her uppercuts. The Chinese had done her homework. Sunheri tried rabbit punch but was declared foul by the referee. All Sunheri was able to manage was to parry her face from her opponent's fierce blows. At the timeout, sitting in the neutral corner, she was confused as to what was going wrong with her today. She saw in the stands where she spotted him. Raimpal too was there to see his prodigy shine. He was sitting there, and at that moment, when their eyes met, he made a gesture of the hand sweeping across his face. She immediately knew where the problem was. How could she forget it? Perhaps the arena was too overwhelming for her. In the next round, she surprised the Chinese with her aggressive punches directed at her face, which she couldn't stand. Her opponent succumbed, letting Sunheri win in a knockout. It was the happiest moment of her life, not only for her, but for her mother too, who had never given up on her. Right from Sunheri's birth till now, Manorma had always fought with people and circumstances to keep her hopes afloat despite all the adversities. At times, Manorma too had despaired, but never let that show on her face. She recalled the day when Savita took Sunheri's name contemptuously, writing her off. Today was a day for redemption, for emancipation, for her and for Manorma. At the podium, the Indian national anthem was being played, and Sunheri held her gold high in the air for her mother to see as the crowd cheering, "Sunheri, Sunheri." Wisp of Lust. The dream shows how recollections of one's everyday life can be worked into a structure where one person can be substituted for another, where unacknowledged feelings like envy and guilt can find expression, where ideas can be linked by verbal similarities, and where the laws of logic can be suspended. Sigmund Freud, The Interpretation of Dreams. Maya had gone to her son's annual school function, much to her indignation. Her grievances were multitudinous, from cumbersome parking facilities to inadequate seating arrangements for all invited guardians, and all these parents who, despite all these disappointments, enthusiastically thronged the function just to get a glimpse of the apple of their eyes, performing on the stage. The children were made to slog for hours and hours, for days to weeks, for the practice and rehearsals, something which would come down to only 3 to 4 minutes of their presence on the stage. Yet the school does it the same way year after year. Parents attend because they love their children. The children will do it by compulsion and didn't have much say regarding these matters. They were being herded in scorching summers or frosting winters in the open-air amphitheatre and made to toil for hours. To her understanding, if a free will is being given to the students, almost all would prefer the annual function not to happen. But today, Maya wasn't just one of the parents to see their children perform on the stage. She was a special invitee by the school to attend this function, and therefore was offered a seat on the front row, along with the dignitaries and chief guest, separated from the horde of other parents. Maya's son Manav was in the 11th standard, and after 10th standard, the students were spared from participating in annual function. Manav, part of the theatre club, in fact the star of it, was proficient in stage presentation and anchoring. For this reason, he was chosen to be one of the 2 anchors for this edition of the annual function. Another being Brinda, the head prefect for the school, incidentally the kind of girl who can make any parent envious and immediately cause the adoration and admiration for their child take a southward plunge in her presence. The function started late as usual by about 1 hour, And then, after a brief introduction from these two young anchors, the chief guest was ushered in. Maya looked sideways to see if anyone of her neighbors acknowledged the fact that he was her son, but could find none, and disheartened she looked ahead. Next, the headmistress strode to the lectern. In this cold December night, dressed in ethnic Indian sari, without covering the elegance of it with a jacket, sitting on an aluminium chair under the open sky of the amphitheatre, she knew that the headmistress' address would go on for not less than 45 minutes. Same content year after year. Same boastful talks. The same sense of false accomplishment. Same bullshit. Maya wondered if she could show her the previous year's address just to make her realize how tediously monotonous she can get. Why no other parent was thinking her way? She was bewildered. Perhaps they were and ignored this, focusing on those 4 minutes of their child's skit. Chilly weather perhaps was the reason that hardly 5 minutes in the program, she somewhat felt the need to go to the washroom, but suppressed her urge. Shoving her way out from where she was sitting, packed like Solomon's, it would be quite a task. After 15 minutes, she couldn't hold any longer and got up, ruffling many intently absorbed people and turning many annoying heads. The washroom was at the far end of the amphitheatre. Done with relieving herself, she was washing her hands when she looked up at the mirror and found Manav standing behind her. She was startled by his sudden presence in the ladies' washroom. Shouldn't he be on the dais right now? What is he doing here? Why has he come here? How did he know she was here? She was rife with so many questions in her mind, when to her abject horror, Manav drew a knife from his pocket and lunged towards her. With all her swiftness and strength, she stopped his hand midway and prevented the knife from getting under her skin. Terror in her eyes met disgust in his eyes. Manu! She tried to scream, but her terror couldn't allow her to make the sound. She battled to resist his wrestling, to free his arm. She looked all around, hoping someone else by chance might come here and save her. That wasn't the case though. Manav snarled with horridness and she gagged by her panic. Sweat started pouring from her forehead and mixed with tears from her eyes. He didn't relent or let go of her. Why? She wanted to know desperately, before it's too late for her to save herself. But she wouldn't die without knowing, and suddenly felt a new surge of strength. Maya was shaking with fear being more profound on being puzzled. Yet she fought back and halted the progress of Manav's hand. She drew in as much air as possible and shouted with all her might. Not a whisper came out, as if she was being strangled by some unseen force. Her eyes widened and throat parched. Manav, with an unrelenting, ruthless glare on his face, appeared to gain vantage, and was confident to wrestle free his arm and thrust the blade in her bosom. Ironically, the same bosom where he lashed not many years ago to draw his life from. Suddenly she heard the voice of her husband, calling her from outside. Maya became ecstatic and realized she would be saved only if she could scream to draw his attention. He would be equally terrified to see her like this here. She tried to call him back, yet could make no voice. The approaching voice of her husband stalled at the door of the washroom, this being a ladies' washroom. She felt helpless, with help so near and yet so far. As the husband's voice started receding, she became hopelessly violent. She used all her might to twist Manav's arm, a 16-year-old, quite some man already, and tried to gain control over this, but couldn't. The gagged voice and the wrestled hands stayed for some more time. How much, she wasn't aware, when her husband's voice again grew louder and approaching. His voice had a sense of frustration and urgency in it. She turned her face towards the door and once again tried to holler. This time she was able to make a gagging grunt. It was quite primal, a dog-like savage growl, but very weak. Suddenly her husband was calling from close to her ears in almost an irritated voice. Maya, Maya! She shook her head and opened her eyes. She might have woken up from her dream, but physical manifestations of her intense dream lingered. Her heart was beating fast and her gaze flitting. Emotions of dread and horror were apparent, and her demeanor quite couldn't change so fast and revealed her disposition. Her body was drenched and still shaking from whatever she endured. Had Roshan, her husband, looked at her face, he would have definitely got alarmed. But incidentally, he was looking at his mobile, trying to catch his morning news while calling her. This gave Maya a few seconds to recover and recompose herself. Apart from the sweat, all other remnants of the phantasmagoric dream were gone now. Feeling damp all over made even Maya surprised. why she was strange. All she did was to look dazedly at him. The horror of the nightmare had vaporized from her memory. It always does. Only a wisp of it remained. That too, very deeply buried in her consciousness, or rather subconsciousness, and it was very difficult to excavate from there. Now, she thought she would try to recollect her dream later in the day for analysis and interpretation, but what remained of the dream only after a few seconds of its being over was a vague impression that she had a dream, and that too horrible one. Rest all the details would be confabulation if she tried to rebuild it. That blurred and faint wisp that remained from the dream felt like a splinter in the mind for the whole day. That day she couldn't concentrate on any of her course. Quite abstractedly, she went from one core to another. That dream didn't leave her mind, nor did its structure with details, just like a small food fiber stuck in the gums, which the tongue pry continuously and fights and fails in the end, and sits in some corner of the mouth to breathe. She now sat, after her evening tea, in solitude in her room, trying to take her mind off that. She recalled reading Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud some 5 years back, and it still lay on her bookshelf, waiting to be picked up and restarted. She abandoned it then, in the middle when she couldn't comprehend even after forcing herself on the book. It was just too abstruse to comprehend and understand and interpret. She thought of going through it once more. Last month, she was diagnosed with trigeminal neuralgia, an utterly painful condition affecting her face. She came to know of it while brushing her teeth, when it triggered electric shock-like jabs of excruciating pain all over the face. She was put on Tequitrol. It took away the bite of the searing pain but dulled her mind. She read about the disease and the drug in detail, and perhaps knew more than the doctor about the drug by now. She was more drawn towards the psychic effects of the medicine rather than the physical effects. Of course, the pain had eased a lot after that, but she had started getting a feeling that she was steered towards the psychological effects of the drug. This doubt was too thin, and she was uncertain to discuss with her doctor yet. Could this sudden flurry of nightmares be because of the drug? The next morning when she woke up, Roshan was already getting ready for work. She was a late riser, as she loved to do some painting before sleep, and so generally slept late. She was fond of painting, and save for a few early years after marriage, when Manav was still a small boy, she had been doing her painting uninterrupted. Since her early childhood, she painted anything and everything. She was instinctually inclined. During a recent party at her home, when she was showcasing her paintings to the guests, a friend of hers asked about her subject of interest, and she replied that she didn't have to have such preferences while painting. She loved to paint across the genres, across mediums, anything which would muse her. And so right it was, because she had flitted from portrait to landscape to still life. She had made a portrait of Manav last year, which many a guest had casually remarked as good as a real-life photograph. She was good indeed, and had done 2 of her exhibitions. Not being a popular name though, she couldn't sell much, and this was the way she liked it, as she didn't want to part with any of her creations, the fact that she realized as late as the opening day of the exhibition. She just wished none of her paintings being picked up for buying. While painting that evening, accompanied by her friend Anamika, talking loquaciously alongside, she was furiously stroking the canvas with her brush. Maya was painting a still, with few assorted flowers in a bunch kept on a table, in the line of her eyes. She had deliberately picked flowers of as many colors possible from a nearby flower shop. She wanted to use her full palette today, to make something very colorful, a gift for her brother, on his wedding anniversary. Maya was talking to Anamika as well as painting simultaneously. Her method encompassed first to paint the outline of the flower and later do the detailing, to be followed by contrast shading. And she was doing it with all her intent and precision. She was looking forward to creating a masterpiece in its sense, something which his brother, whom she loved most in this world, would feel delighted to receive as a gift. All the same, she was being careful too, as she had this unfortunate habit of spilling colors on her canvas while painting. 2 of her last 5 paintings had found their way to trash bin thus. She was talking and singing in between while she painted. Somehow she realized the colors not as saturated as they ought to be. They looked quite faded. She checked her color tubes and the palette and found everything was fine and up to mark. This was her third sitting for this painting, and incidentally, she had her friend today with her. What does a painter or a story writer or a music composer want? Immediately after completing his or her piece of art, an admirer to praise and goad the art, to get that final touch in the sense of accomplishment. As soon as she completed the painting, she looked up at Anamika and nodded gently. Anamika, who had been waiting eagerly for this moment to become the first one to lay her eyes upon this masterpiece, Anamika knew something special is being created, and she knew the still object which was being painted was sitting there watching Maya paint so intently caused her desire to see the painting flare up in the last hour. With all her excitement, she rose from her chair abruptly and bent to put her cup of coffee on the table. In the process, she got her feet entangled in her sari, lost her balance, and fell forward on the easel. The cup's leftover contents were all over the canvas, causing it to become off-white stained, as if no color was there in the first place. Maya's heart leapt into her mouth. She saw this with horror, and that moment of horror was followed by her scream. Her 3 days of hard work was smeared coffee brown in one moment. With blazing eyes, she stared at Anamika. The latter couldn't meet her eyes and stood motionless as if turned to stone. Anamika's heart was beating faster and her eyes tight shut, unable to open to see Maya's glary eyes. Maya's eyeballs were roving though, because of her internal agitation. She too was frozen. Anamika, seeing her state, held her by arm and shook her to bring her back from her utter shock. Maya opened her eyes and found Manav shaking her hand, trying to wake her up and to tell her he was leaving for his football match and would be late. I would be late. He left as soon as he saw her open her eyes, his words stretching to the door as he left. She lay there dazed, shaken, for some time, looking around the room and its walls and the swirling fan overhead. Only when she was quite sure she had come back to the present did she draw a deep sigh and alighted the bed. These afternoon naps, she thought, are the worst kinds. These always end up having a weird dream. She would avoid them or perhaps take a power nap with an alarm. She made in mental notes for herself. With a cup of tea in her hand and finding her sitting across the bay window, she tried to recollect her last dream. With difficulty though, this time she was able to recall a lot more than she thought she would. She was pursued by her dream, or rather the obscure meaning of it, all evening until she reproached herself when during dinner her husband asked her if there was a matter. She was lost and preoccupied in her sputter to interpret the dream. That night she completed her painting, without Anamika around her, of course, to admire at that hour. After completing, she pondered over her dream for a while and went to bed. The next morning, after having done her morning course and setting Manav and Roshan for their school and office respectively, she sat with a cup of tea in the bay window of her bedroom. She loved this spot. It had an uninterrupted view of the road and its affairs. She loved watching people, observing them, and analyzing their behavior and interpreting them. This was a welcome distraction from her ever-humming mind. Today, her mind was too preoccupied with the task of interpreting her last evening's dream, which surprisingly she remembered so far. Though it was quite vivid yesterday evening, what remained now were trifling remnants of it. She looked at the flower bed on her lawn and saw the flowers. The visual stirred a lot in her mind, and focusing so could extricate a lot of details from yesterday's dreams. She surprised herself with the fact that the mere looking at the colors of flowers brought back so much of the dream to her. Set herself to analyze and interpret her dream. All she could reach after half an hour of probing and reflecting was that perhaps it was her insecurity about the painting which caused this dream. Half convinced and fully exhausted mentally, she abandoned her endeavor and started doing what she likes doing most while sitting at the window, watching people through window. She saw a scooter stop by her gate and a man approaching her door. He was from the AquaGuard, as she saw from logo on his shirt. She remembered she had booked a complaint about her RO machine, which wasn't working properly for the last few days. He appeared to be a man of 45, fair, handsome, well-built, and looked very well dressed for a mechanic. Soon after, she heard a doorbell and opened the door to find him standing there with all his smiling pleasantness to his esteemed client, which was part of his training. She let him in after checking his eye card and escorted him to the kitchen. It was a hot summer day and he was sweating, which was revealed by the shapes of sweat on his shirt. This man was different from many others in many ways. He was polite, well-dressed, and well-behaved, rare traits amongst technicians. He was done with his repair work in 30 minutes and asked for her permission to leave. She offered him a cup of tea, which he accepted after initial reluctance. She had enjoyed his presence, and with a big thanking smile after the tea, she signed the form and saw him off. Maya, to her pleasant surprise, didn't quite remember having nightmares for the next few nights. One morning, while she was making herself tea, when her body was there in the kitchen and her eyes were on the pot of frothing tea in the kettle, yet her mind was racing elsewhere, and had a long time ago left the kitchen for her dreams. She was thinking about a dream a few days back in which she was being attacked by her son. Surprisingly, she was able to make herself recollect quite a lot from that dream today. Why would a son try to kill a mother when their relationship was perfectly balanced and cordial? Gazing at the froth with glazed eyes over the boiling tea, she perhaps went into a state of lapsed consciousness, akin to a lucid interval, and started thinking about the dream. Maybe her son represented someone else. Maybe killing was a metaphor for her terror, her anxiety, which manifested this dream. Too many maybe. And she got entangled in her own thoughts and slipped from her sanity. Still, she didn't surrender. She never stopped until she had created the desired effect in her painting which she wanted to convey the observer. Such was her resolute. She tried again, but this time thinking literally. Maybe the knife wasn't real. Maybe it was a message which his son wanted to get through her. What could it be? She thought, and she thought hard, and then failed again. Then when she stopped torturing herself, an idea flashed in her mind. She had been trying to send her son for a boarding school, which he had been resisting vehemently. They both had reasons. She wanted to see him off to the boarding school to become more self-independent, and he for not agreeing upon to leave the insular environment of the home. Maybe this dagger was this message which her subconscious mind read and manifested in her dream. The point which her son was not quite capable of conveying to her is now being presented in her dream at the point of a knife. She felt a chill in her spine and resolved there and then to drop the idea of boarding school, for easing him and herself too. She sure would discuss this with her husband later in the day, she thought, but what reason would she tell him about her U-turn? Share her dream? Will he understand? Maya didn't know the answers, and with more bewilderment than when she entered the kitchen, she left with a cup of tea in her hand. That day her mind was quite hackneyed already. When she went to sleep, and she saw a dream, a bizarre one of its own kind. In the morning she got up, quite right, with the dream stuff, and went to take a bath as the first thing, as it was quite hot and she was already sweating as early as 7 in the morning. AC stopped working sometime at midnight. She went inside the bathroom, and after taking off all her clothes, she turned the shower on and let the cool water flow over her parched skin. It was a wonderful sensation. Cool water running down her parched skin was quite invigorating. Suddenly she felt as if someone was sneaking from behind the door of the bathroom. In the privacy of her bedroom, she generally left the door of the bedroom ajar, and so did her husband. Roshan was sneaking from behind the door, trying to see her bathing naked. She felt this odd and quite repulsing, the way he was sneaking. As a husband, he could have her any time he wants, but why peep like this? As soon as she turned to face him, he retracted behind the door. Confused and conveyed with soapy foam, she turned the shower on again and let the foam melt down her body. Again she saw from the corner of her eyes him watching her. This time she ignored the ignominy of stepping out of the shower in just a towel wrapped around her privates and swung the door in a jerk to face her husband. He was standing there with a stern face, eyes blazing red, looking at her with wide open and tightly pursed mouth. His face had contempt written all over and a fierce staring look. She got terrified looking at him. She just couldn't stand his looks and closed her eyes in disgust. After a moment of silence, which seemed eternally long to her, he whispered, "Come, let's take a shower together. Today's Sunday." She opened her eyes again and saw his face as close to hers as if almost kissing, half reclining on her, and his hand under her neck, bringing her face close to his. To her utter surprise, she was on a bed alongside Roshan. All she could do was to look terrified with her eyes wide open. He misread her wide eyes as romantic looks and embraced her and together rolled over on the bed. This gave her a couple of seconds to recompose herself, her face behind his shoulders. Of course, they went to the bathroom together, but she was not with him. Her body was all that he sought in her dream, and her body was all he got. Her mind was trying to convalesce from the vehemently lurid dream, which now was on the verge to vaporize. She wanted to recall as much as possible from her dream before she left the bathroom, as she feared that change in the place might cause the already wispy dream to disappear and get out of her reach. Sundays generally were the most hectic days for her, as the house was quite crowded. She didn't get much spare time to sit alone and reflect upon her dream that day. It was now becoming an irresistible pastime for her to decipher her dreams and seek answers amongst that for the question which she wasn't aware until the answers showed up. Like the dream of school annual function, the next day at her bay window with a cup of tea in her hand, she got the first opportunity to think about her latest dreams. After a certain effort, the elements of the dream which appeared to her as lost came back to her with few missing details. She knew at the outset that the dream represented infidelity. By whom? As far as she could remember, they both had been as faithful as far as she could have thought. Never had Roshan presented with any hint for suspicion, never had she got an opportunity to suspect. Not only that he was a regular 9-to-5 guy, she had complete trust in him. Can there be anything which she might have failed to notice, but her subconscious mind might have picked earlier, which might have manifested now as a dream? Still, she could recall nothing. After fraying her mind hard for some time to recall any clue or trace suggestive of Roshan cheating on her and not getting one, she got weary. A few minutes later, she started thinking afresh, but this time in different lines. What if she had been the one to commit infidelity? She couldn't remember any such incidents after marriage. She had an affair at her college, but it was just a brief one, nothing serious. That can't be taken as infidelity, she justified herself. He had been good to her, loved her a lot, and had been too good in bed for her to think of someone else. Then what? She had reached an impasse, again a break in thinking line and again a fresh start. What if there was an obscure or possibility not so evident affair, disagreeable for her to expose herself, and thus she was sparing herself for thinking that? She started rerun of her life in reverse, starting from the present. She knew it would be a long rerun and arduous task, but she was curious and had all the time in the world. Moreover, this was an important issue that needed to be dealt with if she hoped not to be bothered by the splinter for the rest of the day or perhaps rest of her life. She was scanning her life backward when her attention stopped abruptly at an incident a few days back, when her house was visited by the mechanic from the aquaguard. He was handsome, suave, and deferential. She reruns that part a few times in her mind, and all she could get was an acquittal for self. She didn't lust or flirt it, she very well remembered. Then her attention drew to the moment when he was leaving. He turned to go, and she, for a flimsiest of moment, looked at his posterior, a well-shaped one, and that thought passed sooner than it came to her. That one moment of infidel glance, she closed her eyes once more and pondered at the implication of that one immoral moment. The sign. Even after tossing and turning on the bed for a good 1 hour, sleep did not happen to him. Nishant had tried everything: counting sheep, silent chanting, deep breathing, sleep music, and so on. But sleep was still elusive. However hard he tried to divert his mind, it rushed back to those same thoughts. What was such a big fuss about this decision? He had taken a number of bold decisions in his life, but it seemed to be difficult this time. He was desperately seeking a sign, a hint from God to help him make his decision and bring an end to his sleepless nights. He played Yog Nidra, guided meditation on his mobile, and closed his eyes. Nishant opened his eyes. He saw the waves hit the shore with all their ferocity. His onerous mind couldn't handle the turbulence. It was a tough call for him. His mind was like a firm rock, too stubborn to sit to all the changes around him. He wished the change to happen on its own, as he could not make it himself. He simply did not have the courage for that. Standing on the seashore, watching the waves crash into the rocks, he realized how the rocks could not prevent themselves from their changing shapes. He was in awe of the eternity of the sea. Out of his denial, he tried to build an allegory of the sea and its life. He wanted to look beyond the wall of his perceptions. It seemed as if a veil of conceit obscured his mind from any new perspectives entering. There had to be so much more to understand than he already knew, to accept which he had not done so far, before he takes that final call. He had always believed that there is a deep sense of purpose in whatever happens. He looked at the vast open sea for a clue, but the sea was stubborn, ignored his presence, and kept smashing its waves on the rocks. He shifted his attention to look closely at the sea beach, but it did not help him either. He thought that possibly he is expecting too much from the sea. Nature does not work this way. Still, his deep sense of belonging to this moment abhorred him in accepting the thought. Recharged but piqued, he turned to retreat when his eyes fell on a shining object lying on the beach. The object lay in front of a group of rocks. The surf and the waves gave a grey background to the shining object, which appeared to be a locket from this distance. The way it shone brilliantly, displaying rainbow colors, it looked as if it was a diamond at first. His heart skipped a beat. Is this the magical thing he was thinking for so long? His mind started imagining as how this piece of jewelry could be his lucky charm. He wasn't looking for diamonds, rather answers to his questions. For once he thought of ignoring it, but then he thought to give it a try. He still believed in nature's divine intervention and its subtleties. One never knows what subtle signs God may show. He looked around and found himself as the only soul on the beach. So there was no need to feel embarrassed in picking it up. He reached that object with a quivering heart and trembling hands, as Nishant envisioned the beautiful piece belonging to a girl, who lost it while embracing her beloved, standing on this very rock. Now that they were gone and not traceable, he could collect it without any guilt. It was a brilliant shining piece of a coral, washed ashore, which had deposits of minerals and salts making it diffract light and appear shiner. For a split second he felt disappointed, but the very next moment he picked it up and weighed it in his hands. He caressed it and kissed it. He thought it must be a souvenir from the sea for him, feeling grateful to the sea once more. This piece of coral filled his inner self with light and colors. Feeling ebullient now, he turned back to leave. He was getting late. At that precise moment when he turned to leave, he saw a crab, a large one, pink and off-white, on a rock crevice. It looked peculiarly large for a crab. Fascinated, he stopped and decided to spend a few of his moments looking at its activities. It looked like a happy, free, well-fed crab enjoying his moment under the sun. It was throwing up his limbs in all directions, perhaps trying to attempt a jump off the rock, which seemed too high for his size, and there was a risk of hurting itself. Perplexed by the crab's behavior, he inched closer to the rock and realized that the crab, which until now appeared from a distance as if enjoying his day under the sun, was actually trapped in the crevice. A large wave might have smashed it against the rock and stranded it while receding, he surmised. He pitied the crab. Perhaps it would die there if not helped. He thought for once to turn back and leave. After all, he didn't have time for all this. Moreover, his own problem seemed to loom larger over his head presently. This insignificant crab and its plight seemed too inconsequential against his mental turmoil. There were presumably hundreds of crabs stranded on this beach waiting for their end. On a second thought, he felt that he could not change the destiny of all the crabs, but at least this one. This crab was as important as an entity and stood singularly unique in this world, as he is and deserves to be rescued. He could relate to the agony of being trapped in a situation. As he approached the crab, he felt as if it was begging to be set free. Being a vegetarian, he despised the sight of the crab right from the outset. It felt too yucky and slimy to even touch it. But the desperate situation required desperate measures. Swallowing repeatedly to drown his nausea, he obscured his revulsion, firmly gripping his senses lest they betray him. For the first time, he looked closely at the crab. What a bizarre creature it was! It had two front claws followed by 3 pairs of legs and 1 pair in the hind, which was larger and flatter like a spatula. A pair of small round bulging eyes at the base of the claws, looking at him in an amused, beseeching fashion. He didn't wait any longer. Out of 4 pairs of legs and 1 pair of claws, almost half the appendages were caught in the crevice. It couldn't free itself because each large wave shoved it further deep inside the crevice. The crab was trying frantically to escape, and as a result of successive waves hitting on high tide, more appendages got caught in the crevice. Carefully and slowly, Nishant tried to extricate all its legs and claws. He faced a peculiar resistance from crab, though, as he was bitten twice by it. Unable to understand the intention of the rescuer, with its small and full might, it tried to resist the hands of the destiny. Destiny, different from being devoured by an eagle or ending up on a dinner plate. Still, such was the power of destiny that it was eventually freed through Nishant's hands, which placed it gently on the ground. It rather jumped a little and started walking in its typical sideways gait, first slowly as if adjusting to its freed limbs, and then rapidly towards the sea. Nishant bent down to pick up the coral, which he had earlier collected and put down during the rescue. As he straightened up, he saw the crab on the edge where the sand met the sea, and soon after climbing on the first wave, it just lunged in the open and vast free sea. How foolish of him to think that the crab would turn and look at him and give some sign of gratitude. Nishant put the stone in his pocket and returned from the beach. He was one of the directors of the board of a well-established company. Their company did key projects for solar energy solutions for corporates and institutes. He had joined this company during its infancy. He remembered how he toiled day and night to establish a niche for this company in the market and bring it to the present state. Starting as a job for his livelihood, he never realized when it changed into a life for him. He would make excuses as lame as he could when his wife waited for him at the dinner table. His son grew up acknowledging his father to be too busy, even on weekends, to take him to fishing or camping like his other friends, but he never complained. Passionately and diligently, Nishant built this company with just one more partner. Later, as the company grew, more directors were added, and soon their company was labeled as one of the top 100 Fortune companies. Out of his hard and unrelenting work to aggressive competition, it started taking a toll on his physical and mental health. His approach towards business was conservative, but time-tested. Newer market methods of risk never suited him. He liked to play safe. There were times when the company couldn't afford the risk as it was running on a shoestring budget. When the company grew, so did their turnover and risk-taking capacity. As the workload increased, they increased resources and built new offices in all the major cities of India. The work and its related pressures caused Nishant to drift from his passion of singing. Now he wanted to go back to it. He knew it would ease his troubled mind, but it appeared so distant and difficult for him. As the number of offices increased, the directors rose in number too, and more cutthroat ambitions started growing along with it. The company, though big enough, didn't have enough space for so much ambition in one boardroom. So sooner than Nishant thought, there was boardroom politics and private decision-makings. Lobbies were being made and pitted against one another. Corporate managers were subjected to constraints imposed by the conflicting board of directors. With the losses, the stakeholders started withdrawing and creditors grew impatient. Portfolios were changed randomly every week. The working environment grew exhaustive and insecure. Within few years, Nishant noticed his position to shift drastically, from being the founding member who took the company to its heights to just another member waiting for his pink slip. It pained him a lot. He never developed much of his assets nor believed in sycophancy. Thereby, when it came down to annexation of the company by a larger firm, he almost came down to the roads. However, due to his performance record and being one of the founding members, he escaped from being asked to leave. But he was stripped of most of his work portfolios. How could God be so mean to him? Why was he being systematically expunged from this company which once belonged to him? Why? He tried hard to find the reason. In the annual board meeting, he wasn't even called for. That night, he wept at home. Next day, skipped work. To lose something for which he had worked hard, sacrificed his personal interest, was hurting him deeply. He read somewhere earlier that if one sacrificed too much for something one loved, he could end up hating it. This was the state of his mind. He spent hours to plan the ways to harm the company, to make his importance felt. He plotted sinister ways, like swindling with the investors and sharing his company's quotations in big tenders and the competitors. He had already decided that he would no longer work for the organization, but he never wanted to be ousted from the company. He had to build the right context to resign. Feeling unmotivated and useless, he found each day in the office as a sentence. He would stare endlessly at his table, trying to find a reason for him to keep going. Yet he found it difficult to leave it and sail in the uncharted sea. Finding a new place of work and adjusting to it would be even harder. He was used to the working environment of the company, which was familiar and comfortable. He had become complacent. On the other hand, he could sense that his days in this company are counted now. After spending whole night tossing and turning in bed, he went to the sea beach for some fresh air that his mind needed. And while looking for signs from God, he found a colorful coral that led him to a crab that he freed. He had been like a crab, snarled in his circumstances, feeling miserable. All he had to do was to extricate himself and let go. He resigned from his company that afternoon. He didn't need a context now. He had a loud and clear indication from Almighty, the sign. He wrote a thank you note along with his resignation, wishing them success. A decision as major as this needed some time to seep in. It needed some fresh sea air and some solitude to reflect. So the next morning he again went for a walk on the beach and stood beside the rocks where he met the crab last morning. He touched the spot where the crab was struck. He looked at his palm. It had the same coral. He rubbed his talisman, his magic lamp that had guided him to the crab, which showed him the answers which he was seeking for so long. A floodgate of gratitude flowed from him and he closed his eyes. Gateway of India. Happiness is found when you stop comparing yourself to other people. Anonymous. Time 7 p.m. It was an ordinary day at the Gateway of India, with its usual daily hustle-bustle. But this very ordinariness made every day extraordinary in the evenings, because of this place and the people thronging here. Time stood almost still here, and moments hung suspiciously. The sound of sea waves crashing against the rocks at the waterfront, overlooking the Arabian Sea, drowned the commotion. The girls brought their high notes to join the muffled sound of the surf at rocks. These looked for their good times on the far side of this iconic structure, and so did the Mumbaikars. Gateway of India, the heartthrob of Mumbai, was erected to commemorate the landing of King Emperor George V and Queen Empress Mary in December 1911 at Apollo Bandar, Mumbai, then Bombay. They were the first British monarch to visit India. At that time, this triumphal arch was made of cardboard, and later a basalt structure was completed in 1924. It was called a symbol of conquest and colonization, commemorating the British colonial legacy. In its etymological irony, the colonization was due until post-independence, when the city rose in standing in the newly formed sovereign of India and became the economic and cultural hub. Incidentally, it was also the monument from where the last British troops left India in 1948 after the independence. The monument was the soul of Mumbai, bringing cool Arabian Sea wind from underneath the arc to pervade over the city. The arena reflected the lives of the people of Mumbai, cutting across the social class, creed, or color. It surely was a place for people to prowl from all spheres, walks of life to unwind, especially in the evenings. People flowed like a river, never stopping for obstacles, but swirling around them. At this place, one could be anyone, or perhaps no one at all. The hawkers were shouting on top of their voices to catch hold of anyone's attention who was taking his wallet out. Children tugged their mothers' hands for balloons. Jewelers were queuing up at Golgappa's stall, and photographers and pedicurists were soliciting services. Young couple were necking each other at a lonely corner bench. An elderly couple was sharing the last few years of their life and bailed from one plate. All this and many more myriad manifestations of life were being staged daily. Only the characters on the stage kept on changing. Yet, for a keen observer, extraordinary could come out of this routine. Every passerby was a person with unique human traits, with a life full of laughter, tragedy, envy, or pride. Yet somehow everyone was distracted, hurrying, and their eyes casted down. The crowd had a life of its own. The vibrant clothes shone in the evening light, and the people moved like enchanting shoals of fish. There was chatter between sellers and buyers, old friends catching up and new friendships growing. It was busy for sure, but the hustle-bustle brought life to the city that was an integral part of its existence in Mumbai. Malkhan was there in the queue, restive for the pani puri. It was after a long time that he could afford to bring his family here. The last time was after his marriage when he tried to impress his wife Daya. She hailed from a rural background and was a simpleton. Yet she was intelligent enough not to coax or compel him to buy her worldly possessions, in spite of her moments of temptations. They knew his financial restraint. Yet she never let it show on her face, even if it was there in her heart. Their son Ravi was also with them, holding her hand firmly. When the swell of the crowd moved, they had to also. And if their feet failed to keep up, they risked being trampled. This was a big place and too many people were around. The child feared he might get lost and pulled himself closer to her. At the same time, Daya felt Ravi might be lured towards a hawker and held his hand in a tight grip. The child was eyeing for balloons. She looked at her husband, and he nodded approvingly. They bought him one balloon, not the largest one, but most colorful one. It was the prettiest balloon Ravi had ever seen in his life. He became so rhapsodic that he extricated his hands from her mother's clutch and dashed away to the stairs, to give his balloon a free space. She had always persuaded her husband only to spend on the bare necessities. Though he was generally a tightwad, today he was in a mood to set aside his frugality for a while. A promotion at the office was a reason for his new and sudden found improvidence. His life had been an epitome of sufferings and miseries, as his parents died in his childhood, with no close relatives around. He was raised in an orphanage. Malkhan's heart still bore the scars of his early life. Perhaps there are those lucky ones who could go about their lives not trammeled by such burdens. But for a man like him, his fate was to face the world as an orphan, chasing through long years, the shadows of vanished parents. There was nothing more important for him than watching his family live a comfortable life, the best he could manage. He considered himself lucky to have come a long way into happiness from that hill. Now he had a family, a job, and above all, a roof over his head to call upon his own, albeit a small one. His fortune wheels started turning rapidly after his marriage, and he always considered his marriage to Daya a propitious affair. He wished he could buy them all the happiness, whatever his little money could buy. If only he could have all the money in the world, and he would spend all on his family. He knew the ache of poverty and that of being an orphan. Coming out here at this place was a welcome change from drab and coldness of his quarter. Nevertheless, he felt money today, wanting to splurge. He pulled his wife toward the hawker. Ravi was playing on the stairs nearby. He was too happy and ebullient. After so many days of being incarcerated by his drab life, Ravi was his childish best, carefree, gambolling around. Their life was far from inspiring or enviable, but they were nevertheless happy. At least it was secure and comfortable. Ruminating on this, Malkhan glanced lovingly at his son. He prayed, God, make him rich someday, rich enough not to have such yearning with which he spent his days and slept his dreams. In the arc of the glance, he saw a couple sitting across the forecourt. They seemed around his age. He saw their kid, around 6 or 7, jumping in their lap. Brooding thus, he gazed a little longer at this particular couple. Despite not wanting to look like prying, he kept on scrutinizing their family. The man was wearing a silk kurta and his wife was dressed in faded jeans with a sequined top. Together they looked svelte and blaze. Happiness personified. Tumal Khan. His heart longed and picked. He wished if he could belong to this class of people, educated and well-to-do. His recent-born feeling of affluence faded abruptly into oblivion in their comparison. Immediately he looked and felt pitiable, enough to spoil his evening, which he so far was enjoying. Nilesh, the man with silk kurta, was editor-in-chief for a weekly magazine, and his wife Tanya an interior designer. Their son Mehul came 10 years after their marriage. Nilesh did his bachelor's in journalism from the St. Xavier Institute of Communication. He was popular, suave, and charming, and Tanya was vivacious, beautiful, and confident. They met in the second year and they immediately clicked. Together, they dated for 2 beautiful years before tying knots, and even after getting married, lived like lovebirds. Both wanted to enjoy themselves before raising kids and family. And when they both had achieved professionally and personally what they wanted, they decided to move on by having a kid in their life. Nilesh was well paid in a well-secured job and was pursuing the kind of work that he loved to do. Tanya, too, had established herself as an interior designer with a good reputation. Together, they were living illustriously, enviable life until the last few days. Nilesh had reported a news article just before the last municipal elections exposing the dubious ministrations of a local politician come goon in a scam that involved laundering and swindling the money allocated for the development of their constituency. This irked the politician beyond comprehension, who called Nilesh to threaten him with the consequences if he did not withdraw his story with an apology. Having been a forthright and ardent reporter his entire career, he didn't take the bait and rather refused the politician up front. The miffed politico, who eared this to one of his aides who happened to be an underworld don of Mumbai. Since then, twice, Nilesh's home had been stone-pelted, and once Tanya precariously chased while returning from her office. Once the maid who took their son to a play school reported some suspicious-looking men lurking outside the school, inquiring about their son. The police had shown their helplessness in taking any action without a shred of strong culpable evidence. As a result, the family was forced to live under trepidation and in cringing anticipation of further assaults. He remembered the moment when he had discussed this case with Tanya before reporting it. Now, this is what I call reporting. It takes a man as stalwart and gritty to unearth such a story, she exulted. Nothing made Nilesh prouder than a genuine admiration from Tanya. You think so? Yes, I had worked day in, day out for the last few weeks and took some calculated risk and spent quite a lot to collect the facts, Nilesh said, puffed up as a smug. He had completely missed the subtle undertone of satire in her voice. That was something which she didn't do often, and something which she didn't understand often. Soon she made it overt. Though this is a good scoop, you should think twice before publishing it. Nilesh was taken aback at the way the conversation changed its course. He said, but Tanya interrupted him. Just think of the implications it could have on our lives if this politician is miffed, which obviously he would be, with the elections looming large. Nilesh had in his insolence deliberately avoided this angle. He was rather convinced of this story getting a standing ovation in the echelons of media. Maybe so much as bagging you the Best Scoop of the Year award, she said cynically. Despite Tanya's protests, first subtle, then overt, and later in a threatening pitch, he went ahead with the project. Now looking retrospectively, he thought he should have listened to Tanya. He had everything: riches, family, work, and reputation. Everything which a man can dream of. Everything he had was at stake now. To unburden his mind from self-loathing, he turned his head away. To his right, he saw towards the entrance of the Gateway of India a man in a white Jawahar jacket. He pretty much resembled that politician to him, the one he had offended. He froze out of terror. Sitting here in the open without a cover or a place to hide or run away, he was like a sitting duck. The thought of getting killed, 3 of them together in an encounter, flashed in his mind for a second. He thought that God couldn't be so unreasonable. He was only doing his duty, and that too truthfully. He elbowed Tanya to draw her attention to this man. By this time, the man had come closer to Nilesh. The man was recognized by Nilesh. He was Harish Patil, MLA for their constituency, Borivali. But Nilesh could not conceal the terror on his face from Tanya. In a flash, Tanya's expression was like, "See what I told you." But they both recovered soon enough before they could actually speak their hearts out to each other. Nilesh was surprised to see Harish Patil at a place as public like this. Alone, sans his clout or cronies, it seemed odd for a politician of his stature. Tanya nudged Nilesh and in a whisper asked him, "Why can't we take help from Harish? After all, he represents us, common people. We voted him to power. This is just a matter of a phone call for him, to set our deplorable lives on right track again." Nilesh had once ignored Tanya's advice and faced the consequence, so now he took her seriously. Harish walked past him, perched on the long stairs. Place or time did not seem conducive to Nilesh for discussing personal problems with him, and so he decided to meet him the next day in his office. Perhaps he would help him out of this pitiable abyss. With all the power and prominence, Harish's stature loomed too large over him, and he appeared too timid pitted against Harish. Nilesh once again glanced where Harish had gone, but he could only see his head from where he was sitting, low on the stairs. Harish could have declared his coming here and got this arena cleared in a matter of 5 minutes, such was his power. But today he was engulfed with his nonplus. He felt extremely powerless. He found some place on stairs on one side and sat there in the reflection, head hanging low. Harish Patil had been a star politician for his party from the day he joined NCP, National Congress Party. He had an excellent academic career in political science. He belonged to a different new breed of young politicians, a rare blend of education and integrity, rhetorical and committed. Moreover, as an icing on the cake, he was a good orator and could draw good crowds during his genuine voiced speeches at varsity elections. A 6 feet 3 inches, hard chisel, and charmingly rugged looks to top it, he soon rose the echelons of his party. His oratorship and true-heartedness turned him an unprecedented success at university elections. Twice he was elected as Mumbai University Students' Union President. After college, he was summoned by the ruling Congress party and given a ticket from Borivali. He did not disappoint the top brass of his party and won the seat with a huge margin. On the personal front, he got married to Narendra. Soon after, he was inducted in Congress. They had been married for 10 years now. Despite their frantic efforts, they were still a distraught, childless couple. And with all odds and logic against them, they still hoped. Beneath the apparently rugged looks and physique lay a tender-hearted man who yearned to become a father. All the medical consultations and visits to infertility clinics couldn't yield Nayantara a pregnancy. The more they tried, more desperate they became. For some staunch personal reason, Nayantara, from a traditional Orthodox Hindu Brahmin family, didn't want surrogacy. Consequently, of late, Harish started having phases of despair, and his interest and focus on party work gradually diminished. He felt too helpless, powerless in himself, and started coming to this place for solace in solitude, to feel the murmur of life, to drown himself in it, even if for a while, to bring ease to his perpetually burdened mind. He wouldn't trade this anonymity for anything. He looked around. So many children were flittering around their parents, rollicking, making noises gaily. It was hard to wait for something he knew might never happen. It was even harder to give up as they knew it's everything they wanted. He fantasized about all the toys which were not yet bought and all the clothes he would buy for his baby. Only if he could have one. His fate contemptuously laughing at him in a country where babies were spewed left and right, he was denied vehemently. His roving eyes settled on a couple walking a ramp towards him, and the setting sun shining on them turned them a brilliant orange. He had never been claustrophobic before, but in that almighty swell of humanity, he felt the panic rise in his chest. The couple coming towards him was carrying a pram larger than regular, specially designed for 2 kids. He felt envious for the boastful flamboyants proudly hoisting their twins. He felt an urge to stand and rush towards them and hold their babies, but rather controlled his emotional tumult and dropped his head in despair as a couple walked past him, brushing and bruising his heart. Bhaskar and Kritika walked past Patil with their newborn twins. Bhaskar was speaking to his wife in a seemingly somber tone. "It is quite good to be in the fresh air after so many days. What do you say?" "Yes, it is. It was quite suffocating in the hospital," Kritika said delightfully. "You had been very brave to undergo all this with forbearance. Hats off for your grit, your honor." He bowed jestingly, looking in her eyes. "I could not have sailed through this without you by my side," she answered in her trademark bashful, reticent manner. "And I got my courage looking at you. Couldn't have asked for a better husband. Yes, it has been a hell of a time for both of us. I still don't know whether I'll be able to cope with 2 babies together. I had seen my sister raise her twins. She went half crazy by the time her babies had their first birthday. I'm really freaking out. You are one hell of a stubborn woman. You will do it with ease, I'm sure. It is your faith in me, having spent a full month in neonatal ICU, nursing these teeny-weeny babies, demanding feeding 24/7, has cracked and broke me up a little. I think we should hire full-time domestic help." "Yes, we must and we would, though I have no doubts regarding your caliber, but help at hand would be great for you. The fact remains that raising 2 kids together is more than twice the work. When are you joining our office?" "Friday. That would be the day after tomorrow." "I wish I could extend my leaves, but then we might require leaves later on, so I just don't want to exhaust them right now." "Yes, you are right. We might be needing more than the stipulated annual leaves, and as such, money would definitely come handy for these kids," she said, looking longingly at them. Her eyes quivered and voice trembled, but she turned her eyes away from him in the nick of the time and saved herself the embarrassment of being quandary. She had already exhausted her quota of tears and was saving them for a later time when she would be needing them most. She could not appear to be weak, for herself as well as for Bhaskar. It took just a few seconds to compose herself. She was quite used to recovering quickly by now. "Do you think we should buy medical insurance?" "Yes, we can, but it's not going to help much. We can claim only after a locking period of 2 years, and we don't know if we can wait that long. And then, these people have a lot of fine print when people turn to them for claims. Besides, we aren't sure if we have that much time with us. We would still be there after 2 years. It won't be the end of time. We can use it later on as well. Do not be so pessimistic, honey." He just looked at her admiringly. She was really the right balance of being gallant and tender. She was the epitome of strength for him. He smiled mirthlessly and looked away from her face. On the nearby parapet, he saw a boy jumping and waving to his mother, with a red balloon in one of his hands. His mother glanced lovingly at him and opened her mouth wide for a big golgappa. His heart winced. He recalled the moment when his doctor entered their room to tell them about their kids, before being discharged, and he felt utterly despaired. It was a brief, just one-line report saying for both the twins it read, phenylketonuria, PKU, positive. He wished he could change one word in his life, one word in that fateful one moment which spelled doom for him and his wife. He wished one thing to be negative among so many positives in his life. Memento Mori. I thought about one of my favorite Sufi poems, which says that God long ago drew a circle in the sand, exactly around the spot where you are standing right now. I was never not coming here. This was never not going to happen. Elizabeth Gilbert. The leash was all Chetan had to yank his dog back, but he won't listen to the tug. At home, he was treated in an imperious way, but when out on the roads, watching stray dogs without a leash around their neck, it hurt its pride immensely. Being just 6 months of age, he little understood the perilous road and its nefarious traffic. Walking with kindred, outdoor delights lured him to move without a leash. Chetan loved Casper very much, just like every owner loved their pets. All he wanted was to steer the dog away from harm's way. The road was seeing its busiest morning hour, and apparently every second spent on the road by the drivers was an encumbrance on their selves. So much so that at times, in their haste, people and animals walking on the roads became invisible to these drivers, just like sitting ducks, to be knocked over. That overcast July morning was ushered in by heavily laden atmosphere and cool wind, with the sun quite in the backdrop of the grey clouds moving imperceptibly slow behind the fast-moving clouds. Clouds that were grey, dense and low, and appeared to be laden and weighing down with water, ready to burst open and splatter their contents down. Chetan observed that while stepping out with Casper, yet forgot to take his umbrella along. The fiery clouds caught him without an umbrella and felt slighted. Then the clouds started to roar and flash in resentment. Daunting him back home seemed their only agenda for now. Still not taking a cue from this spectacular drama, Chetan held upon his thread, hoping to return by the time it would start to pour. For a moment he looked skywards and even considered to take a retreat, but he didn't. Somewhere in his subconscious mind he was walking against his instincts, though unwittingly. Casper, his Pomeranian, scurried around his legs, just like white and fluffy clouds playing around the sun. Sometimes the sun edged ahead and sometimes the cloud, attempting to catch. It appeared as if the clouds were being held back, tethered to an invisible force, preventing them from breaking loose. As soon as they had walked a few blocks away from their house, Casper, finding open turf, started to pull on his leash. He wanted to dash around freely, ahead of Chetan, but to his despair he was being yanked by him every now and then, to keep him out of harm's way. Amidst this game of pull and snap, Casper had a besetting habit of stopping to prod on the sideways, making annoying interruptions to Chetan's walk. The multitude of smells here on the road was overwhelmingly enticing for him. After humoring thus for a while, Casper saw a bone lying on the side of the street and dragged Chetan towards that. To Chetan, it looked like Casper had found an occupation for a while. He felt relieved. After a long time of yank and pull, his arms could relax a bit. Somehow that bone wasn't juicy enough and didn't lure the dog for long. So now Casper saw something worthwhile on the other side of the road and, finding him free from Chetan's constraint, dashed towards it. Chetan lost the hold on leash and Casper scooted across the road unbridled. Just at that unfortunate moment, a car coming from behind Chetan ran over Casper. Before Chetan could turn, he came to know of this by the ominous shriek of the tires, followed by the loud yelp. It had started drizzling and the road, quite blood-spattered now, gave a sharp, vivacious contrast to the rain-cleaned asphalt and the grey sky at horizon. Death was pulling hard on Casper, stronger than what Chetan could pull him back. Death had the final laugh. Sarla was getting ready for her office when it started pouring. It was end of September and the monsoon was still going strong. She saw her watch and then looked out of the window. It was 9:30 a.m. Running late by 15 minutes, she flustered and dropped her purse. At an age around 35, she looked young, not a day more than 25. She was dressed impeccably in a formal grey sari with a green border, which was the dress code for her office. She worked with the belief that one should appear her best while going to work. She hardly ever got late to her office, and even if that meant leaving 10 minutes early for the office while leaving for office. And so she presently appeared to be in some hurry, pacing up and down the dining room, looking out of the window every now and then. Her forehead, which already had a furrow, now deepened, as she frowned after looking through the window. She was already running late by not less than 15 minutes. She was definitely going to miss her office bus, and she fretted. Her office bus comes at her stop at 9:45 and halts for only 5 minutes. And the fact that the stop was around 20-minute walk from her place, she was sure about missing it. And to add to her misery, the heavens started pouring. She waited for a few more minutes, fully aware that the bus was not in her reach. She opened her umbrella and thought of stepping out. Precisely at that moment, Chetan came out from the bedroom, newspaper in one hand and balancing his mobile and cup of tea precariously in another, looking in dire want for a third hand. "Please see to it that you buy me a car once these rains are over," Sarla blurted as soon as she saw him. He looked puzzled. What have rains got to do with a car? It took him a while to get the connection. "Yes, sure. Don't you remember I asked you last Deepavali too? There were a lot of offers then, but you refused. Then I appeared prodigal to you. And now, when there aren't any schemes or offers, you want to buy it urgently. Money isn't falling from skies." He looked out of the window. "I didn't need it then, but I need it now," she said assertively. "Okay, sure, but there won't be any offers right now," he said, trying to sound more reasonable than dissuading. "Offer or no offer, you will buy me one," she said decisively. "All right, boss." He nodded his head in approval, which had more of a hint of submission than conviction. Boss was reserved for such kind of times of giving up. Chetan surrendered to her, realizing that the urgency will wither with the passing of the rainy season, just to reappear next year with rains. He knew she was quite a penny pincher herself. "See, it's 9:30 already and had started pouring. How am I going to reach the bus stop?" Meanwhile, the maid had served piping hot fritters with tea on Chetan's demand, and he was trying to concentrate on that amidst her interjections. She looked at the plateful of fritters and then his corpulence, and then again at his face. His eyes were still following hers, knowing not which way her eyes will turn. He slinked her stares, picked a large one from the plate and dunked it in the bowl of chutney, trying to cover it up as much as possible, leaving only one edge of the fritter in his hand to hold. Balancing it awkwardly between his forefinger and thumb, he raised it to his drooling mouth. "Will you be kind enough to drop me at the bus stop? After all, husbands do drop their wives on circumstances like this." That sounded like that's what husbands are only for, to him. The perilously balanced fritter slipped out of his hand and fell on the floor. His drooling mouth remained open for a few seconds, firstly in the anticipation of the fritter and then widened a little more in bafflement. His reflex action was the thought of stooping over and picking it up, but then he thought of something else and decided against picking it up. Her plea fell like a bloody X on his wanton plans for the day. He fancied spoiling himself in front of the TV for the full morning. "Come on, ditch the office. Heaven won't break loose if you miss office for one day." He wanted to continue, but looked outside from the window and discovered the mistiming of it. Heaven was breaking loose already, quite literally. "Come on, don't go to the office. We would snuggle up in the bed." He rephrased, finding her hand and drawing her close, coquettishly. She considered this proposition for not more than a second, in which she felt tempted too, but didn't let it show on her face and snapped her hand back. A good part of Chetan's head was still on the fallen fritter. It had turned over as it fell and showed a big chunk of a red chili protruding from it. He was allergic to red chilies, and despite Sarla's multiple warnings and admonition, the maid still made this mistake of adding red chilies in his food. Had he eaten this, it would have been harrowing for his stomach lining. On occasions of inadvertently eating red chilies, he ended up taking antacid for days. In his mind, he thanked Sarla for bringing up her demand of escorting her, the rain and the chutney. All of these were instrumental in averting him from eating the fritter. "You realize I cannot afford to be as wanton as you?" The conversation suddenly veered an ugly turn. He didn't want to spoil his languor by falling in any kind of argument and hence preferred to be quiet now. She saw her wristwatch once more, then the window, and said in an apologetic tone to readdress, "It's only till bus stop. I'm not asking you to take me all the way to the office." And again her tone acquired a vicious blue. "Moreover, I have something about you to share that you might be interested in," she said, rolling her eyes mischievously. Chetan squirmed at this and wondered what it could be. He didn't keep many secrets from her, only as much as a permissible under limits of what a husband could keep in a regular marriage. He realized accepting this offer of driving her down to the bus stop in exchange of her sharing a secret, however imminent, still had the risk of taking her all the way to the office. Her office was almost 20 kilometers from the bus stop. Taking her only to the bus stop had all the ominous possibility of sharpening into "let's go to the office. It's hardly 15 minutes now," and he was sure about that once they reached the bus stop and found it has left. He feared his leisurely morning was being snatched away from him. as it had to be spent behind the steering wheel. He decided, not yielding to her behest, and dropped all the concerns which appeared on his face. Observing him to be still pertinacious, Sarla took it as an offense, but certainly not as a defeat, and tried a new weapon from her arsenal. "See, if you're not coming along, I'm not going to allow you for this Sunday's party." Chetan was taken aback. What the hell had this to do with his party? The party she was referring to was just a couple of his friends being invited on Sunday evening for drinks and a weekly dose of conviviality. She realized how much he looked forward to his Sunday evenings to unwind, along with his buddies, to be threatened. "That's hugely ludicrous to mix up these things." He snorted. "Don't be mean. You going to the bus stop has nothing to do with my friends coming on Sunday evening." Deep down, he realized without her cooperation in the kitchen, he couldn't entertain his friends. Did he say or do anything like this when she invited her friends last Sunday? No point arguing, as he realized he was being drawn in this trap deeper, and the only way to come out would be to succumb to her urging. Looking out from the window, she spoke. "Come here and see. Mr. Sharma is driving his children to school in his car, and all you do here is sit at the table, twiddling your God-forsaken thumbs, and make excuses." He saw his hands resting over one another literally, which he sheepishly placed apart on the table. She saw this act of his, and sensing his untenable disposition charge further in his territory. "He seems to be a far better husband and father than you." That was the final blow of a systematic quagmire by his wife on his chauvinism. He had been left to squirm in a mire created by her, a mire inspired straight from a collection of Chanakya's aphorisms, Sam Dam Dand Bhed. He was snared. He stood abruptly, grumbling, and rushed to his room to change. Chetan took the car out of the porch and aligned it against the picket gate of his house, waiting for Sarla to come down the stairs. When she came, rather than opening the door and getting inside, she tapped on the pane with her umbrella. He rolled down the window, visibly surprised, thinking what else she needs him to do now. "The tire is flat," she said in a vexed tone. Never in his life had he felt these words, "the tire is flat," as musical as today. His spirit soared instantly, and he couldn't conceal the grin which appeared to his vexed face like a sun shining through the dark clouds. He stepped out of the car to confirm, blew a small whistle exultantly, but immediately stretched the whistle a little longer, to masquerade the whistle to be more like a displeasure. He locked the car and looked at his wife, expecting her to surrender now. His hopes of spending an intimate morning with her in his bed had been inflated by this deflated tire. Nevertheless, more difficult she found to reach her office today, more resolute she became to reach. She opened her umbrella and quite defiantly started walking towards the road in the direction of a bus stop. She might get lucky to find the bus or some cab, she thought. Such fortitude, he said to himself, and came back to the house. Something was pulling her to her office, which he couldn't retard. Not much damage had been done to his day's itinerary, which ran down from lying in the bed, munching his neck, spending a good part of the day lying in bed watching a cricket match. His glance, after catching that large fritter lying on the floor with its attached chili, caught a painting still life with a skull. A Memento Mori painting by the French painter Philippe de Champagne, which displayed the three essentials of existence: the tulip, which means life, the skull, which means death, and the hourglass that signifies time. It depicted the symbolic reminder of inevitability of death. Chetan pondered for a moment and then shrugged his thoughts. The rain, which was lesser earlier, had turned to be a torrent now, as it poured down relentlessly. Roaring thunderclaps and gusty winds ruled the place. The large copious raindrops falling at an angle felt stinging to the eyes. It appeared as if the rain was throwing a fit today, pummeling everywhere. Sarla was finding it difficult to walk, with her wet sari getting drawn between her legs every now and then by the gust of wind. Sloshing through the rain-puddled footpath, her sandals got wet and so stuck to the pavement while walking as she waded through her way. During one such step, her sandal snapped and broke. She cursed the reins, the umbrella, her sari, and of course the sandals. She, in a flow of curses, loathed her husband and his damn punctured car. There were only a handful of people on the footpath, some even without an umbrella, making their way in such weather. Everyone on the footpath wondered what the other was doing outside in such torrential rain. Whatever their reason was, it must have been very pressing. This cruel rain meant business, and right now its business was to make sure she stayed inside. She, however, didn't slow her pace and reached the bus stop, and to her dismay to find it was deserted. She saw her watch. It was 10. Against her hopes, she hoped that the office bus might have been stuck up and running late. She waited for a good 15 minutes, all soaked up. Her umbrella tried to do its task with full faithfulness, though in vain. She saw from the far end of a street a vehicle growing large on the road. It turned out to be the car. It pulled up right beside her. She felt a little awkward and a little threatened at the same time. She tried to see the face of the driver against the furiously moving vipers. She couldn't make out the face though. The window rolled down only a few inches. It was Mr. Sharma, who was returning after dropping his children at school. "Mrs. Mehra, what are you doing here in this rain?" Just waiting for the bus to my office." She felt a little stupid, standing here at the bus stop, and felt a little ridiculous, for the first time since morning for her fortitude. "Oh, I think you should have called a day off today. As you can see, it would be very difficult for you to find a bus or a taxi today." "I couldn't. I have an important meeting today in the afternoon." She measured the importance of the meeting while saying this and realized perhaps the meeting is not that pressing as her steadfastness. To reach office, however, not anymore, standing on the deserted bus stop. Sharmaji looked lusciously at Sarla. Her sari was hugging to her body, making her curvaceous figure very conspicuous. Her soaked blouse betrayed the finer details of her bosom. "If you wish, I can drop you at home," trying to hide the lust in his eyes as far as possible. She felt this proposition very tempting and a righteous escape route for a situation where she had put herself into, and was about to say yes when she saw another vehicle approaching from a distance. She couldn't make it out amidst a downpour, but it was larger than a car, so perhaps a bus, and indeed it was. "No thanks. Having come this far, I should perhaps make my way to the office, but thanks anyway." No issues. He looked with displeasure at the bus, rolled up his window, and wheeled away. The office bus was empty except for the conductor. She showed him her pass and settled on one of the rear seats. For the first time in the morning, she felt at ease. In the snug of the bus, she became a little less self-critical of her decision of going to the office. She felt relieved to see many cars and bikes in the parking area of the building. The big sardonic smile that the lift operator flashed to see her made her uneasy. She went to her office on the 13th floor and pushed open the huge glass. The door had a magnificent insignia etched on the glass: reliable cables and electricals, proud appraisal of the firm. They made the best quality electrical fittings, devices, and cables. The company had won the Golden Peacock, a national level quality award, last year. In the entrance lobby that was meant for visitors, the golden salver stood proudly on a pedestal. The salver was intricately carved on the rim and showed their company's name beneath an equally magnificent golden-colored peacock. Behind this salver, there was an overly enlarged photograph of the award ceremony as a backdrop, with the MD, Mr. Rakesh, receiving the award from Prince of UAE, the guest of honor for that function, and all the senior office staff, including her, were lined up beside the MD in that picture. The MD had specifically requested the management committee of the award ceremony to allow his senior office staffers to accompany him on the dais while the award was given. It was such a proud moment for her. All the doubt she had for her steadfastness to reach for the office today to attend the company's meeting disappeared as soon as she entered. She was a proud member of this proud organization and hence did not true at all for all the trouble she had in reaching the office today. While she was rehearsing her plan for the day, moving to her chamber, she was intercepted by the MD, Mr. Rakesh, at the threshold of her chamber. "Hello, Mrs. Mehra. Good morning." "Morning, sir," she beamed. "You look so soaked up. You might catch a cold." He had this look of reverence for her fortitude to come to the office even in this inclemency. She could discern that appreciation. "It's not a problem, sir. It's my honor to work with you and this company." Somewhere in the back of her mind, the upcoming appraisal danced along. "Still, if you wish, I can arrange to drop you home with my driver." "Sir, but the meeting?" she asked, surprised. "Oh, that. I was just about to call you guys that the meeting stood cancelled. I just talked to the delegation head and she said they can't make it in such weather. It had been rescheduled for Monday." Lightning struck her. She couldn't utter a word. Her emotion, an eponym for bewilderment, her heart, one for squirming fish out of water. She didn't let this show on her face though. She wanted to salvage whatever could be from the situation. "It's okay, sir," she said coldly, her enthusiasm gone. "I will stay now since I have come all the way. This will give me some more time to work upon my presentation." With a wry smile, she pulled open the door and entered the room. She slumped on the chair and reflected upon her miserable mental and soggy physical state of affairs. Had she gone back now to her much chagrin, Chetan would have certainly quibbled at her. That is the last thing she had wanted after all the trouble she had taken as a proud employee of a proud organization. He wouldn't have understood, she thought. For a good 10 minutes she felt wretched as she sat on her chair, pondering and reflecting on the day's affair so far. She really had been exorbitantly desperate to reach the office today, she thought. She had reasons, of course, but none of these reasons matched her desperation. Why was she being so unreasonable? It appeared as if some invisible force was playing with her psyche and pulled her here. Sarla shook her head unwittingly. She is never unreasonable. In her self-esteem, handling things with utmost logic whenever there was a muddle in a situation. Once this phase of confused emotions and self-loathing passed over, her attention came back to her physical being. She was soaked through and felt cold and uncomfortable. She could use a cup of piping hot coffee. Just at the moment of striking the dish bill for the peon, she thought of having her own green tea, and she held her hand mid-air. She had an electric kettle just for this purpose, which stood on the table behind her desk. She stood up from a small puddle of water and plugged the tea maker in the socket. At the same moment, in the director's cabin, the MD, Mr. Rakesh, saw a sudden fluctuation in the lamp overhead. He wondered, as all the electrical fittings in his office were from his own company, and he was very sure of the quality of their products. Then what could be the reason? Was it from a short circuit? But why? Following immediately, he heard a clear and distinct thud across the corridor, emanating from another cabin. That sound hung ominously in the corridor for a moment. The fluctuating light stopped, and the bulb over his head lit steadily again.